Hello, welcome to today's video. Decided to put all my West Ham saves into big long video for you guys to have in a big long chunk to enjoy. But if the long video is a little bit too much for you, I'll leave the player description in the description so you can go watch them in bite-sized chunks. Or if you've done with this and got to a certain point, or just don't like West Ham that much, I'll leave a link to the description of the new Schalke save episodes of the season 1 and season 2 are already out now, and season 3 starts in the new year. Enjoy. So then, today is the day. Everyone is excited. West Ham United first episode starts today as FM26 is finally here. It is now 8:30. I still have 15 minutes left on my download, so why not introduce you to my save while we get going. Here at West Ham, we have 3 tasks. Number 1, keep West Ham in the Premier League. Number 2, rebuild the squad for Europe. And number 3, win another trophy. Anyway, let's get into this first episode.
This is a family. This ain't a football club.
So then, the longer await is here. That 25 minutes for the download was absolute torture. Right, let's get into manager creation as we'll start with West Ham United. I'm just going to go as continental icon. I'm not sure how much of a difference this makes. Let's go commentator. Sure. Recognize the known nation. Cool. Just do a pro license. Oh, right. Skip the tutorials. I know Miles said to do it. Right, so I want developer, definitely. Entertainer. Do we say attacking? I'm just going to do 2, I think. Cool, personality. Convincing, inspirational. Sure. That didn't sound very inspirational. Anyway, this is all the stuff. Just not based on numbers anymore, based on other stuff. Let's start the game. West Ham, 12-point Finn Simmons. Let's begin the career. Look and hide the tutorial. Let's save this quickly so we don't lose any progress. Right then, have a look at our squad. We can go around that. Edson Alvarez. So he's not with us. So actions, move to under 21s. Cool. Actually go in our squad. Same with Maxwell Cornet. He's at Genoa. This might be a slower episode, but the game is very new. Like, genuinely, it came out 45 minutes ago. Move back him to the under 21s. Do we have any under 21s who might be coming? I think this is something for tomorrow's episode. We're just going to get an episode in just to see what it's like. Let's go with the portal. Transfer windows open. Injury update. Let's start looking at the medical centre. Mads Manson, 48 days, that's not too bad. Somerville, 4 to 7 weeks. That's a little bit annoying. And Louis Guilherme, fractured collarbone for 2 to 3 months. That will be a bit of an issue, but we should be fine with that. Pre-season preparation. I think that training camp is fine. Not too bad for finances. Don't have the biggest transfer budget, but we are trying to do quite a bit here. So let's begin this introduction. Hello, Jarrod. Maybe the squad. Yep, pretty cool with that. Yep, cool. Definitely want to get some better use intake. George Earth is decent, and Callum Marshall looks like he's got decent potential, but after that it doesn't look too great. Couple injuries, yep. Pretty good on the objectives as well. And we'll end that. Responsibilities. Sure. Yep, fine with training. We'll do tactics later. Staff, we'll deal with that later as well. Contracts, same with that as well. And the introduction, that was very loud in my ears. Tactics introduction. Right. So, should we say fluid counterattack, or I think I like wing play better. Question mark. It's not one of the thumbs uppy ones, but sure. In possession, we want. I'm gonna go for that 4-2-3-1. I know it's fair, and then we'll have like that. If that actually works, we'll see. Club profile 62,500. 1 European Cup, which we're trying to add to. Recruitment. Doesn't look like we've got the biggest budget. West Ham hire Simmons as a manager. Profile induction, play attacking football, sign our high reputations. Be competitive against Spurs. Not sure what they're doing. Objectives is finish mid-table in the Premier League. We can do that pretty easily. Club vision and expectations. Sign players under the 22 of the future. Work within the wage budget. These are all 5-year plan. What do you want? Just continue to finish mid-table. Sure. Competitive in the cups. We can do that. That is fine. We'll just set expectations low, because honestly this game might be more difficult. And with only 4.6 million, we don't have a lot to spend. Right. So if we go to, I don't know what I'm looking for now. Right. So let's get the tactics set up. Got that sorted. Right, we'll hide that tutorial. So in possession, ignore the rolls a little bit. I think the centre mids, is that 2 attacking? It's in possession, it's fine. And then out of possession, drag you back. Ideally, I'd want the DM. Depends who we're playing. Yeah, I think that's fine. So, look at the combined. So, I think that looks good. Where's instructions? I don't know what I'm looking for. Team instructions is right in front of my face. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We'll just mess around with it, see what happens. So just go all instructions. It's just standard tempo. I think a higher tempo, time wasting less often at the moment. Counter attack's fine. I think much wider. I don't want to go too gung-ho. try and play for set pieces. More expressive, build up. Yeah, play direct. I don't think we've got the quality at the back, at least at the moment. Goal kicks, long distribution, fullback. Oh, how good are our fullbacks? Aren't that good? Should we say target man? Did they have a target forward? I think Fulkrug. Or yeah, I think we'll go with that. This all could change within. Encourage dribbling. Leave that balanced. Work ball into the box. Maybe whips, crosses. I'm going to discourage shoots from distance because I get very annoyed at that. Right, all instructions. Crossing start, done that. Possession. Do we do mid block? I think we have very slow centre backs. Saliba is not too bad actually. Defensive transition. Do we want a counter press? I'm going to leave it on standard because honestly, it's a lot of this at the moment. I don't think get stuck in is a good thing for now. Stop the crosses. Don't trap. Yeah, I think that's good for now. Right, where am I looking for? Match day. So, fixture schedule. First game in the Premier League is Sunderland, but then we've got Chelsea, who's we've got later on. We haven't really got a tough back-to-back fixtures. I mean, it is the Premier League. It's not a great month. This is a pretty difficult start. Brighton, you don't know how good they're going to be. Aston Villa, Man City. That, I feel like that's a difficult month in September. Chelsea, Brentford, Leeds. That could be a very banana slip slide. So, how do you request stuff? Board. We're gonna try it. Improve youth facilities. Acknowledge and move on. Okay. Improve recruitment. We'll see if that actually does anything. Build new stadium potentially. I guess this is something we'll have to see. Right. Let's see what happens now. Homegrown status. I think we're gonna have a longer look at it. Code of conduct. I think assistant manager can deal with that pretty well. For some reason my nose is itchy now, which isn't very useful. Dynamics induction. I think I can do dynamics. We can just skip through that. Freddie Potts. Decent championship. I'm gonna say no, maybe. You know what? Regular star. You can go out on loan. Training induction. No. Set pieces. Yeah, we'll do set pieces. Alright. Let's create a set piece routine. Far post. I guess it causes more chaos. We don't exactly have a very good in swinger. Balanced. I think a hybrid. Posts. Near post, sure. defend the box, definitely. Don't want to be conceding any set pieces, especially with the Premier League going at the moment. Right, that's all good. Another induction, set pieces. I think we'll be good with that. So let's meet the players. Introduce yourselves to the squad. Hello. Right, what promises? What I can promise you all from day one is I'm passionate to develop a talent. Born entertainer, freedom and confidence. Want to make everyone a better footballer, and I consider my career's work to do that. Also feel football should be fun. Definitely is to be utterly convinced about work, believe in ourselves, everything we do every day. And evangelist for inspiration, it might be a bit over the top. And thank you guys for listening. Right, if we got to this point by now, if you are new, hit subscribe. And if you are interested in seeing a West Ham series, we've got a media session as well, and hit like. That always helps the algorithm. Hello, Greg. How excited are you to be the West Ham manager? Great responsibility, the owner. What I talk about with the owner is very private. I'm not going to just slate him in real life. Why West Ham? I think everyone knows how much potential West Ham is, or has. Jump to the chance at West Ham. Age isn't important for managers. We see a lot of really good young talent should be harnessed, especially for a club who has such a high reputation of bringing through young players. Transfers. Everyone will have a chance to impress. Have you met so far? We haven't met yet. We'll say briefly. Sure, we'll just lie to them. The fans really are a part of this. We want to bring the fans back to the London Stadium. Only one way to work, and that is to be the best. Everyone has a vision these days. Expect players to work on the training ground. I don't think anyone has ever been successful at hard work. Definitely. Ollie Skulls will be the player for us to work around. Young player through the academy. Yes. And looks decent. We'll give him game time. Go back to that press conference. Well, temper expectations for a minute. Jarrod Bowen remain our captain. I don't know about the West Ham. We're not going to tell you about any about that. No comment. No transfer speculation today, Mr. Media Guy. I forgot your name. Taking the chance was what I expected. Jarrod Bowen will leave the club. I hope he stays, because this squad is very average without him. I think every manager's going to have it. They don't like my answers very much. Negative. Thank you. Starting off with a really good reputation so far in the media. Well, back to this point, and then end the press conference. All done on that one. I think we'll go through that. We've actually got the board request back, so that's good. Right. In compelling case for youth facilities. We need better. Oh yeah, it was just doing the casual chat about you've only been here that long. Freddie Potts, 10%. No. We'll look at contracts. He is not getting a contract. Swansea for Potts. Give us a bit of wage. Guido Rodriguez to the end of the season. Yeah. I'm gonna say discuss this issue. I just accept it. If he wants to leave, I don't want to keep him here. And I think that's gone to the media. No one's replaceable, no one's too big for the squad. 100k a week. And decent, but there's been quite a bit of stuff happening since the last episode. But if you did miss the last episode, don't worry. I know YouTubers are supposed to say go and watch the last one, but honestly, you didn't really miss much. With £8 million in the budget, no assistant manager, we had quite a few staff to hire, but you're not interested in that. Let's get everything rolling very quickly. First, to our fixture schedule. A 4-0 win over Dundee and a 1-1 draw with St Mirren to kick us off with two of the three Scottish teams. Then to Hamilton, where we finally found our scoring boots after that 1-1 draw for a 7-1 win. After that, 2 clean sheets, firstly with Feyenoord, a 4-0 win, and then Bergamo, which I think might be an Italian team that doesn't have an official licence. So anyway, we have our first game against Sunderland away, and then home against Chelsea. It's going to be a lot bigger of a test with Chelsea, but hopefully we can get that win against Sunderland and not lose too heavily to Chelsea, and we should be alright. With the absolutely tiny transfer budget, we have found it quite hard to sign players. First one we did sign was Mamadou Doumbia. Doesn't look too great from the start, but that 16 heading, being 6'4", 18 anticipation, is going to be a future star, hopefully. 19 years old, probably going to send him out on loan for this season, but 5.75 million is pretty good for a 19-year-old. Hopefully he's got the potential to become in the future a starter, maybe a super sub, getting that target man target man type aura. We are looking to do more transfers, but I'm not going to show you them yet. We did also get Tyrell Malacia in on loan from Manchester United with a £2 million optional signing on fee. Of course, it is Tyrell Malacia, so he is injured for the next 2 to 5 weeks. But it's pretty easy, on my opinion. It's going to be a backup left back. He is set to squad player at the moment. He's a pretty good player, might be a good backup. If it goes well, we get to sign him for $2 million, which is pretty good for a Premier League player, even if he is a backup. And then if we don't want him at the end of the season, we'll just send him back to Man United. So anyway, let's go into our tactic. We did do a little bit of this last episode, but firstly, let's actually go into tactics for starters. Playing a 4-2-3-1 in possession, and then a 4-1-4-1 in out of possession. Fulkrug up front, Paqueta and Jarrod Bowen, who is very hard to keep hold of, had a lot of interest and still might go in the transfer window. Trying to keep hold of him as much as I can, but honestly, he is our best player, so obviously if we don't perform, we might have to lose Jarrod Bowen. Anyway, Mateus Fernandes and Ward-Prowse with Thomas Souček just behind him, with Walker Peters and Wan-Bissaka on the fullbacks. Kilman and Todibo as centre backs for today. And I did try and sell Areola. He is 32, I believe, and not on the good side of potential. Just with Hansen and then Fabianski, I think we've got enough goalkeepers to try and get rid of Areola, but to do it. On the bench then, Fabianski, Mavropanos, Igor, Magassa, Diouf, Ollie Scarles, Somerville, and Diouf have little knocks, but they should be back next week. Somerville returns to training in 2 days. Doumbia and Wilson on the bench as well, Areola, and then a couple of injuries. Trying to get rid of a couple more fringe players as well. 2 players on the way out. Freddie Potts went to Cardiff on loan. Callum Marshall, who's one of the youngsters I mentioned in the last episode, has already got an assist for Huddersfield. A couple of players that we just didn't use. A backup keeper, Heggie, has gone to Bradford just to get him off the wage bill, to be honest. Josh Boyala has been sold to Oxford, wasn't really going to make it. And then Ryan Brattam, another player on loan to Boreham Wood. Anyway, let's get into that Sunderland game and let's see how our Premier League status is going to continue, I guess. First, team talk of the new save. Going to give the fans some money's worth. We are away from home. Apparently it is a sellout, Sunderland's return to the Premier League. But very surprising promotion to the Premier League. They are doing quite well in real life, but with a foot manager we'll actually go for that. You're about to make your manager your debut. Can you sort your feelings on an occasion like this? But looking forward to today and can't wait to get going. Goals, win matches. I'm just going to skip through this because honestly, who wants to talk to the media in the tunnel before the game? There is the Sunderland team, Granit Xhaka. There is our team as well, if you did missed it. Not got the face on Hermansen yet. Bournemouth and Liverpool top of the league at the moment, without half the teams even playing the games. Anyway, let's look at these little graphics. It is raining as well. That drone shot to give anyone a bit of motion sickness. Stadium looks pretty good. It is not licensed, so not a bad thing for it to look pretty good, but not 100% realistic. I don't know why I said Bournemouth. Anyway, teams are out. Let's get it going. We are on dynamic highlights. We'll see how that goes. If we need to change it later on, then we will. First real highlight of the game, Jarrod Bowen, of course it is, to Ward-Prowse, our two best attacking players going out. Lucas Paqueta on the wing. That is a very speculative shot. I was hoping that was a corner. It's been a pretty dull game, to be honest. It is 20 minutes in, but this is the first real highlight we've had to a Dingra. Get our first real highlight. Robbie's in behind, took it very wide. Did quite well to keep that on the pitch, and a pretty good block, to be honest. Heading for the back of the net, but good block. Ronaldo to Adingra. Our pressing isn't too good. Wan-Bissaka is always really good on 1v1s. Souček, we should have a decent record on clean sheets, to be honest. I'm not sure how good Bowen, and I probably should have had a shot. Bowen to Souček. A little bit of a loose pass, counter attack, up to the right hand side. Wingers are pretty OP. Habib Diarra was taken down, apparently not. We're going to play on out to Paqueta on the left hand side. Can he create something? Bowen, for a player who's 5'9", a decent header, but hits the top of the net. Another attack for Sunderland as Villa go 3-0 up against Newcastle in the top left corner. Back to Adingra. Shot, not really troubling Hermansen. Does go out for a corner though. Pretty good animation. Granit Xhaka to take it. Former Arsenal player. Up to Robbie. Hermansen does save it, but it is hacked out. Back with Sunderland again. Ronaldo and Adingra are running things on this right hand side, left hand side for us to Souček. Probably need to play out of this pressure a little bit. We are going across the field to Walker Peters. That's a pretty good animation, to be honest. Fernandez goes past Xhaka. Xhaka brings him down. Of course, he's moaning at the referee. It's the most Granit Xhaka thing I've ever seen in my life. Right then, half time. I'm just changing Jarrod Bowen and Lucas Paqueta to inside forwards. I'm not sure Bowen's the best, being a winger on the right hand side, but honestly, we need to change something. Half time 0-0. Sunderland have had the more shots, a slightly better XG and more possession, but honestly, there's nothing really between the two teams. And ball is just going to them. We do win it back though. It's a very long highlight. Are we just watching the whole game? Hermansen does bring the ball out. Football Manager players definitely a little bit heart rate increased. If that's even, apparently I can't talk anymore. Fernandez to Paqueta. We are getting a little bit of possession, creating a little bit. Up to Wan-Bissaka. Jarrod Bowen's in behind. Does shoot. I'm not going to call that a shot. We are getting players behind the ball, but not really sticking in. Troy's in behind. Hermansen does come out, but it hits the side netting. Diarra to Traore. Pretty good dribbling mood. Wan-Bissaka's under it though. If Sunderland had like a decent centre forward, they might already be 1-0 up. Adingra, honestly, I thought that was going to be 1-0. Oh no, Troy's in behind. That was a pretty good curve on that. Honestly, 55 minutes in, and it's not just been all Sunderland. We have to change something. Little bit of a change here, just to spice things up a bit. Getting Jarrod Bowen up front, James Ward-Prowse on this right hand side to try and whip some balls in. Makes almost no sense with taking Fulkrug off, but honestly we just need to try something. Getting Ollie Scholes on for who do we take off? Fulkrug, and then we're going to try and just try something different, because 60 minutes in against Sunderland and it's just not working. 61 minutes in, looks like Sunderland, and the passage of just play is just going Sunderland, Sunderland, Sunderland. If we can't beat Sunderland, we're going to have a lot of problems. They are doing pretty good in real life, but I guess it is first game of the season, but we have to be better than this. They're just passing it around us now. Walker-Peters up to Paqueta. When we get Somerville on this left-hand side, we might have a little bit there, but Paqueta did go past Gertruda. Absolutely brought down there. Should have a decent free kick from Ward-Prowse. Souček under it, and not really gonna threaten the keeper from there. Ward-Prowse, can we actually steal this? Ward-Prowse, Fernandez does go down. Was kind of expecting a penalty. That's a stupid idea from Wan-Bissaka. Does get the ball back though. I'm gonna say speculative. It's almost an upset, to be honest. In behind, have I spoken too soon? If Bobby's going to shoot like that, I think Sunderland can have all the shots they want. Ward-Prowse, long ball with to Bowen. Is he onside? He's going to shoot. It is in the back of the net, but the flag goes up. Have to change something. Paqueta looked like he was going to try and get himself sent off. In behind. Brobby has it in the back of the net for Sunderland. The screen says disallowed. 89th minute. We'll go to VAR. Checking. Please. It is disallowed. 89th minute. Sunderland hearts are broken. Honestly, he looked onside. I'm going to take it, but that looks very onside. In behind for Brobby again. Has been pretty good this game in basically everything except shooting. Same as this whole Sunderland team. Granit Xhaka just isn't going to score from there. 1 minute left. I guess a clean sheet isn't the worst thing in the world, but honestly, we haven't even looked like scoring. Jarrod Bowen. We've got, honestly, more chance of getting players sent off than getting a shot on target. Diarra, Brobby, Sunderland getting a little bit of pressure late on. Brobby under it, to leave it away. Ward-Prowse, I think he's going to deal with that. Just chucks it straight in the crowd. I mean, sure, if in doubt. To Adingra. Crosses in, Kilman's under it. Our centre backs have been very good today. Gertruda, Ollie Scholes blocked that. Sunderland have a last minute corner. Extra time has run. Granit Xhaka to take it. Can we survive? Souček away. Adingra over the bar. And there is the full-time whistle. Honestly, we had 0 shots on target. Are you having a kid? Are you actually messing with me? Sunderland, who came out via the playoffs in the most surprising way, have just... I can't even explain it in words. Right then, this game against Chelsea, we have changed a couple of the roles and instructions to try and get something out of this team. It is the same lineup because, well, just honestly look at this bench. And honestly, even the players that I would choose, Somerville, just isn't fit yet. Cam Wilson, probably should have brought him on because Jarrod Bowen up front just didn't really work. If we can get another clean sheet in this one, we'll be a lot better. But if we're not going to even get a shot on target, I don't think we're going to end up beating Chelsea. But I guess it is Chelsea. We will see. And here is the Chelsea team. Sanchez in goal. Cole Palmer does start. That's not good news. Alejandro Garnacho on the left. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Right then, first game at the London Stadium, it is Chelsea. Honestly, if we get a clean sheet and play like we did last time, we might actually just get rampaged. 2 minutes in, we actually have the ball. Lucas Paqueta on this left-hand side to Walker Peters. Looks like early signs are good. Walker Peters to Ward-Prowse. To Souček. Garnacho wins it back. João Pedro, Cole Palmer's in behind. Cole Palmer has a shot off the crossbar. To Devo. Fernandez has another shot. Still can't manage a shot on target. Devo throw it back. Wan-Bissaka. Bowen. Fernandez. It does look a lot more fluid this game. Bowen. Wan-Bissaka has 2 men on him. Turn back to Ward-Prowse. Wan-Bissaka can't really get it. Fernandez does win it back. Jarrod Bowen. Jarrod Bowen. Sanchez tips it wide. 14 minutes in, we have our first shot on target. Almost a celebration in the stands. Ward-Prowse cross for far away. Paqueta picks up the pieces. Gonna do pretty well to get a ball in the box. Does. It's quite deep. Fernandez, Ward-Prowse just honestly passing it between them. Krug has a shot. Is offside and hits the side netting. Did fire into the team over the break and actually get them playing. And honestly, with the way this game's going, I'm going to cautiously say dominating, but honestly, the game's pretty quiet as it is. Wan-Bissaka taking on, crossing, Krug at the back post. With a player of his heading ability, you'd expect him to do a little bit better with that one. We have been the better team, but just not having that final touch. Wan-Bissaka on this right hand side. Deep cross to Somerville with his back. Isn't match fit, but honestly, we just needed something. Walker Peters. Somerville. I don't know how that just went straight into Sanchez's hands. Little bit of luck on Chelsea's. We should, honestly. I would be pretty happy with a point from this one, but it is a little bit of a missed opportunity. It's Jarrod Bowen with the corner, 87th minute in. It's just been a pretty dull match, to be honest. Jarrod Bowen with the corner, deep to Debo, and heads wide. Honestly, I feel like 3 points is a little bit harsh, but if we were going to win it, it would not be unexpected. Todibo hits the crossbar. There is the full-time whistle. West Ham nil, Chelsea nil, just like the game against Sunderland. This one a little bit better feeling than the last one. 5 shots on target, 2 Chelsea's 1. Probably deserved to go in this one, but honestly, when you're playing teams like Chelsea, you don't mind it. We are on the transfer history screen because we have played a couple games since then. 20th of October, if I can do my maths right. Anyway, the 4 signings we made was Mamadou Doumbia and Tyrell Malacia. Doumbia, who hasn't played a game except for coming off the bench, so that is great. £5.5 million spent absolutely perfectly. Tyrell Malacia, being himself, has just been injured the whole time. Just had food poisoning as well, so that just says it all. Yves Bissouma was released by Tottenham. Has played 5 games so far and been pretty bad, but I guess on a free transfer, you can't really moan. Honestly, we just needed players in that central midfielder position. And then we have Wooty Ghost. I'm going to pronounce that really wrong. We have him on a loan with an option to buy in the summer. Hasn't started off that great, but honestly, our centre backs are pretty naff and need all the help we can get. Being a 21-year-old as well, just needed to just reduce the squad age a bit. A lot of the players were just on loan. There is Josh Ayala who's gone to Oxford for 44k, but was never going to actually make the first team anyway. After that last two games in the last episode with Sunderland and Chelsea, with really entertaining and 0-0 draws, we hit Watford in the Carabao Cup. Mateus Fernandes, Cam Wilson and a Matty Pollock own goal give us a 3-0 win and into the next round against Watford. Then we had our first Premier League game and first Premier League point of the season. That ended up in a win with a 1-0 Callum Wilson off the bench. Back home and back to the London Stadium, West Ham won, Tottenham 3. Snowhill did get a consolation goal in the last couple minutes of the game. Tottenham really didn't dominate this as much as it looks like, but they just had better finishes and just people playing up front that can actually shoot, basically. After that was our first home win in the Premier League, 4-2 winner against Crystal Palace. This was a team that actually didn't even deserve to get conceded on, but I guess when you're in the Premier League and the team as good as Crystal Palace, if you are lax, you just need to pay attention a little bit. Over to the Carabao Cup and a 3-0 defeat to Arsenal with Aaron Wan-Bissaka getting sent off just to rub the salt in the wounds. Another 0-0 draw at the Hill Dickens Stadium to Everton. Probably deserved to win this one, but finishing again just seems to be an issue for us. And then playing Arsenal again. This time we didn't get a red card, but a 3-0 defeat to Arsenal was just pretty standard. In this episode we have Brentford and Leeds, two teams which we probably should win, but with how our team is performing at the moment, probably isn't a good. If you go on match day, this is kind of the team that we're playing for most of the time. There is an injury to Max Kilman, who has been playing again a lot. Just look at Tyrell Malacia, can't even do a fitness test. The big problem I'm having is Nicholas Fulkrug has played a 6.54 rating and hasn't scored a single goal. As well as Jarrod Bowen, who's only got 1 goal, 1 assist, supposed to be our best player, and the only game he did turn up was a 4-2 win against Crystal Palace. Callum Wilson has been our striker for the last 2 games and the last couple games, but he is made out of play those who just get injured at every opportunity. Him and Tyrell Malacia have a pretty good record of just being on the
This is a family. This ain't a football club.
This is the team that we're going to take through to, I think it was Brentford first. Hermansen in goal, Wan-Bissaka, Tadivo, Ghost, and Walker Peters making up the back four. Basuma and Ward-Prowse making up the midfield, with Bowen, Paqueta, Somerville, and Callum Wilson. Here is the Brentford team. Pretty standard team. I don't think they've signed anyone. Keenan Davis is a wild striker, but I guess Premier League teams want to do weird stuff. They're playing at a 5-2-1-2 apparently, so our scoring problems will probably continue in this game. Expecting a 0-0 to be honest. Sharda making up the front two with Damsgaard. It's not a great aesthetic. I did forget to turn through the Premier League table. We are 13th after 7 games played. Doing a little bit better than the team in real life, but hopefully in the next couple of games we can get some wins and at least get to the top half. Walker Peters does get us started at this left hand side. Likes to pass back as usual. Bit of attack with some of it on the left hand side. Over to Bowen, doesn't even challenge for it. Wan-Bissaka. Is he going to have a shot or a cross? Just none. Keenan Davis is back there. Somerville tries to knock it back in. With their three centre backs, we're probably not going to win headers this time. Somerville, that is absolutely class to get the shot away. The shot itself, though, a little bit lacking in quality. Corner for Brentford. This is going to be difficult, seeing as they have their three centre backs. And literally said it as it was going to happen. Danilo Doki, not sure who he is, but he's put Brentford at 1-0 up. We have a free kick for Brentford. Just seems to be that set piece, and it just seems like a set piece game. We're not very good at scoring, so don't have the exact biggest confidence. Hickey to Sharda down the right hand side for Brentford. Hickey, Somerville does try and cut back, and it's going to be a penalty, isn't it? This game from 1-0 is going from bad to worse. Is it a penalty? VAR is going to check it. Taking a little while, as VAR usually does. It's not a penalty. It looks like it's a free kick to Brentford. Somerville gets away with it 23 minutes in, and a little bit of luck on our side. The back, 5 of the back system. Even on teams who aren't at West Ham, I've had struggles with this. Davis to Rico Henry. Wingback seems to be a little bit obsessed. Just sits Wan-Bissaka down. Away by Tadiba though. Jensen to Hickey, who has a shot, and I think you'd probably expect Hermansen to save that, but good shot by Brentford, but it is 2-0, 34 minutes in. We are 2-0 down at our own ground. Corner straight into Kelleher. They get a corner, they score. Our first corner, we get Kelleher to launch an attack. Great. Tadibo, back to Walker Peters. I promise we haven't been this bad. Honestly, it seems like this team are camera shy. Somerville does cut in though. As a shot, it's off the post. Just any luck that we could be getting, we're just not getting at the moment. Paqueta does win it back though. Basuma to Bowen, who just wants to pass it back. Able, just before half time, Jarrod Bowen just isn't showing up this season. He's got 1 goal, 1 assist in the 7 games, including the cup games. Keenan Davis does win it back for Brentford. Sharda does win it. I swear it's really small. It's just like no pressure on the ball. Even on the right hand side, we're not even stopping the crosses. Mika Damsgaard has just been pushed over. Are we going to try and give away 2 penalties in this game? It's not even started the second half, barely, and we're just going to give away another penalty. Are we actually serious? John Brooks listened to the VAR decision. Penalty awarded. Brentford have the penalty. Awesome. Mikael Damsgaard to step up for Brentford. Taking his sweet time. Places the ball and sends Hermansen the wrong way. Brentford 3, West Ham 0. Looks like this game is already out of sight. If you just look at the stats, we've both had a 1xG. They've just been way more clinical. And that's with us giving them a penalty as well. So we've been the better team, but like defensively we're just all over the place. Hickey to Henderson, to Collins. Brentford just doing what they want at this point. The 3 at the back, 5 at the back system isn't doing well for us. Rico Henry's first shot is parried by Hermansen and Keenan Davis. Just mentioned his name. Of course he was going to score against us. Wants to put a tackle in now. Jarrod Bowen apparently just moans. There's quite a few bids in from him in Saudi, at least interest in him, but honestly, if he's going to perform like this, I kind of might sell him. Rico Henry to Kevin Sharda, and that is 4-0. Nope, 5-0. Awesome. Bad to the office and to be at home. That is pretty embarrassing. Musaka on this right hand side, trying to take on his man, but not really working out. Magassa to Fulkrug to Jarrod Bowen. Is he going to shoot? He has shot and he has scored. Talk bad about Jarrod Bowen. He's picked up the ball to run back to the halfway line, which a little optimistic optimistic at 5-1 down. And there is the full-time whistle. West Ham 1, Brentford 5. 2 games that I thought might have been a decent way to get us higher in the table. That leaves us 14th. Not bad for what we're showing in real life. Crystal Palace, the only team we've actually beaten comfortably, second bottom, so awesome. 3 changes from the last game where we lost 5-1. Malacia starts his first game at left back. Walker Peters moves from left back to right back, and we're trying a full career again. Probably not going to work with his only 1 assist so far, but he's got to break his scoring duck eventually, surely. So here we are. Here's the Leeds team. Quite a few signings from them in real life. It looks like they've got Ryan Yates to add to that. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is on the bench. Along with James Justin. I don't know if they signed him in real life. Plenty of pace though in that Leeds team. Daniel James and Willie Nonto. It's definitely 2 players to look out for. With Jaden Bogle as well, he's a very attacking right back. Do that for Okafor. We're actually going to try and win this game. 2 losses back to back. The Arsenal one you can kind of expect, but 5-1 to Brentford is just not great. First attack and highlight of the game is for us. Bowen to Walker Peters. Walker Peters just wants to play it back apparently. Tadibo to Basuma to Ward-Prowse. He's going to have a shot. He will have a shot. Just wide. 6 minutes in. It has been mostly us with possession, but Leeds are on the attack now. Willie Nonto to Ryan Yates. And of course it is. 26 minutes in. Leeds 1 at West Ham 0. Willie Nonto somehow had the time and space to knock it down, and Ryan Yates just threw it in the box to put Leeds 1-0 up. What's he going to do? Back to Ward-Prowse. We actually need an attack. Maybe not passing straight to Dan James would be a good start. Dan James in behind has a shot, and luckily it's pretty tame straight out of Hermansen. Can we get a goal back at least? At least get a point from this one. Walker Peters just runs into Nonto. Literally said it before the game. Our fullbacks definitely have problems. Okafor is in behind, dragged wide. Back to Nonto. Basuma, bring him down, and that's going to be a penalty, isn't it? This is just embarrassing. 5-1 defeat in this one, and it looks like we're going to throw this one away as well. And the ref points to the spot. Leeds penalty. Absolutely awesome. Commentary says surely a dive by Nonto, but surely VR would have dealt with that. Struik to take the penalty, and Hermansen actually saves it. Oh my god. 48 minutes in, we are under the cosh. 1.77 XG for Leeds, and we just haven't created a thing. Okafor bringing it, just no pressure on him. Honestly, if that was on target, that was 2-0. Corner from Leeds, just all Leeds at this point. 60 minutes in, still 1-0. Corner, away by Bowen, Nonto edge of the box, has a shot. To be fair, you just have to hold your hands up. That is just a good finish. Pretty embarrassing on our side though, 60 minutes in, and we've got a lot of work to do. Into this right-hand side, we have made some substitutions, but they might not matter. The game might be out of sight. Nonto does bring a game save back from Manson, saves again. Manson has literally been our only good player in this game. And Purdue to Renan Loddy. Honestly, if it wasn't for Manson, this game would have been 5 or 6. Now 16th in the league. Just punched away by Perrin in the goal. Ward-Prowse back to Bowen. Not even sure what Wilson tried there, but offside and misses. 0.21 XG, just been beaten 5-1. You think clean sheet, get some goals, at least put a decent performance in. Jarrod Bowen, just straight at Perrin's feet. I just have no words for this West Ham team anymore. And there is full time. Leeds 2, West Ham 0. I just have no words for this. There you are. This is the Premier League table at the moment. 9 games played. and some of the teams below us have even got a game in hand just out of the relegation zone. And after that last two games, we've got a lot of work to do, and I might need to lie down because I've genuinely got a headache now. This West Ham team is just... This actually might be unsavable. Board request meeting to discuss your future. The board wish to hold a meeting with you regarding your position at the club. Your performance has not been good enough and your position is now under serious threat. Failure to attend the meeting will result in the board terminating your contract with the club. Looks like this West Ham job is a little bit more difficult than I thought, and looks like that meeting will have to wait. But just before I do that, I'll run you through the fixtures. Firstly, after that 5-1 defeat and 2-0 defeat in the last episode, which was pretty embarrassing, we kind of got some kind of form going. 2-2 draw against Newcastle. Full crew decided to actually score to get a 2-2 draw. Another draw again. Carl Walker-Peters, James Ward-Prowse. No, not James Ward-Prowse. Jarrod Bowen and Lucas Paqueta scoring in 3 goals, but not enough to get us into the 3 points mark. 1-1 against Bournemouth with Aaron Wan-Bissaka getting a goal, with Evan Nilsson getting the goal for Bournemouth. 1-0 defeat against Liverpool. 4 inverts getting 1 in the 83rd minute wasn't the worst result in the world. Another 1-0 defeat against Manchester United, with Ruben Amorim getting sacked pretty soon after. 90+3 with Bruno Fernandes, just heartbreaking. After that, 2-2 draw with Brighton. Brighton, who are pretty high in the league, I believe. Karim Matoma getting 2 goals. And John Debo and a John Paul Van Hecker own goal getting us a 2-2 draw in this one. Aston Villa, who are second in the table, did get a 90+2 winner to beat us. Walter Goose, our centre-back signing from the summer, and Jarrod Bowen decided to pop up with a goal as well. And then the last game against Man City, you kind of just expect this. Phil Foden and Ruben Diaz in a double 4 minutes apart from each other to give Man City the 2-0 win. These two wasn't meaning to come back. Fulham are kind of mid-table, but Brighton and Wolves are 2 teams that are very around the relegation zone, as I'll show you in a second. If you look there, Fulham are 13th, and then, Brighton are 10th, but Forest and Wolves 19th and 17th. I think that's a couple of our fixtures coming up. Yep, after Brighton is Wolves and Nottingham Forest. So that would have been 2 games to possibly win or possibly get sacked in, and then a West Brom fixture in the FA Cup. But anyway, let's go towards this board meeting, because we might not even be in charge of the club coming to that. Martin will attend the meeting. We're not happy with your performance, and considering your position at the club, we would like to know why you think the team have performed so badly. Right. I don't know what to say at this point. Can I just say the squad's absolutely terrible? I think that's the best thing I can say. No, it's really not. I really don't know what to say. We haven't had injuries. To be fair, we have been playing quite well. It's just we just can't get it over. I'm just going to say ignore the form. We've been playing quite well, and that will eventually shine through. Trust the process. We recognise the form table doesn't always show how well a team is playing, so we're prepared to give it the benefit of the doubt. But we'll be keeping a close eye on things in a hope for improvement. We believe it's important to stay on good terms with you, so hopefully we can work things and build a positive future for the club. Looks like I actually get some more time in the club. Anyway, I'm going to play that Brighton and Fulham game, so then we have the Wolves and Forest 6-pointers. We are 18th in the table. Wolves and Forest are above us and below us. So after 17 games, we've got 14 points, which is, I think, better than the team are doing in real life, but clearly not enough for David Sullivan and Mark Noble to think about keeping us in a job. Looks like we're on borrowed time. 2-1 defeat against Fulham, and it looks like the board have another meeting to discuss confidence. The board wish to hold a team meeting with you regarding the team's performance against Fulham. We feel the team should have performed a lot better, and would like for you to explain the result. Failure to attend the meeting will result in the board terminating your contract with the club. As you can see, at West Ham, unlucky in defeat. Honestly, we made it 13 without a win. A 10 meeting. We are disappointed with the result against Fulham. We'd like to know what happened. Oh, do I just throw that? Do I just throw the players under the bus? The players just weren't good enough on the day. I can only do so much as a manager. We accept the players weren't the best out there, and that you can't be responsible for some of the mistakes you saw. We'll let the result go. We believe it's important to stay on good terms with you, so hopefully we can continue to work together and build a positive for this club. Anyway, got one game against Brighton, and then we'll come back for that doubleheader against Wolves and Nottingham Forest if we don't get a board meeting after losing against Brighton. So then, after 14 games without a win, we have finally got 3 points. A 1-0 win against Brighton, Jarrod Bowen getting that goal. We are now in January, so we have made a quick signing. I'll just show you that one quickly. We have signed Mohamed Darami, 20 million, decent left winger. It's got 23 years old. 16 dribbling, this is pretty good. 16 pace as well. 15 technique, and nice little player on the left wing just to sub out for Somerville, who hasn't had the best season. But to be fair, we haven't had the best season. Anyway, let's get into these first 2 games. These 6-pointers keep us in the Premier League and keep us in the job. Here we are then, our first 6-pointer of the episode, away against Wolves. Here is the team that we're going to start. Hermansen in goal with Walker Peters, Taliba, Goose and Diouf as our back four. Rodriguez, Paqueta and Ward-Prowse making up midfield. Bowen, Somerville and Fulkrug on the bench. And new signing Darami is on the bench as well. Unfortunately, we have 2 internationals out, Wan-Bissaka and Jan Basuma. So hopefully we can get a win in this episode, or looks like we're going to have to lose our job. So then, relegation fight against Wolves. Wolves do get us kicked off. Andre Termela-Wolf on this left-hand side. If we don't win this one, then we are in serious trouble. 30 minutes in, the first highlight of the game. Jarrod Bowen to Paqueta. Jarrod Bowen's got a knock. Paqueta does get past his man. Back to Walker Peters. Cross to Bowen. Out to Diouf. Has a shot. Not on target. Just goes wide. 31 minutes in, our first chance. And goes missing. 43 minutes in, just before half time. Jarrod Bowen still is on the pitch because honestly I'd rather him get injured for a couple of days than us lose this game and lose our job. Walker Peters trying to find Bowen. Does get the ball back though, in a crossing position or a shooting position, left foot over the bar. Our mark, free kick for West Ham. Ward-Prowse to take. Does take a shot, does take a little bit of a lag, but straight over the bar. Looks like we're going to have to make some substitutions to get a goal in this game. I'd rather lose this game than draw it 0-0, and it looks like we might do that. Rodrigo Gomez for Wolves, up to Manetzi, crosses it in, and Strand Larson's got a tap in. 70 minutes in, and it looks like we might lose our job. Wolves 1, West Ham 0. Defend this and get a counter-attack and get a draw, we might still have a job. If it keeps being 1-0, I think our days are very much numbered. Our first 6 point of the episode, and where are we in the table? 19th. Still in touching distance of survival, but at least we're not Burnley. This performance has not been good enough, and your position is under serious threat. Attend the meeting. Honestly, looking at hard luck, upcoming fixture lists, a new manager will be in for a rude awakening, so I think I'm the best job for now. You make a fair point, this is not ideal time for a change, you may carry on for the time being, but we're expecting to see some signs of improvement. Looks like they are going to extend it. Callum Wilson has now gone on a goal drought, let's criticise his form. You just need to play better. Help me out at least. Jarrod Bowen's got an injury. Honestly, I'm gonna give him the injection because this next match might be our last match. Here we are then. Guido Rodriguez, who said he wanted to explore his options in the season. 3.1 million bid from Brighton. I guess we're gonna have to accept that. And it looks like some good news. Well, I think good news or bad news. Jarrod Bowen, 54 million bid from PSG. What should we do with this one? Gonna go and negotiate that offer. Honestly, 54 million quid. He's not been performing anywhere near how he can. 29 years old as well. I think we're just gonna accept it. I think £50 million is just not good enough for. Let's have a look how much goals he's actually got. Jarrod Bowen, 5 goals, 5 assists. Top in the team, but it's not like he's on fire, is he? 6.77 rating. Into the second game of the episode, changing the formation a little bit. Hermansen in goal with this one, and the same back four. Souček, Ward-Prowse, Fernandez, and Paqueta in a 4-1-2-1-2. Bowen and Fulkrug up front together, trying to get them fitness. Bowen has got the pain management for this one, and fitness test for Fulkrug. New signing, Durrami is on the bench, and I should probably put someone else on the bench. Ollie Skulls, sure. Anyway, this game at home against Nottingham Forest, lose this one, and I mean, I've been saying this for a while. Lose this one, we might actually be attacked. Here is that Nottingham Forest lineup: Sells, Savona, Milenkovic, Morello, Nico Williams, Dominguez, Gibbs-White, Louise, Dan Doy, Cam Hudson-Odoi, and Kelly Mwendo. Kelly Mwendo, Hudson-Odoi, and Gibbs-White seem to be those who we need to fight against in this one. Murray Hutchinson and Chris Wood, Elliot Anderson. They're kind of resting for this game. Awoniyi, Hutchinson, Willy Bolly, Chris Wood, Elliot Anderson, all on the bench. It looks like they're taking this one a little bit light, which I kind of appreciate, especially since the Forest manager has said I should have been sacked. Somehow we went up from that. At home against Nottingham Forest to save the season and to save my career. Paqueta on the ball now, hasn't been that good. That was a pretty good move though. Souček up to Diouf on this left hand side, cross it in, the keeper's going to get there, isn't he? No, he doesn't. Mateus Fernandez puts us 1-0 up, 9 minutes in, at West Ham 1, Forest 0. Is this the big survival? Let's find out. Up to Ndiaye, passing it around. Gibbs-White, probably the best team on their team. Souček does win it back, but it's straight to Forest. Playing it around a little bit. Gibbs-White on this round the side, gets past 3 players, crosses it in, and looks like that's an own goal. Or it's going to go down as a Gibbs-White goal. It's just 3 players he walked past, just didn't even challenge him. 20 minutes in, Forest 1, West Ham 1. And a kick to Forest, 26 minutes in. Ever since our goal, Forest have been the better team. We are getting it away, but straight to Gibbs-White. Did score the first and almost score the second. Then our first attack for quite a while. Diouf on the edge of the box. Has a shot straight at Matt Sells. Right-footed shots from fullbacks are just this whole game. Matt Sells is going to maybe hit it long. Nico Williams hits it out. Forest are focusing around the front back. They're paying a little bit more attention to passing with our high press. Juve in behind for Fulkrug, has a shot, and there is the goal. 43 minutes in, West Ham 2, Forest 1. Just before half time, a pretty good time to score. VR checking the goal, and it will be confirmed. Corner from Ward-Prowse just before half time. Can we get a third before half time? Crosses it deep, sails away to Paqueta at the edge of the box. What a goal! Lucas Paqueta, who's basically not even scored at all season, hits a strike, edge of the box, top corner. That is goal of the season. Go to Forest. Forest just aren't dealing with our press. Elliot Anderson is on the pitch now, so maybe starting a lot of players on the bench wasn't the best idea for Forest. Souček straight to Nico Williams. It's just going to run through our team again. Has a shot. Did Hermansen save that? He has gone for a corner. If he saved that, that's pretty impressive. Just keeps past the left back like he's not even there. And Doy into the box. Kind of a window. Walker Peters away. Ward-Prowse will pick up the pieces though. Up to Fulkrug. Trying to... How he got that to Juve is pretty impressive. Paqueta to Fulkrug. And the highlight ends. Settles with a goal kick. 59 minutes in. It's still 3-1. Looks like we might actually have half a chance of keeping 3 points in this one. Not going to speak too soon though. Forest can just score at will at this point. Does win it back though. Paqueta to Fulkrug. Will he shoot? He does shoot off the bar. Bowen. There is 4-1. Bowen with the rebound with his first goal win. I don't even know how many games. 4-1 to Forest, and looks like we found a formation. Or Forest are just that bad. But honestly, I don't even care. Very bums on seats time. Does get it away to Elliot Anderson. To Milenkovic. Anderson again. Does get brought down. Looks like it's going to be a penalty. Thomas Souček. Folding in the box. Not the smartest thing to do. I'm glad we have a couple goals. Buffer or this would be very, very nervous times coming. Anyway, penalty for Nottingham Forest. Number 12. Who's that? Right then. Penalty for Forest. Douglas Luiz to take it. Shoots, and Hermansen dives the right way, but doesn't get there. 4-2. Surely we can't throw this away now. 85 minutes in of West Ham 4, Forest 2. Hell of a game, but honestly, scoring 4 goals in a game is something we haven't done this season, I'm pretty sure. And there is full time, a massive 3 points. West Ham 4, Forest 2. Does that get us out of the relegation zone? It does. 20 points, Forest on 17. Looks like that massive 6-pointer has ended very well. Honestly, change of formation just completely works wonders in this game. Looks like we're going to keep our job for the time being, but honestly, whether that's a long-term thing is yet to be shown. It's the January transfer window now, so we can try and get into some kind of form, maybe sign some players. Jarrod Bowen, even though he did score, looks like he might be off to PSG. And maybe we've got some more transfers. But anyway, 7th of January. Going to try and sign some players before, Jarrod Bowen's injury. Only 3 weeks. Is that going to stop his transfer to PSG? Anyway, we'll find out that in the next episode. Massive 6-pointer. Maybe next episode we're going to lose our job. But for now, right then, it is the 7th of February. I still have a job. We are out of the relegation zone, and Burnley, who are bottom of the table, up in this episode. And then Man United, but they're only 12. Some big transfers on the horizon in January. £167 million spent this season and £55 million on the out. Firstly, Guido Rodriguez, I think I mentioned this last episode, went to Brighton for £2.4 million. Jarrod Bowen, who scored, I think, 1 goal or 1 assist in the first half of the season, has gone to PSG up for £49 million. Mavropanos has gone to Panathinaikos on for £3.3 million. Andy Irving, who just seemed to spawn from nowhere, has gone on loan to Sunderland. And Magassa has gone to Stoke. Anyway, Tero Malacia has gone back to Manchester United because honestly it's a bit awful. Mohamed Daramy, the winger that we signed last episode, pretty good dribbling, pretty good acceleration. Good little player. signed him for 20 million. After that, we kind of needed some goals. Donyell Marlin, pretty good striker, scored in his first game actually, and hasn't really scored since, but hopefully against Burnley he can do that. Signed him for 30 million. Couple of midfielders in Pablo Maya, signed him for pretty cheap. Pretty good defensive midfielder, because honestly our midfielders are god awful. Harvey Barnes, probably a player that we shouldn't really sign, but with his age, but 3 assists on his debut made it pretty easy to sign him, and then it was pretty cheap as well, being only 16 million. Bubakari Samaria from Leicester, another player is pretty cheap, just the 10 million. Just honestly, just getting some defensive players in that middle of the park, because Souček is old and not really wanting to stay on the pitch, gets quite a few red cards. After that, Lamine Camara, probably one of the youngsters, valued 40 to 50 million. 22 years old, signed him from Monaco for 35 million. Tommy Conway, a backup striker for Middlesbrough, pretty sure you know who he is. And then Charlie Cresswell. We had Aaron Cresswell at West Ham a couple of years ago. Hopefully we can bring this with him. Young 23-year-old English centre-back. He will slot into our defence pretty good, because Igor seems to want to just give away penalties. Paqueta and Jarrod Bowen with his last goal for the club. FA Cup was a 4-0 win over West Brom. Pretty easy into the next round. We have Brentford after the 2 games today. 4-0 defeat against Spurs. Honestly, 2 red cards. Souček in the 7th minute and Ollie Scarles in the 82nd just made this game almost impossible. After that, bounced back to a 4-1 win against Sunderland. Matheus Fernandes got 3 assists and Marlon got a goal, with Harvey Barnes assisting 3 goals. It was just absolutely great into that one. 84th minute, Igor gave away a penalty and Cole Palmer put it away. We didn't really deserve 3 points in this game, but I think a point would have been very fair. So giving away that penalty is very frustrating. There we are in this episode then. Burnley and then Manchester United. And then we just go towards the end of the season. If I keep my job, it'll be pretty cool. But honestly, the last couple of games have been better, but being 17th on the table, it's just, can we beat enough teams to just stay in the Prem? I think if I stay in the league, I might keep my job, but if we start getting into the relegation zones, then we might have a couple more board meetings. Anyway, let's get into that match against Burnley. Here's the team. Unfortunately, Wan-Bissaka and Kyle Walker-Peters, that's his name, have both had the flu, so James Ward-Prowse is starting right back. Amounts in a goal. Tadeo and new signing Charlie Cresswell make up the back four with Juve. Samari, Fernandes, Kamara make up the midfield. 2 of the 3 new signings were signed today. And then Harvey Barnes on the right, with Somerville on the left and Marlon on the up front. Here's the bench as well. Fabianski, Basuma is back from international duty finally. Kilman, Paqueta, Igor, Scarles, new signing Durami, and then Callum Wilson and Fulkrug if we need some more firepower. But honestly, with 3 goals each between them, it's probably not going to go well. Just look at these injuries. Flu. I think now he's suspended because he got sent off for elbowing someone. Goose is injured as well for a virus, which isn't great. Guilherme, he's wanted by Manchester United, I think, but don't know why, because he's scored like 1 goal this season. Anyway, let's get into this game against Burnley. They are bottom of the league, so I'm kind of expecting a win, but honestly, with this West Ham team, it could be anything. Here we are then, this Burnley team, pretty similar to real life. Takumi Minamino and Mitsuki Kato, not sure who they are. Kyle Walker, player to avoid. Their fullbacks are decent, but looks like Lyle Foster up front isn't the prolific striker that Burnley want him to be. Here we are then, away against Burnley in Turf Moor. Burnley should be a team that we should be beating, but as I said before, this team really does like to surprise me. I see going backwards. Anyway, Harvey Barnes is in behind. Can he get another assist to go for his record? Puts it back to Mateus Fernandez, and Daniel Marlin picks up the pieces. That game that we won 4-1 against Sunderland, that's literally how every goal happened. Daniel Marlin has been a breath of fresh air. A striker that can actually score goals. I'm just, wow. The 42nd minute in, Burnley haven't really created anything. They have got a chance here though, 42nd minute in. Cato, player I did mention, Ward-Prowse with a decent tackle, forward to Barnes. Can we get a little counter-attack going? Not if he's going to lose the ball like that. Cato on this left wing, into the box, back heel to Cartman. And Takumi Minamino gets a goal for Burnley in basically their first shot of the game. Typical FMing in midfield. It's been a breath of fresh air just having a decent midfield. Cresswell's under pressure and decides to go back to Manson. A little bit of a strange idea, but it worked anyway. Ward-Prowse out wide to Harvey Barnes. Going to take on his fullback in behind. It has a shot just over the bar. Looks like Dubravka actually saved that, actually. A corner. We are then into the second half. Burnley on the attack. 10 minutes left. And it looks like Burnley might actually hold on for the draw. Or maybe even get a winner. That would be the worst West Ham thing I've ever seen. Kyle Walker to Marcus Edwards on the right side. Back to Kyle Walker. Just a mess in the box. Mitsuki Kato scores for Burnley, and looks like it might be another loss. Here are then, 85th minute in, still 2-1 to Burnley. Dubravka with the goal kick. Spreads it out wide to Hartman. Up to Minamino. Scored the first goal. Our midfield just isn't pressing. Lyle Foster in behind. Hits the post. Looks like we've got a little bit of a lifeline, but whether we can actually take advantage of that is something very different. 85 minutes in. Need a goal. Manson with the goal kick. Kamara down to Barnes. Ward-Prowse. Kamara. Just playing it around the back a little bit. We need to actually get an attack going. If we even get a point from this game, isn't the worst result in the world. It is pretty bad, but honestly, I'll take it at this point. Diouf beats this man. Can he do something in the box? Decent move. I'm not even sure what happened there. Paqueta looks like it's gone out for a corner. 86 minutes in. James Ward-Prowse gone over to take it. Not scored many headed goals this season. Aimed towards Fort Crew and just doesn't jump. Thrown from Ward-Prowse. Back to Tadivo. Can he put a ball in or do that? Harvey Barnes. Kamara. Paqueta. Diouf. Do something. Kamara. Diouf. Kamara. Diouf again. To Marlin. A little bit of decent. Does have a shot. Will be a West Ham corner. Looks like Dubravka saved that. Last couple minutes. Into added time now. Goal kick for Burnley. Looks like this Burnley team, who are bottom of the league, are going to beat this West Ham team. Honestly, after that Forest result, I think it was Forest. I thought they might have just something in them to get a victory today, but oh great, Lucas Paqueta's got a red card. Just why? Honestly, don't care. We do something good and then we just get red carded. Like I said, with the free kick for Burnley, it looks like it's going to be the last play of the game. Taking his absolute sweet time. Back to Hartman. Forward to Minamino, just wasting time for Burnley now. Walker out to Bashir. Humphreys just beats his man. Gonna shoot off the inside of the crossbar. Diouf with a throw into Martin. If it's going to be a goal, it's got to be now. Full Krug back to Diouf. You can't really pass backwards if you're going to get a goal. in forwards to Fernandes, who has been behind, and honestly, not even totally surprised he's put that wide. And there is the full-time whistle. Bottom of the league, Burnley at 2, West Ham 1. Where does that leave the table? We are now in the relegation zone. Awesome. Here we are then, a couple of changes since that last game. Will-Prowse still starts at centre-back. Harvey Barnes getting that a little knock, so he's out for a couple of weeks. So Somerville's on the right hand side, Durami's on the left, and Marlon up front. Against Manchester United, not expecting to do anything here, but might as well try. The Manchester United team then, managed by Ange Postecoglou for some reason. Looks like a pretty usual team. Tomiyasu at right back is strange. They're actually playing Malacia, which is strange. Into the 33rd minute, we've had some decent possession, but I don't think we've had a shot yet. Delayed to Tomiyasu for Manchester United. Quinton Timber to Tomiyasu to Mbermo. Bruno Fernandes on this right hand side. Just walks past Samari like he's not there. Bruno Fernandes, left foot shot, and the rebound forced to Mason Mount. 33 minutes in, Manchester United 2, West Ham 0. Looks like the game's over already. First highlight from West Ham, James Ward-Prowse corner kick, a little bit of lag, deep corner, of course we don't win it. Durami does have a shot, 2-1. Not sure what he was trying to do in the box, just did a skill move against absolutely no one, but we'll take the goal. One from James Ward-Prowse, the lag is back again. Mateus Cunha does win it back from Manchester United, counter-attack up on the left-hand side, 58 minutes in, still 2-1. Possession and stats have been pretty even. Manchester United have been slightly better, but just look at this. Mateus Cunha is going to run through the whole team. Shoots, but it is over the bar, luckily for us. Here we are then, 88 minutes in. Still been a pretty even game. Manchester United are still edging it, 2-1. Bruno Fernandes with a free kick. Whip it in towards Tomiyasu. It doesn't quite get there. Mateus Fernandes will launch the counter-attack for West Ham on this left-hand side. Has plenty of options. Mateus Cunha, Durami into Marlon. Marlon, Saint-Lemaire saves it, but Marlon was also offside. And there we are then, Manchester United 2, West Ham 1. Not a bad performance, not quite enough to quite win it, but I think a draw would have been fair, but when you concede a goal in the second minute, you're always up against it. Anyway, going to end the episode there. Let's have a look at the league table just before we end it. We are just outside of the relegation zone. Not a bad result, but kind of need to be picking up points at this point. We have a striker who scores. We've won 3 out of the last 4. Has West Ham changed? What have I done to this club? Trying to get West Ham to rebuild. Firstly, we're going to look through these prospects. We have 3 elite prospects. Bright Ibrahim, he's a goalkeeper. Doesn't look too bad, but needs a bit of work to get into the first team. I mean, it is a Premier League club after all. Vasilis Kloritos, I don't know if I even pronounced that right, is a centre-back. 5'11", looks pretty decent, 11 tackling already, 16 aggression, and looks like he's going to be one of those players who is going to be pretty good later down the line. And then the third one, Shaori Biadu, striker slash forward, looks pretty quick, pretty good flair, 11 finishing so far. At 15 looks pretty good, but it's all about development these days. We have a couple more. Liam Charles, no, we're going to try and pronounce his name. A couple Greek sounding names, and then a couple like that. Pretty strong squad, 3 elite, 5 top, 2 good, 6 decent, and 0 poor, which is pretty good. Anyway, let's get from pretty good to even better with our recent fixtures. If we get on our fixture schedule since that Manchester United game in the last episode, we had a 1-0 loss against Brentford, which wasn't too good. And then we had Bournemouth, where we went 2-0 up after 3 minutes, but then threw it away to lose 5-2 to Bournemouth. And then I decided to change the formation a bit, because honestly, something needed to change. A 1-0 win over Liverpool kicked off everything. A new signing in January, Mohamed Darami, scored in the 6th minute, giving us all 3 points at Anfield. Over to Craven Cottage, and Tommy Conway decided to be our only striker that's actually scored goals this season, getting a hat-trick. Calvin Bassey got an early goal and a goal in the 90+3, but all 3 points came back with us. At home, a 1-0 defeat against Manchester City. We did score in this game, but it was ruled out for offside. And then Tommy Conway decided to score 2 more goals as we beat Aston Villa away from home again. Looks like our away form is a lot better than our home form, but honestly, we'll take any wins we can get. Anyway, Wolves and Crystal Palace in this episode, and then we're going to end the season next episode with Newcastle and Leeds. So let's have a look at that league table. We are not in the bottom 3. We are just outside the bottom 3, but there is quite a bit of a gap now. Up to 17th, 7 games left of the season. We do have a game in hand as well. 32 points to Nottingham Forest, 26. Looks like we might be safe as long as we keep this form up a little bit. Let's see how high we can get in the table. Manchester United in 10th. Who's top of the league? Tottenham. Wow. Just look at the team we beat last game, Aston Villa, who are 4th. So Wolves, who are 14th, and then Crystal Palace, who are 15th. Let's try and get as high as we can in the table. Here's the new formation that we're playing at the moment. 3-4-3. If I look at the in possession, it is a little bit easier to read. Cresswell, Talibo, and Goose are starting the back 3 with Hermansen in goal. Diouf, Basuma, Ward-Prowse, and Walker-Peters making up the middle 4. With Jerome on the left, Marlon on the right, and then Tommy Conway. If you look at goals in the whole team, Mateus Fernandes has got 7. Tommy Conway's got 5. Phil Cruz got 4. And the other striker, Callum Wilson's got 3. So I think it's a good idea that Tommy Conway starts up front. Anyway, let's get into that first game. To what they have in real life. Dan Neil on the bench. But honestly, I don't think they're signing anyone else. Which isn't a good sign for Wolves, but they're out of the relegation zone, so doing a bit better than real life. Right then, 11 minutes in. Seems pretty even so far. This isn't a formation for like domination or even possession, but long balls like that, how Juve in behind the West Ham team, and Tommy Conway does have it in the net, but it is disallowed for offside. Literally, we have like 20% possession against most teams, and with Wolves playing a pretty similar system, they have 2 attacking midfielders instead of 2 wingers. It's going to be quite a tight game. It looks like Wolves are dominating possession, but we're the first team to put the ball in the back of the net. A pretty tight game. Bellegarde to Totti at the back for Wolves, dragging it forward. Up to João Gomez for Lopez. Evades the press, has a shot off the crossbar. Hermansen's been pretty good in this one. Well, since the last couple games, decent formation change. It looks like it's helping him out quite a bit. Here we are then, half time, 0-0. Not even surprised about this one. We got literally 25% possession, like I told you. 15 shots though, and 5 on target to Wolves, 3 and 1. Maybe we can get a goal. It's a pretty decent formation for just keeping the ball out of the net, and maybe we can nick one on the counter. Here we are then into extra time. We have had 1 XG, but honestly, this formation doesn't quite work that well against teams we are expected to beat. Just a lot of possession for Wolves, and them not really doing anything with it. Jose Sarr looks to be their man of the match. Are they going to nick one in the last minute? Strand Larsen is in the back of the net, but it is disallowed. Looks like we're going to get away with a point in this one. It's not a bad point, but it's not a good point either. Checking that goal. And it is offside. Into the last couple of seconds of this game now. And there is full time. Wolves 0, West Ham 0. We did have lots of shots on target, not a lot of possession. As I said before, Jose Sarr is their man of the match, and man of the match in the whole game. Does give us another point over Nottingham Forest, but a pretty quiet game for highlights. You know, it hasn't been performing that well. He's now onto the bench with Louis Guilherme, who's a -9 potential in this game, so could be our potential Wonderkid. Is wanted by Manchester United and Aston Villa, but hopefully we can keep him, give him some decent games, and hopefully he can be the difference playing on this right hand side for this game. Hopefully we can get some highlights in this game. John-Philippe Mateta with Esmeralda Sard, very quick. Looks like they're going to play at 4-2-3-1, which is pretty good because they usually play this 3 at the back system, which is quite difficult when I come against it, but hopefully we can get 3 points in this one. If not, it is an away game, we can get a decent point and keep ourselves out of the relegation zone. Soon due to Cresswell, we are getting a little bit of possession, up to 16th in the table. Just saw that in the bottom corner. Kyle Walker-Peters to Ward-Prowse. Can we get a little attack going? Ward-Prowse up to Kyle Walker-Peters, crosses it in, and Daniel Munoz, for some reason, puts the ball in the back of his own net. 4 minutes in, and we are somehow 1-0 up. We'll take it anyway. 13 minutes in, Crystal Palace playing it around the back a little bit. Mark Gay to Tyreek Mitchell, trying to get an attack started for Crystal Palace. Does get around Walker-Peters. Walker-Peters does cut back though, cuts it forward to Jeremy Pino. Going on one of their meaty runs, Kyle Walker-Peters gives away a penalty. Absolutely great. Pushes him down, looks like penalty for Crystal Palace. Right, Anthony Taylor gives the penalty, and I'm going to assume Mateta's going to take it. Walker-Peters is going to get not a booking. Looks like Mateta's given up. We actually have ball players now, so we can actually notice when Mateta is on the ball. Number 14 for Crystal Palace. 15 minutes in, and sends some hands in the wrong way. 15 minutes in, Crystal Palace 1, West Ham 1. Into the second half, James Ward-Prowse, who's pretty good at free kicks, stands behind this one. Can he get a decent cross in? Or a shot, looks like Benitez saved that over to a corner. We are then just before half time into added time. We haven't really created much. Then Daniel Munoz got own goal. Seems to be our only real attempt on target and doesn't even count. Little bit of possession for Crystal Palace. Hopefully we don't give away a penalty or something silly. Tyreek Mitchell up to Mateta, and there is Crystal Palace's goal just before half time. Little bit of a sucker punch. I guess they kind of deserve it, and there's not really much we can do about it. Here we are into the second half, 70th minute. Made a couple substitutions. Daniel Mane is back on the right wing. Guilherme just didn't have a good game. Forward to Tommy Conway, doesn't really do anything. Munoz nearly puts his ball in the back of the net. Walter Benitez does keep it out though. We'll try and launch a counter-attack for Crystal Palace. Maybe not. Here we are then, 74 minutes in. We have won it back though. Counter attack. Tommy Conway does lead it on this right hand side. Doesn't have a lot of support. Takes into the corner a little bit. Back to Walker-Peters. Daniel Marlon. Back to Walker-Peters. Into the box. Ward-Prowse, Sumari. Durrami hits the post. Back out to Goose. Walker-Peters again. We'll launch another attack. Maybe. Goose. Not really known for his attacking, nor is John-Philippe Mateta for his defending. And there we are then, at defeat at Crystal Palace. Looks like the winning streak isn't going quite well. Ward-Prowse with our best team rating, but still not even a touch on Philippe Mateta. Where does that leave the table? 33 points. Still 4 points out of the drop zone. And not that many games to play. Hopefully we can get some decent results as we end the season at next episode of the season and maybe of the series if we get sacked. Since that last episode where we lost 2-1 to Crystal Palace, a 3-2 defeat to Everton, where James Ward-Prowse and Durrami goal wasn't enough to get us all 3 points. Then to Brentford, where an Ethan Pinnock goal was the only goal we had on target. And then we went on to a 1-0 loss against Arsenal. Not the worst result, but still not enough. Here we have Newcastle and Leeds. And if we look at the table, just as we do that, we are currently in the relegation zone. We currently need 3 points. And we are 3 points behind Nottingham Forest. So we need to win and then beat them on goal difference in the last 2 games. Against Newcastle, who are 10th, and Leeds, who are 9th. So, unfortunately, it looks like we're going down, but let's get into that team news anyway. Let's go on to match day. Here we are then, Hermansen, Thibaut, Igor, Cresswell, Wan-Bissaka, Ward-Prowse, Souček, Diouf, Marlon, Durrami, and Conway. Couple of injuries going into this one. Basuma's out for 7 days to 2 weeks. Max Kilman's out for 2 to 4 months. Paqueta's out for 4 to 10 days as well. Walter Goose out for 2 days as well. And then Kyle Walker-Peters. I'm actually going to put him back in. He wasn't quite match fit, but I think at this point you kind of just have to play your best players. Souček needs a fitness test, but honestly, we just need him for these 2 games. If we don't have a good result in these 2 games, and it looks like it's all over. Might even get sacked in this episode. Hopefully we don't, and then we get to rebuild in the Championship next season. But honestly, wouldn't surprise them if they sack me. Anyway, yeah, let's go into this one. Igor Souček lacking a bit of match sharpness, but not a lot we can do on this one. Right then, teams are warming up over to this Newcastle team. Pretty standard Newcastle team. Jacob Ramsey, a new signing for them. Pretty good players for them, but honestly, doesn't matter who we come across, we just have to win. Don't even want to talk to the media. Let's get into this. There we are then, into the bottom 3, and let's try and get a positive result on this one, so at least it goes to the final day. First chance of the game, 5 minutes in, is for Newcastle. Trippier on this right hand side. Diouf does tackle him. Trippier does go down, but counter-attack to Conway. Conway back to Durrami. Back up towards Conway. Got a lot to do. Does get past Botman. Over wide towards Daniel Marlon. Daniel Marlon shoots, and we are 1-0 up. 5 minutes in. Looks like the great survival might actually be on. 1-0. Tonali counter-attack by Newcastle. Watermada to Tonali. Joelinton. They're pretty happy just to play it around midfield. Still 9 minutes in, so still plenty of time for Newcastle to get back into this. Lewis Hall forward to Jacob Ramsey as a shot, and that is a lot wider than it looked. Here we are then, 13 minutes in. It seems to be a very highlight heavy game, especially because we are going on to that relegation zone at the moment. Tonali forward to Anthony Gordon on his right hand side, crosses it in for Jacob Ramsey, knocks it down. Watermada picks up the pieces to Joelinton, edge of the box, shoots. Hermansen saves, out for a corner. 14 minutes in, and ever since the goal, it has been all Newcastle. Into the 18th minute, Ward-Prowse with a free kick. Cher pretty easily takes it away. Durrami picks up the pieces though, trying to get an attack back out for us. Charlie Cresswell does have Diouf on his left hand side, picks him out. Souček back to Diouf again, beats Trippier. Can you put a decent cross in? He does, but no one's on the end of it. Let's in another corner from Ward-Prowse on this near hand side, 27 minutes in. Ward-Prowse crosses it in towards the back post. Watermada gets it away. Tommy Conway picking up the back pieces of the chance. Shot. Nick Pope does put it out for another corner. Ward-Prowse take this one again. 27 minutes in still. Ward-Prowse whips it in towards Souček. Wins it, but just over the bar. are then 32 minutes in, still 1-0 up. Tottenham, who are top of the league, are now 2-0 down against Chelsea. Not that that means anything to us. Waltermada running through the team, has a shot. Hermansen puts it out for a corner. 32 minutes in. Looks like a pretty end-to-end game at this point. As of this result, we are out of the relegation zone, but it is a Newcastle corner towards bottom and edge towards the alley. Anthony Gordon's shot just whistles the crossbar. Here we are then just before half time. Daniel Marlin to Durrami to Diouf. Can we get that second goal? A bit of insurance. Durrami cross. Marlin's not really jumping for that. Walker Peters will try and keep it in and does. Forwards to Marlin, not really under that one either. Ramsey to Joe Linton, and there is half time. Wins it out to Lewis Hall. We'll try a new attack for Newcastle. Tonali to share. Will they try and go around the other side? Bruno Guimaraes. Behind for Lewis Hall. In behind, has a shot off the crossbar. Jacob Ramsey shot blocked as well. Newcastle still have the ball. Tonali has a shot. Hermansen out for a corner. 54 minutes in, it looks like Newcastle started the second half the better. Kieran Trippier to whip this ball in then. Hermansen should get that and does. Trippier on this right hand side for Newcastle to share a lot of Newcastle pressure to Tonali, Waltermada, Guimaraes, Botman, Lewis Hall, past Walker Peters, crosses it in towards Jacob Ramsey, doesn't quite win it, out for another corner. Into the last 10 minutes, still 1-0 to West Ham. We are currently just out of the relegation zone, but Nottingham Forest have just equalised against Manchester United. That might change everything. Ward-Prowse up to the edge of the box. West Ham, Newcastle do get it clear. Harvey Barnes pick up the pieces. Forward to Tommy Conway is in behind. Share back to Nick Pope. That's pretty easy for Newcastle. Last couple of minutes now. If we get this win, we've got a decent chance of staying up. And honestly, I didn't see this happening at the start of the game. There we are then. 1-0 win against Newcastle. Massive result. We are still in the relegation zone. I'm not sure. Nottingham Forest up to 16th now. We are level on points with Fulham, so it's just goal difference. If we were down on goal difference, that would be so disheartening. Here we are then, the same team that played last game. Durrami starts on the left hand side. Donia Marlin, apologies for that, did pick up an injury, but we're putting him through pain management because honestly, one game to win it, and winning it might not even do it. Against Leeds then, let's get into it. This match means a lot for the West Ham fans, and lose this or even win this, and Fulham and Nottingham Forest beat our score, then we are down. Anyway, that is the Leeds team. Pretty decent Leeds team, but nothing special. They are mid-table, so pretty safe. Ryan Yates signing from Nottingham Forest. So we are then kicking off against Leeds. 3 points. Anything less, and we are down. Cresswell to Devo. Arsenal 2-0 up against Crystal Palace. That's a good score for us. We have to win this game though, for that to mean anything. Charlie Cresswell to Durrami. Forward to Tommy Conway. He is in behind. Can he put us 1-0 up? And he does, but it is disallowed. 60 minutes in, we have the goal. The ball in the back of the net, but it is disallowed. To Bijol. Okafor has a shot, and there is the 1-0 for Leeds. 25 minutes in. Looks like this is going to be a very tough task to stay up. Here we are then. Forest getting pegged back to Bournemouth. Still doesn't mean anything while we are 1-0 down, or even not winning this game. Dan James Over to Daniel Marlin, picks up the interception. Crossfield ball to Chief on this left-hand side. Can he get a decent ball in? Dan James just absolutely 2 foot in from behind. Surely that's going to be a red card, and it is a red card. Daniel James is sent off, and Leeds go down to 10. This should be a tiny bit easier for us, but it is West Ham after all. James will pass to the wide free kick over to the back post. Cresswell to Thomas Souček. 35 minutes in, we have our equaliser. Is the great survivor back on? Let's see. Here we are then, 36 minutes in. Still in the relegation zone as it stands. Durrami to Souček to Ward-Prowse, and we are in this game 37 minutes in. We have the 2-1 lead. Is that enough? Here we are then, half time. 2-1 up against Leeds. As it stands, we are 16th and out of the relegation zone, but all could change into the second half. We win the game, we have a slight chance, but we are really relying on other teams to do us a favour. 58 minutes in, still 2-1 up. I haven't checked the table since half time. I think I'm going to wait and just see, because this is absolutely torture. Just still got to win this game first. Daniel Marlin forward to Souček. As a shot hits the post. Daniel Marlin will try and pick up the pieces though. Back to Kyle Walker-Peters. Cross to Durrami. Knocks it back in, and it looks like it's a goal kick. Still out of the relegation zone as it stands, but all could change if Leeds score. Leeds are on the ball though. Goodmanson over to Okafor on this left hand side. Forward to Ryan Yates. Cresswell deals with it. Walker-Peters launches Tommy Conway. Is he onside? Can he even score? He does. Put the shot over the bar. Could that be a big chance gone? There we are then. West Ham 2, Leeds 1. We have got the massive result we needed, and it looks like it's kept us out. 16th in the table. Looks like Nottingham Forest have gone down the final day. Have we actually done the great escape? Gone. We got the result we wanted. Just go back just to make this all official. I'm just going to skip that. I don't care about that. Up to 16th, we have saved Nottingham Forest, relegated to the Championship, and we have stayed up. There we are then. West Ham avoid relegation on the final day. That was just absolutely insane. Do we keep our job though? Souček was just absolutely insane. Are we going to have a meeting? The board set initial budgets. Looks like we might be in for a chance. Just going to keep going. Supporters delighted with division progress. Not sure what that means. Delighted that we stayed up. End of season meeting. It looks like we're going to stay on. This almost is mental. Fabianski joining Callum Wilson on the retired list. And it looks like we're keeping our job. Right then, that is the end of today's episode, unless something massive happens in the next couple of minutes. But I don't know how we stayed up. Just on all odds. We've won how many games? 10 games all season, 2 of them being in the last 2. Oh my god. Nottingham Forest going down on the final day. Beat Crystal Palace as well, so somehow, after spending 99% of the year in the relegation zone, we've somehow got the West Ham rebuild. If you haven't checked out Season 1, I'm going to give away a lot of spoilers in this, so go and check that out first. Just before we get into the transfers and everything and the 2 games today, we have our pre-season games. Firstly, at home against Birmingham, 3-2 defeat. Ruben Neves, our new signing, getting 2 goals. Somerville, Harvey Barnes and Daniel Marlin on the score sheet as it beat Schalke, 5-2. 4-0 win over Hanover. Mateus Fernandes, Somerville, Marlin and Durrami getting the goals. Ruben Neves on the score sheet again as a 3-2 win over Hertha Berlin, with Harvey Barnes and Charlie Cresswell on the score sheet as well. Daniel Marlin, the only goal scorer, as we beat Nuremberg 1-0. 4-2 win over Bristol City, where Ruben Neves was on the score sheet again with a penalty. Durrami had 2, and then Somerville got 1. 3-1 defeat to Bournemouth, with Tom Conway getting a goal. Daniel Marlin getting a 1-0 win over Austria Vienna, and then a 4-1 win against Yeovil. Ruben Neves getting 2, an own goal from Yeovil, and then a Daniel Marlin goal as well. Let's go into that transfer history. Let's show you what I've done. We'll go firstly on the outs. Firstly, Andy Irving was sold to Sunderland for 2.1 million. We said a little bit about that last season. Got him off the wage budget and off to Sunderland for a 600k profit. James Ward-Prowse, our captain for last season, 17.5 million over to Wolves. Modo Doumbia, who was our striker that we bought last season, just didn't play and wasn't that happy. Lucas Paqueta went to Al Hilal for 40 million. Pretty decent deal on this one. A youngster on loan. Edson Alvarez, who was on loan last season, went for 40 million as well. Daniel Riggs, the youngster, went to Cambridge for 74k. Yves Bissouma went to Aston Villa on loan just to get him off the wage bill. And Wan-Bissaka went to Al Ittihad for 33.5 million. Luis Guilherme went on to Stoke just to get him some game time. Thomas Souček went over to Spartak Moscow for 3.9 million. Magasa's gone to get some more experience at Sheffield United on loan. Babake Samaria, who was signed in January, just didn't get on, and then all the signings that we bought in just thought we'd get rid of him for 8.75 million. Callum Marshall, one of the youngsters, has gone on loan to Charlton. Alfonso Areola went to be a backup at Man City for 725k, and then 2 loans as well. Mamadou Kante is off at Grimsby and has already played a game, and then Maxwell Cornet over to Burnley. Tried to sell him, but couldn't really do it. Anyway, onto the transfers in. Firstly, Ruben Neves from Al Hilal, got him on a free, and then Adama Traore on a free as well. Antonio Gallo from Lecce, I believe it was. Decent left back, replacing some decent players. Another free. Elliot Anderson, as Nottingham Forest got relegated on a £35 million deal, 23 years old. Going to start in my midfield as a box-to-box playmaker. Decent deal and decent price as well. Morgan Gibbs-White, also from Nottingham Forest, also for 35 million, is a pretty good player as well. Going to get some goals and create some more chances, hopefully. Well, that's the idea anyway. Aaron Ramsdale from Southampton is a backup keeper, or maybe might start some games, depends on Mads Hansen's form, but is out for between 6 weeks and 2 months with a muscle injury, so that isn't ideal. After that, Chris Rigg from Sunderland, a little bit expensive on this one, 25 million, but at 19 years old, already around the first team squad, should be a player for the future, and is on the bench, and is actually vice-captain. After that, another free transfer, Memphis Depay is retiring at the end of the season, but a backup striker. He's on a little bit of a hefty wage at 115k a week, but with our goal scoring problems we had last season, having players on the bench like Memphis Depay, or he can slot in left, right, or in the middle as well. I mean, if really needed, he could spot in midfield, but I'm not sure we're actually going to do that. After Memphis, we brought back Wouter Goose. Wasn't that good last season, but a decent squad player championship. A squad player for 16.5 million. Gillian Sadia was a right back that we bought as we sold Wan-Bissaka, 24-year-old right back from France. Bought him in from PSG for 25 million. A couple of strikers now, 2 from Arsenal, 1 from Aston Villa. Leandro Trossard, a little bit expensive at 30 million, but that's kind of just what you need for goals. Can start on the left wing, behind the striker, and on the right hand side, as well as up front. If our strikers aren't performing, he definitely could play up front. A little bit expensive, but that's what you have to pay for goals. Then a 30-year-old Ollie Watkins. I think we just need goals at this point. If we're going to stay in the Premier League, we definitely need goals. It's a little expensive for someone who is 30 years old, but 150k a week isn't too bad. So we bring in Ollie Watkins and then Reece Nelson, 11.25 million. Another squad player for around the wings. We're just lacking on the right hand side, so he can have a decent place if Daniel Marlin's not performing on the right hand side. And then that is all for so far. If we have any more transfers, we'll go through them. And then we have two games in today's episode, Manchester United and Arsenal. Two of the more difficult ones in the game, but you got to play them sometime, and playing them first couple of games of the season, we are trying to do that. Anyway, we'll still have, I'll go through the squad a little bit. All these players. Harvey Barnes is still around. Cole Walker-Peters is injured at the moment as well. There's the players on the bench. I'll show you the starting lineup in a minute. We are looking to loan out George Earthy, sell Somerville. Tommy Conway is injured for 2 to 3 months, and then Fulkrug, who is wanted by someone. I can't quite click on it because he is unregistered, but we're trying to sell him as well. We haven't quite done that yet. Anyway, let's go into this matchday squad, and we'll show you the starting lineup for today as they're in possession of formation. A man sitting goal with Sedilla, Todibo, Goose, and Gallo making up our back four, with Neves, Anderson, and Gibbs White making up midfield, with Marlon, Trossard, and Watkins on the front line. On the bench, we have Kilman, Cresswell, Mateus Fernandez, Ollie Skulls, Kamara, Rigg, Durrami, and Nelson, with Memphis to play as well. We do have the likes of Harvey Barnes, Diouf, and Traore just around the squad. So this is the first game to get us started, but hopefully we don't have another relegation battle. I think from what I looked at, we are predicted to be at about 15th. If I actually go on that. If we go on Premier League and then stages. It's actually not let me click it. Come on. Anyway, just take it from my word, it's just not working at the moment. It's still in the beta at the moment. Anyway, first game against Arsenal. Here we go. Here we are then, first highlight. Arsenal in behind, and it looks like a 1 minute in, Martin Odegaard puts Arsenal in front. Looks like, hopefully it's not going to be as long as the season. These first two games aren't really a test. These are just trying to get these out of the way. Here we are then, Saka, Gallo, looks like he's giving away a penalty. Will go to VAR though. Gallo might be in trouble with the referee. Looks like he might just get off with a telling off. It is a free kick though, not a penalty. It's not the worst result. Saka does whip it into Rice, and Gabriel puts Arsenal 2-0 up. Maybe against big teams this formation isn't going to work, but definitely wanted to get him around the pitch and just see what happens. To Martinelli, Gabriel to Saliba. Arsenal just didn't have any signings. I would have shown you the start 11, but it's literally the same as the Arsenal start 11 in real life. Martinelli down the left hand side, cuts it in for Odegaard, passes to Saka, and there is 3-0. 16 minutes in on opening day, and this is definitely not going to plan. Testing our defence this time again. Bukayo Saka takes on our defence. Ruben Neves gets a foot in about half an hour too late. Anyway, passes straight back to Saka. Might as well not have done it. To Martinelli, who hits that wide. Just don't know how he's not finished that. At least got that on target. Hermansen with a goal kick for West Ham. Can we at least get a goal back? Should be decent, or at least keep it at 3-0. Watkins tries his best to just head on, but playing long ball to Ollie Watkins probably isn't the best idea. Anyway, Saka up towards Martinelli again, just all the space in the world. To Rice, up towards Odegaard, to Bukayo Saka. Brings a smart save from Hermansen, but it is a corner kick. Here we are then, second half. Arsenal have been the more clinical team, but honestly chances have been pretty even. We haven't seen any highlights, so there can't be that good chances, but it's not like they're dominating. They've got possession and a 3-0 lead, but It's not really it. Donyell Marlin does win it back though. Can we at least get a consolation goal? Maybe not. New signings are linking up. Over to Memphis again. Cuts back to Kamara, the other substitute. Reece Nelson to Ruben Neves. Can we at least get a consolation goal? Takes on his man. It's going to have a shot. Kilman Sedilla. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that right. 3-1. We've got a goal back. Good finish into the bottom left corner. David Raya had absolutely no chance. Here we are then. Arsenal corner. Well, free kick. During Timber to take, not exactly the person you'd want on the end of it, but Vicar Gyökeres is on the end of the cross, and he's exactly who you'd want on the end of it, because it's Arsenal 4, West Ham 1. Seems a little bit harsh to be 4-1 down. We are then goal kick from David Raya. Seems like a very harsh scoreline, but I guess when you're playing teams that are fighting for the title, like Arsenal finished second in the league last season, just having that quality up front is just going to absolutely tear us apart. Odegaard's in as well. Gyökeres brings a save from Hansen. Another Arsenal corner. We have had more corners, but it seems to be all just Arsenal highlights. Odegaard to take this one as we have a little bit of a lag. Brings a save from Hermansen, and Arsenal get another corner. Fiore on the left hand side. It seems like we had a really bad 20 minutes and then we have been decent since. Arsenal just bringing through us on will though. Ethan Wanyeri, a substitute for Arsenal, brings into Victor Gyökeres, who puts into the net. 150th goal in his league career, and this game is well out of sight. Durami up to just Saliba just shoots it up to the field. Goose to Gallo. Up to Goose again. Looks like we have a couple of defensive problems, but at least it is against Arsenal, so it's hard to really tell. Reece Nelson cross to Durami, and we do get another goal back. Arsenal 5, West Ham 2. It's going to be consolation goals, but I'm glad we're actually scoring goals this season. It's a good little start. There we are then, full-time whistle, full-time score, Arsenal 5, West Ham 2. Looks like Arsenal just had the better players, 2.58 XG with less shots and just one more on target than us. Seems like Arsenal just had the better quality players up front and we just couldn't deal with it. Anyway, second game of the episode against Manchester United. Hopefully that one's a little bit more even. Here we are then, we have signed a backup goalkeeper just because of that Aaron Ramsdale injury. Stefan Ortega on loan for Manchester City, and you're paying 50% of his wages. Just a backup keeper, just to cover the injury. Here we are then against Manchester United in this second game of the episode. Reece Nelson replaces Marlon on the right hand side. Ortega replaces Kilman on the bench. Here's just returned from injury. But Ortega on the bench. We don't want Hermansen getting injured and then having to play an outfielder in goal. Hopefully a better result in this one. 5-2 against Arsenal, so if we're even competitive in this one, it should be pretty good. We didn't really deserve the result that happened in the last game, but hopefully we can get a better one in this one. Back for Manchester United. He's a pretty good dribbler, so that's something to be wary of. Another good dribbler, Ahmad, taking on our fullback, cuts inside up to Bruno Fernandes, cuts it back, and Woods a Goose just puts in his own net. One of these crosses that are pretty hard to deal with. Jadon Sancho and Andrea Nana in the Manchester United lineup. 10 minutes in, unfortunately a bad start in this one as well. Manchester United 1, West Ham 0. Also on this right hand side, Waterman of the match in his cameo against Arsenal. Cross all forward to Ollie Watkins, hits the post. How? Open goal. Kind of need a little bit better finishing from him. A little bit unlucky, but you expect someone of his quality to put that in the back of the net. Defensively into that. To Debo. Over to Goose. Can we get an attack going? Gibbs White to Ollie Watkins. Back to Gibbs White, another good dribbler. Over to Gallo on this left hand side. Can he square a ball to someone? Or have a shot, hits the post again. Elliot Anderson to Ruben Neves, who shoots wide. We're not that good at keeping our clean sheets just after start, so hopefully we don't concede straight away from here. Sedilla does win it back, so Gibbs White will launch the counter attack. Not sure Elliot Anderson has the pace. He does. We'll take a shot maybe. Luke Shaw does pretty well to get back. And it is a corner for us. Maybe if that was someone else, might have been 1-1. Up to Watkins. Watkins is the post again. Nelson off Luke Shaw, off the post, out again. How have we not scored? Up to Trossard again. Can't quite get there. Gallo with the ball on this left-hand side. 64 minutes in now. Still 1-0 to Manchester United. Hitting the post twice in this game. Been pretty unlucky. Gallo is in behind Mazraoui. Puts the ball in. Reece Nelson taps it in from about 2 yards out. It is West Ham 1, Manchester United 1. We have hit the post a couple of times. Kind of deserve this. So hopefully we can get at least hold on to this. 2.21 XG to their 0.34. Definitely been the better team in this game, even if Manchester United have had the possession. It's on Rasmus Højlund as well. Amad Diallo wins it back though. Are putting a little bit of pressure onto Manchester United. They do shoot forward. Gibbs White to Durrami on the left hand side. Gibbs White to put it into Donyell Marlin. Decent save from Renane. Not something you would have said. Honestly, we deserve all 3 points in this one. We've created so many chances, and ever since Manchester United's goal, they just haven't created anything. Here we are then into added time. We have deserved the 3 points from this one, but I think losing that would be pretty harsh. Tomiyasu does go past Sidilla up to Hermansen, and that is a pretty tame shot. And there is full time. West Ham 1, Manchester United at 1. We're a bit unlucky hitting the post twice in this one, creating a 3xG to Manchester United's 0.54. But to be honest, when Onana gets the highest rating in the game, you can't really moan. A bit of news before we get into the episode. West Ham are close to in administration. The board would like to make it clear that the club is £169 million in debt, with losses of £34 million last month. This is an unstable financial position, and if extra funds can't be found, then the prospect of the club entering administration in the near future is a real possibility. Given this situation, it is imperative that the club avoid relegation this season. Since that last episode against Arsenal and Manchester United, we did get 3 points on the road. Mohamed Durrami and Ollie Watkins getting us 2 goals in a 2-1 win against Bournemouth, a 3-0 win in the Carabao Cup against Plymouth, Adama Traore, Donyell Marlin and Memphis Depay getting the 3 goals. Back to Premier League action and a 2-2 draw against Wolves. Ruben Neves scored a penalty against his former club, and then Reece Nelson got the other goal. Back to Carabao Cup action, and Championship Coventry got us a 1-0 defeat. Over to Brighton as well, 0-0 draw against this one. Just didn't create anything in the Coventry or the Brighton game. Over to Everton, and Thierry Barry got a penalty twice in this game, which was a little bit annoying if we're just going to give away goals. And then substitute Leandro Trossard brought us a goal back, but not enough for the 3 points or even a point. And then in the last game, we had a 3-1 win against Ipswich. Dara O'Shea with an own goal for Ipswich. Pedro Neto, new signing from Chelsea. And then Morgan Gibbs-White out with the goal as well. If we go on to recruitment and then transfer history. Ever since that last game, we've only signed Pedro Neto for 15 million for a player that's good on both wings, is a goal scoring threat, and then an assisting threat, and then just to play on the right hand side as well. Just an extra depth. Did score 2 goals. And we'll start this next game. That's the 11th for the next game. Ramsdale starts his first game for West Ham with Sidilla, Todibo, Cresswell and Diouf making up the defence. Neves, Anderson and Gibbs White making up the midfield, with Neto and Barnes behind Ollie Watkins. Here we are then away against Leicester City. Really should be a team we should be winning against, but honestly this West Ham is doing not bad this season. We are in mid-table, up to 12th at the moment. I did forget to show you the league table. We'll show you at the end of the episode, depends on where we are. But decent possession in this one. Forward to Gibbs White. Over to Harvey Barnes, who was explaining that he wanted more first team football. Did get his Scotland first cap in the international break. Back to Pedro Neto, who did hit the post 2.5 minutes in. We have gone close, but not quite close enough. Free kick to Leicester City just before half time. Fatah will take it. Takes his shot to Thomas, to Melissa. Pretty good free kick, but shouldn't be really conceding that one. Pretty well worked from Leicester, but does put them 1-0 up just before half time. Here we are then, just before half time. Can we get back in the game? We are now dropped down to 14th. Not bad for the start of the season. Not great either. There is half time. Ebo to Gibbs White, decent passage. Watkins chooses not to go to Gibbs White. Go Harvey Barnes back to Gibbs White, has a shot. Close, but not quite the cigar. And there is a full-time whistle. Finishes at 1-0 to Leicester. All of their defensive players and their goalkeeper says, with the high rating, says they had a pretty decent game. Honestly, it was a pretty drab game. Leicester just happened to get their goal. Here is the live table as well. Up to 14th on this one, 9 points. Anyway, we need to get a better result in the second game. Here we are then, starting lineup for that game against Fulham. Ramsdale starts in goal again. Gallo, Cresswell, Todibo and Walker Peters make up the back four. And with Fernandes and Anderson making up a midfield two and a midfield three behind them with Barnes, Gibbs White and Trossard with Marlon up front. Pedro Neto's got a little injury, will be out for 5 to 10 days, along with Ollie Watkins, just hasn't been in the best form. Just got 1 goal and 1 assist, but not really the form we want. Trying Daniel Marlon, he is wanted by Fulham and Nottingham Forest. Give him some game time to see if he can get some goals as well. Anyway, let's get into that game against Fulham. At the game at home against Fulham, Gallo goes down the left hand side. Can he get a decent ball in? He does. Over to Trossard. Anthony Robinson hits it away. Muniz knocks it on, but only to Todibo. West Ham get the attack back up again. Walker Peters. Elliot Anderson through to Leandro Trossard. Has a shot, and there is 1-0. Elliot Anderson and Morgan Gibbs White are the creative sparks in midfield. Hopefully this formation can unlock them a little bit. VR will check the goal, but Portini, after VR inspection, will award the goal. Create something again. Over to Harvey Barnes this time on the left hand side. Tinks on his full back. Can he get a decent ball in? Back to Gibbs White. Over to Fernandes, who wanted more game time. Tried the shot, but just over the bar. Fulham will bring it out though. Over to Anthony Robinson on this left hand side. Back from Iwobi. Sasha Lukic, decent down this left hand side. Alex Iwobi gets past his man. Does have a couple players defending him though. Tries to pick out Smith Rowe. Todibo cuts it out though. Barnes doesn't win it against Castagna. Sander Berger. Over to Harry Wilson. Just walls his back the full back like he's not even there. Cuts it back to Emil Smith Rowe. And there is 1-1. Just keep conceding goals. I think it's a full manager thing. We just keep conceding goals and just not scoring enough. Here's Fernandes with a free kick. 27 minutes in. Plays it short to Barnes. Not sure that's the smartest idea, especially as it goes straight all the way back to Gallo. Walker Peters to Fernandes to Elliot Anderson. Trossard again. A little bit of a tame shot. Leno spills it, but does pick it back up. Puts them in the lead. Cut out Elliot Anderson towards Gibbs White. Commentators Fernandes launch an attack for us. Harvey Barnes has space on the left, choosing not to go to him. Is he going to choose to go alone? He does choose to go alone. Maybe it's not the best decision. His shot not really testing Leno in the Fulham goal. Back with a Fulham goal kick. Over to Anthony Robinson. Seems to be that out ball at the moment. Iwobi to Sasha Lukic. Over to Iwobi again. Forward to Smith Rowe, who brings it down. Chips Aaron Ramsdale. And Emil Smith Rowe, the former Arsenal man, chips Aaron Ramsdale, the former Arsenal man. And Fulham are 2-1 up. We are then goal kick for West Ham, 49 minutes in, just into the second half. Picks out Walker Peters on the right hand side, playing out the back a little bit. Elliot Anderson to Trossard, in past Iwobi, up to Daniel Marlon, back to Fernandes. Trossard on the right hand side. Marlon is through and goes past Leno, and there is the equaliser. 49 minutes in, Daniel Marlon gets his goal of the game. Landed Trossard with a goal and an assist now. Fulham 2, West Ham 2. Cresswell launches it out for West Ham. Lukic to Sander Berger. Fulham on the ball now. Calvin Bassey to Joachim Andersen. Over to Castagna. Not the best press from us. Harry Wilson. Forward to Emil Smith-Rowe. Already got 2 goals today. Beats this man over 2 Muniz, and Emil Smith-Rowe has just been the complete difference. Fulham 3 at West Ham 2 just before the hour mark. Rather than Muniz with a deep cross towards Castagna. Emil Smith-Rowe picks it up again to Harry Wilson. Will cross it in. Cresswell does cut it out though. Forward, I say out forward, it is just away to Anthony Robinson again. Here's Robinson down the left hand side. He crosses it in towards Muniz, does win it, and there is 4-2. Just had control of this game when we scored the equaliser, but ever since the equaliser, we've just not done anything made into play yet. Game might be over by the time they do though. Harry Wilson cuts for Emil Smith-Rowe and Alex Iwobi. He's at the back post. West Ham 2, Fulham 5. It looks like the second half. Fulham have just taken control. Second goal in the space of 3 minutes. Already scored 5 this game. Not exactly the best defensive display from us. Ball to Castagna on this right hand side. Harry Wilson. Emil Smith-Rowe is just completely running this game. Can he get another assist or a goal for himself? Will shoot and does get another goal for himself. Fulham 6, West Ham 2. Emil Smith-Rowe is just absolutely running this game, and honestly, there's not really much we can do about it. Get the goal difference a little bit better. Honestly, if it wasn't for Emil Smith-Rowe, this game would be a lot closer, but I guess that's the difference. He is just absolutely running this game. Muniz to Harry Wilson. Crossfield ball to Iwobi, just doing what they want at this point. Iwobi to Muniz, crossfield ball, and Fulham have 7. There we are then. That is the end to a pretty awful game and a pretty awful episode. Run of the match, Emil Smith-Rowe was just the absolute difference. 7-0 flatters Fulham a little bit, but honestly, if you're going to put in defensive performance like that, you're not going to get anywhere, especially at home. Anyway, league table time. Where does that leave us? Over to 15th. Did come back because I thought we was in some decent form ever since that international break. We've just not come back. Just a little thing, just as I entered the episode. West Ham are now in financial crisis. All funding has been withdrawn, and the administrators have indicated they will consider any reasonable transfer offers which are made for their club's players. Transfer embargo has been put in this month. The players' wages. They've played the player wages, but also played an embargo upon any transfers until the money is spent, and we have been deducted 9 points. That leaves us in the relegation zone, by the look of it. Yes. Every point we've got this season is completely useless. Great. Tottenham next. Here we are then at the next episode of the West Ham series. It looks like we are in dire financial straits. We are seeking approval for a CVA, which basically means we're in a debt reconstruction, as our debt has to be reported to be as much as £358 million. 314 of that is net debt. 162.5 is transfer debt. Anyway, since that last episode, it's not been great. Let's go on to a match day and that fixture schedule. Since that 7-2 defeat against Fulham, we have a 3-0 defeat against Spurs, a 2-0 win against Bristol City, who are mid-table, which kind of says a lot, which is the same Bristol City in real life. 0-0 draw against Manchester City. I thought tides were turning, but then Harvey Barnes got a goal, which did have us kind of optimistic. Uche got a little bit of a counter-attack, but then as soon as Mateus Fernandes got sent off, it was all Crystal Palace, then Edin Nketiah and Jeremy Pino getting a goal to make it 3-1 to Southampton. We did have a board meeting just now, and if I don't win this next game against Liverpool, I could be sacked. Let's have a look at that board meeting quickly. I'm just disappointed for everything. There is the board repayments towards the 190 million CVA company voluntary agreement. Basically, they use it just to keep the club running. Anyway, where was that? Board meeting. To summarise, the board are very disappointed in what you need to do. Overall, the supporters are disappointed as well. It is on the verge of the sack against the Liverpool game. And we are then at this board meeting. The board wished to hold a meeting. We feel the team should have performed a lot better in the Crystal Palace game. I did kind of say by mistake that would win the next game, not realising we have a Liverpool in our next game. Anyway, with that 9-point deduction, we are on 4 points. A little bit out of the chat for the relegation fight, but with our points deduction, it's not really surprising. At least we're not Leeds, minus 26 goal difference, and the 0 points after 13 games. Anyway, this is the team that we're going into. I kind of changed the tactic just to try and get some goals. As you can see, Ollie Watkins has only scored 1 goal. Daniel Mann's only scored 2. But Ramsdale in goal, Todibo, Kelman and Cresswell at the back 3. Neves, Anderson, Durrami, Gibbs-White, and Barnes behind the 2 strikers of Ollie Watkins and Daniel Marlon. Here we are then in the snow against Liverpool at home. You might see, if we cut to off to highlight, we do get a lot of possession in this, which is kind of my thinking, is just attack. We can't defend to save our lives. Anyway, Durrami on this right hand side, back to Ruben Neves into the box. So there's a shot, Harvey Barnes gets the header into the back of the net, but he is just offside. Disallowed that goal. In with this in, we have the ball in the back of the net against Liverpool. Promising, but not quite a goal so far. So on this left hand side, Liverpool are literally the best team in the league, so if we beat them, it'll be pretty cool. Works over to Salah on this right hand side. Cuts in, has a shot, and 16 minutes in, Liverpool 1, West Ham 0. Florian Wirtz and Mohamed Salah, 2 of the best teams, 2 of the best players in the league, and just scored at will. Anderson again, forward to Marlon, over to Barnes, hasn't really got many options. Neves, over to Barnes, is in behind, through ball to Watkins. Ollie Watkins gets his 2nd goal of the season. He finally scores a goal. He's had a lot of stick in the press about not scoring any goals, and when it means the most, Ollie Watkins comes up trumps with only 3 at the back. Mohamed Salah over to Alexander Isak on the left hand side, cuts in, has a shot. Max Kilman does his best, but ends up just putting the ball in the back of the net himself. I'd like to see the team are trying. Harvey Barnes did come out in the press and back me, but honestly, trying to win against Liverpool is a bit tougher a task than anyone really expected. Anyway, we get our kick-off. Anderson to Todibo. Honestly, we're just going to have to outscore Liverpool at this point, which, with our scoring record, it isn't exactly the smartest idea, but it's better than just losing 3-0 and having 2 shots a game. Anyway, Durrami on this right-hand side. Over to Neves, has a shot. Alisson parries it wide. A little bit of an awkward save from Alisson, but I guess it's effective. That's what I like about this formation, is we're actually getting chances if we're actually going to do anything with this. Max Kilman makes a save. Isaac is the most just on his toes in the box. Durrami does pick up the pieces on this left hand side though. Goes past Sonala, he does get fouled. Elliot Anderson does win it back to Daniel Marlon up front. Ollie Watkins with the assist on this time. Both our strikers have scored in this one. Literally might even save our job at this point. 48 minutes in, just before half time. Checking the goal from VAR, but it will be the leveller. To the second half, Van Dijk and Robertson. Liverpool don't really like our press. We have a lot of players forward, but Liverpool are pretty potent. Usually pumps it forward towards someone who can't win it. There we are then. Van Dijk wins that pretty easily. Tonali to Etike. Forward to Salah, and Salah's not really going to miss that. Luckily for us though, he is offside. So again, offside just after the half-time whistle. Liverpool press seems to be working a little bit Luckily our line with only 3 at the back is working pretty well so far. Neves does step in though. Daniel Marlin has a couple options. Watkins sends them a little bit wide. Pedro Neto forward to Ollie Watkins. Ollie Watkins shot. Ollie Watkins goal. 76 minutes in, we have the 3-2 lead against Liverpool. The most unlikely result in the world. And just how? I don't get it. And there we are then, the most unlikely result to even happen. West Ham 3, Liverpool 2 gets us a decent 3 points. Still in the relegation zone, but definitely closer to Wolves now. Honestly, this team just has a never say die attitude. If we are genuinely 1 game away from getting sacked, there's just something about this team that just doesn't want to go down. Here we are then into this game against Aston Villa. Just 3 days later is the Christmas period, so games are 3 days away, not too different. So if the team can beat Liverpool, even though it was an unlikely result, should get a decent result against Aston Villa. But we are West Ham after all. I say attack of the game. Ollie Watkins, risky pass, does go to Darami though. Darami is in behind, has a shot. Mohamed Darami, Aston Villa 0, West Ham 1. 20 minutes in, it looks like the great survival is back on from Ramsdale. 26 minutes in, still 1-0 to Aston Villa. Over to Yuri Tielemans, just wins that back. Morgan Rogers, decent little tricky winger, puts it in for Ivan Gesand. Not even sure how you do that. How you pronounce that. 27 minutes in, Aston Villa have paid 1 back. Neves, Darami back to Ollie Watkins. Ollie Watkins is in behind a little bit. Gibbs White hits the post and goes in. Morgan Gibbs White, who hasn't really been performing the last couple of games. He's one of our better players, so decided to keep playing him, and looks like that's been paid off. First effort, and with the second effort, Morgan Rogers having a shot, decently testing at Ramsdale. Out for an Aston Villa corner though. Harvey Elliott out to take it. Former Liverpool player crosses it in. Daniel Marlin looks like it's going out for a goal kick. Harvey Barnes on this left hand side just before half time, 43 minutes in. Gibbs White. Can he get a little chance going? Does get brought down by Onana. Referee will check that for a penalty. Looks like it will be a penalty for us just before half time. Can we get that third goal? I think it's Ruben Neves on penalties. Penalty is awarded by VAR. I think it will be Ruben Neves to take it. Number 17. So, Ruben Neves against, I think it's Emi Martinez, and Ruben Neves puts us 3-1 up just before half time. With the red card and this formation, you'd assume we get another goal from this one, and another 3 points to Aston Villa. First real highlight of the second half. Cross it in to Debo away, only to Matt Cash. Cross back in, away by Neves. Yuri Tielemans picks up the ball. Looks like Aston Villa have the goal in the back of the net, but our 3 at the back is doing a decent line, and it is, unfortunately for Aston Villa, but luckily for us, offside. A little bit of pressure. As long as we've got the pressure, it's not too bad. Pedro Neto on this right hand side doesn't have the most options in the world. Can take on his fullback, or put a ball into Marlon. Marlon scores his first goal. Both strikers have now scored a goal. Decent ball by Pedro Neto. Daniel Marlon has put us 4-1 up. Looks like 3 points are coming back to the London Stadium. 4. Just to have a little bit of a special episode, we are now on 10 points. If we had 19 points, where would we be? About mid-table. I think that's fair. Anyway, we're going to have a third game in this episode, just because we seem to win on episodes where we actually show the games. Anyway, into that third game. A little bit of a notification in the inbox. The club has successfully negotiated the restructuring of all the remaining debts. Our new financial position will ensure that we still have a remaining competitive force in the future. Net debt going down a little bit. Looks like we're going to pay that until 2036. That's CVA. Not sure about that one. Apparently we're going to pay that until 1900, which was about 1,000 years ago. Here we are then. One change from the last game. Morgan Gibbs White comes out for Leandro Trossard. Against Leeds, you are bottom of the league. If we don't get 3 points in this one, then I think we kind of deserve to be sacked. Under the snow at London Stadium. Jaden Bogle over to Q to Tanaka. Ruben Neves launches forward. Daniel Marlin over to Harvey Barnes on this left hand side. Can he get a decent crossing? He does. Ollie Watkins puts us 1-0 up. 4-0, 4 minutes in. I don't know why I said 4-0. Ollie Watkins with his third goal in 3 games, I believe. Durami, Daniel Marlin on this left hand side. Forward to Ollie Watkins. Does have a loose touch, takes him a little bit wide though. Durami to Ollie Watkins. Durami in for Daniel Marlin. 7 minutes in, West Ham 2, Leeds 0. Hold of him. Leandro Trossard to Marlon. Ollie Watkins, loose touch. Ampadu picks up the pieces. Bogle will pick out Dan James on this right hand side. Harvey Barnes will stop him slowly. Slows him down a little bit. Bogle does win it back, Harvey Barnes. Can he get another cross, make it 3-0 for us? Back to Elliot Anderson. Harvey Barnes, little cross. We have the ball in the back of the net, but it is offside. 3-0 isn't quite coming, but looking very potent in this first half. Neves has a shot. Looks like that's gone off the crossbar. Neves definitely has a shot in him. But unfortunately, that one for us is off the crossbar. Over to Jaden Bogle. Ruben Neves does win it back though. Pretty tame from Jaden Bogle. Over to Pedro Neto on this left hand side. In behind the for Daniel Marlin. Can he pick out someone? Does pick out Ollie Watkins. West Ham 3, Leeds 0. Looks like all 3 points are staying with us. Minutes left, almost seconds in this game. And there is the full-time whistle. West Ham 3, Leeds 0. Where is the table? Where does that leave us? Up to 18th. Decent little run of form in the last couple of games. 2 points off Wolves in 17th. Looks like we've got a little bit of form exactly when we needed it. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. A decent 3-part special. Gonna come back pretty soon, as honestly, it could be one more loss for a while since I played the save. So I'm gonna have a little bit of a get back into it. Firstly, on the finances, even though this graph doesn't really help us at all with our finances going up and down, we have 11.82 million in the overall balance. Still got loads of debt, 146 million remaining, and projections is to go all the way down. But the fact that we're in positive is pretty good on that one. Let's go on transfer history, if I can remember what that is, because it is the 2nd of February. We have a couple signings to deal with. Firstly is Anthony Alanga from Newcastle, on loan until January. Well, on loan from January until the end of the season, and then an £8 million obligation to buy. Pretty cheap, decent little player. Got plenty of pace and a good player on the right wing. A couple of that is because we had a couple of players go out. I think we've already mentioned a lot of these. Lewis Oxford to Southampton. Couple of loans that you don't really care about. Youngster to Peterborough, don't really care about. Cam Marshall on loan again. Adama Traore, who we signed for free in the summer, has gone to Bristol City for 12.5 million. Was just moaning about playing football, so decided to get rid of him, as our club happiness is quite bad at the moment. Nicholas Fulkrug, finally got him off to Norwich. We're paying a bit of his wages, but I honestly just get him out of the club at this point. Figure on club and club vision. It's not club vision. Performance fee, maybe even for performance fee. Where am I going? Squad dynamics, they are very poor because we have a lot of players. A couple of these just want to go out on loan. Mimi Kamara's pretty happy with that. Tommy Conway tried to get rid of him in the summer. Killer and Trossard just want to play games, and Trossard thinks the club is underachieving in the league and poor about the current dressing room atmosphere. Club atmosphere is pretty bad at the moment. 7 players currently unhappy with the club. Honestly, I feel like a summer rebuild is going to happen again. Anyway, I've shown you we are disappointed. We'll go through the results that have happened since that last game against Leeds, and honestly, not very good. Where is it? Leeds. And the 3-0 win. Firstly, after that was a 3-1 defeat to Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Ollie Watkins getting a go on that one, which wasn't enough for us. At home, a 4-2 win against Brentford. Trossard, Ollie Watkins double, and Daniel Marlin on the score sheet for that one. A 4-1 away win against Newcastle, which is probably our best result of the season. Ollie Watkins getting 2, Reece Nelson getting 1, and Daniel Marlin getting 1. On to the Premier League again at home against Bournemouth. Daniel Marlin getting 2, and Max Kilman getting 1. On to an FA Cup against Coventry from the Championship. Even though they are top of the league in the Championship, I think they are only mid-table in the Championship on their save. So a 4-3 win flatters us a little bit, especially with Haji Wright getting 2 penalties. Adama Traore, Tommy Conway, Pedro Neto, and Mateus Fernandes on the score sheet on that one. Ruben Neves scored against his old club, but Strand Larsen got Wolves a goal to get them a 1-1 draw. 2 games we're expected to lose, 2-0 defeat against Manchester United and 2-0 defeat against Arsenal. Back to Brighton, where we kind of expected a little bit of a better result. Daniel Marlin and Ollie Watkins' goals wasn't quite enough to get us even at a point away at the Amex. Over back at home, 89th minute goal for Daniel Marlin wasn't enough to get us even a point at home. And then we had today's game at home against Crystal Palace, a team we lost 3-1 to earlier in the season. Then an FA Cup game against Sheffield United. Because honestly, you're playing Man City and Liverpool. We've got that Bristol City game. And then Chelsea is not really something I want to get you guys involved with. Anyway, let's go on to match day and show the league table at the moment. We are currently 17th, just out of it on goal difference. Goals for is actually quite high, but our goals against is about average, which is very weird. Where are we on the... We're quite high for goals scored. And goals against, we're quite high, so... Maybe if we can actually, stop conceding so many. Anyway, I decided to make a new tactic, because honestly, the last one looked a bit insane, playing 3 at the back. Trossard starts up front with Nelson and Daniel Marlin on the wings. Gives White, Anderson and Neves in the 3 midfield. Ollie Scholes comes in for Diouf, who's got an injury, a couple injuries on the bench at the moment. Guilherme, 2 to 5 weeks. Kamara has got ankle ligaments, 4 to 9 days. Diouf has got the flu or virus, 2 to 3 days. And Mateus Fernandes was the one with the flu, to 9 days. Let's put Alanga on the bench. Anyway, Scholes is in at left back for... Actually, should we put... I thought Cresswell could play left back. Anyway, we'll go into that... What was it? Crystal Palace game in the Premier League. And then we've got an FA Cup game, honestly. Where are Sheffield United? 11th in Championship. Probably should be winning both of these games, but it is West Ham. Anyway, board are very disappointed. Supporters are concerned. Honestly... Will we get sacked? Maybe. But it's been a little while for me, so it'll be quite fun to get back into the save and hopefully we don't start losing again. You guys seem a little bit wonky. Apologies for that. And squad player given to Alanga. Say 11. Sure. It's been a little while since I played this save. I've been playing a little offline save for myself and I've been a little bit ill. Still not feeling great, but I'm recording this at 2 AM, so I think that says it all. That is the Crystal Palace team. Adam Wharton in their midfield. Jean-Philippe Mateta, who was pretty dangerous for us in the last game that we played. Looks like they're playing a 4-back, which isn't the worst. Media have been on our backs. Get rid of the media stuff, I don't really care. I don't know why I'm even doing them. So let's get into that game. At home against Crystal Palace. Adam Wharton lots a long ball to Eddie Nketiah. Can't speak apparently. It's been that long. 10 minutes in and Nketiah missed quite a good chance. Help us out at least. Eddie Nketiah with the ball again. Forward on the right to Yeremy Pino. Very good signing for Crystal Palace after Eze left. I think Ramsdale saved that. Anyway, it's the corner to Crystal Palace. What can they do with it? For Decore. Been a pretty quiet game. Brought on 3 substitutions: Watkins, Alanga, and Neto, trying to make a bit of a pacey front three. Isn't quite working so far. Up to Uche, up to Mateta. Did mention him before. Does have the ball in the back of the net, but it is offside. 75 minutes in and still been a bit quiet. I think it's the time we go a bit attacking, because this game has been pretty dross, and being at home, I think it's our responsibility to try and get the winner. Here we are then, first game of the episode, and no goals. Pretty even game, I think. We didn't really get any highlights, didn't really get any fresh FPS apparently either in that. Ollie Watkins, Neto and Alanga didn't really do much. Anyway, there's the first game. Hopefully we can get a couple more goals and a bit more action. For some reason the screen is just not dealing with us very well. Anyway, that's the first game over, 0-0. Here we are then against Sheffield United in the FA Cup. Hopefully this will be the team to get a decent result against them. Hermansen in goal, Sakila, Tibo, Goose and Diouf, with Hermansen in goal. I forgot if I mentioned that. Neves, Reagan, Gibbs White in midfield, Neto, Alanga and Trossard up front. Couple of players on the bench as well: Ramsdale, Kilman, Marlon, Watkins, Cresswell, Anderson, Conway and Nelson and Barnes. Ollie Scholes did pick up an injury from the last game. Out for between 7 days and 2 weeks. Not the worst. Here is the Sheffield United team. Hopefully we can get a decent result in this one, just like you guys have been on these videos. If you have got to this point and are enjoying, make sure you subscribe and hit the like button, because we're trying to get to 100 subscribers. Hopefully we get a bit more progress, but you guys have been supporting this series quite well for the new game coming out, and hopefully we can pay back in decent performances starting today against Sheffield United. From us, Anthony Alanga, on his first start of the club, has gone off with a potential foot injury, so hopefully that's not a bad one. Reece Nelson to whip it in though. Not really going to win that. Neves builds it up towards Goose. Rig to Trossard. Decent play. Gives White in behind. Hits the post. Come on. Right, Tadibo. Don't let them score. Tom Cannon. Right, Diouf again. To Tadibo. To Goose. Is under the rain. Looks like a sellout at Bremer Lane. Just playing it, well, I see he was playing it well, but curse of the commentator, we'll just play it straight to Serki. Runs down the right hand side. Diouf just doesn't get back in position. Neves is trying to help out. Serki gives White, does win it back though, starting a counter attack on this left hand side. Sidney Peck wins it back. I think it's Kane Ramsey. Crossfield ball. I think, is that Bertrand Traore? Over to Serki. Sidney Peck, Ollie Blaster. Peck has a shot. As a little bit of a decent young hot prospect for Sheffield United. Could have scored for them. Could have scored for them just then, and didn't. Luckily for us, get into them at half time, and this is the time where you really want shouts. Serki in behind, hits the post, beats Hermansen, and goes into the back of the net. Championship mid-tablers, Sheffield United take a 1-0 lead against West Ham. 35 minutes in, can we get a goal, get our just momentum back into this game? Neves towards mid, gives White, Peck does cut it out, gives White, gets it back to Neto, throw and goal. Looks like Mike Cooper in the Sheffield United net has put that out for a corner. Ruben Neves over to this near hand side to take it, cross-field ball into Tadibo, doesn't quite win it though. Trossard picks up the pieces, Tadibo, Sakila, to Goose, to Diouf, doesn't have the most space. Neves has a shot, might keep with another decent save. We'll have a corner on the opposite side. Right then, Pedro Neto on this side in swinger. In to Tadibo, and Mike Cooper's got that all day long. to Serkey. Tom Cannon is in behind. Does have a shot off the crossbar. Does have the rebound. Hermansen can't quite get back up in time. And mid-table Sheffield United, 37 minutes in, might be into the next round. Ollie Blaster. Gibbs White does have a decent high press. Neto. Neves. Can we at least get some control back in this game? Neto goes to Gibbs White. Neto did make a run. Did find him though. Neto in behind. Plenty of options. The option wasn't to cut it back, but it says he goes wide. Is that a goal kick now? Honestly, Sheffield United playing their 5 at the back just completely nullified us. Seki threw it to Traore. Will have a shot. Is in the back of the net. Sheffield United have a third, or they thought they did, but it is disallowed. Crossfield ball to Neto. Does have a bit of time and space. Runs into a bit of traffic though. Plays a 1-2 with Gibbs White, who does put the ball in the back of the net. Pick up the ball, Morgan, and let's get that equaliser. On the score, we're not going to win. Harvey Barnes does pick it up. Tom Cannon does win it back. Sam McCallum is going to bring it out for Sheffield United. Back to Ben Mee, and Morgan Gibbs White does win it back. Our little game press system is starting to get us some chances. I don't know why I said Ruben Neto. Neto does set the crossbar though, eventually. Goose does win it back though, over back to Neto. Kabori is going to win that back for Sheffield United. Probably not going to get any equaliser with passes like that from Chris Rigg. Do the Ollie Blaster. Cam O'Hare on for them as well. I think that might be Bertrand Traore. Up towards Callum O'Hare, has a shot. Callum O'Hare, decent championship little player, but shouldn't really be scoring against us. 74 minutes in, looks like Sheffield United are just adding to our troubles. 4 minutes in, looks like Sheffield United on the attack again. Looks like it doesn't matter what we do, even if we do go on very attacking, just isn't working. Just nothing we do at this West Ham team is working at the moment, and I'm not even sure what to do anymore. Bertrand Traore to rub the salt in the wounds, and Callum O'Hare makes it 4. Peck, O'Hare, McCallum, they're going to get 5th, aren't they? And they are. It's offside. Come on, lads. And there we are then. Sheffield United 4 episode. We have the last 2 games of Season 2. And we have some decent youth setup players. I'm going to show you them first. If I can go to our under 18s and go to reports. If I go sort by potential, we've got a couple of good players now. Nice little goalkeeper here. Bray Ibrahim, Deji Okori. It looks like we've got a nice Nigerian link. Jordan Santos Delgado, the least English name you can ever think of. Decent centre back. 6'4", his temperamental personality, but kind of fits with our squad. Patrick Lohman, a New Zealand international. I say international, might be international in the first place, in the future. 5'9", another temperamental personality. Anyway, since that last episode where we were, where was it? This one, maybe no, this one. Anyway, since that last episode, our 1-1 draw with Manchester City. Ollie Watkins with our first minute goal, and then Omar Marmoush getting a penalty for Manchester City to get them a point in that one. Over to Anfield, and a 2-2 draw. Al Hadj Malik Juve getting a goal with Pedro Neto, and Alexander Isaac 90+6 gave Liverpool their point. Over to the London Stadium at home, a 2-1 win against relegation and battlers Bristol City. Ollie Watkins grabbing 2 in this one. 1-0 win against Leeds. Ollie Watkins getting a goal again. 0-0 draw against Brentford at the G-Tech. At home again. Daniel Marlin getting a goal with this one, but Joshua Xerxes getting a goal for Aston Villa. Sorry, got itchy nose. 0-0 draw at the London Stadium as well. Newcastle were the visitors with that one. Don't know why my nose is so itchy. West Ham and Leicester for a 3-1 win for West Ham at home. Reece Nelson, Lamine Kamara, and a 90+7 goal by Daniel Marlin. Nice to get 2 late goals in that one. And a 3-1 win against Ipswich. Daniel Marlin getting 2, and Mateus Fernandes getting 1. So look at the league table from now. It's probably the highest we've been since we started at 42 points. Pretty decent gap between Bristol City. Probably safe. We're not going to drop 15, 12, 11 points. We have a positive goal difference as well for the first time. A little bit away from Europe, the top 6, top 7, but hopefully we can get closer towards that next season. Anyway, yeah, this is the team that we'll be playing against. I can't remember, Ipswich and then Tottenham. Aaron Ramsdale and goals, Sedella, Todibo, Cresswell and Juve, with Neves, Gibbs, White, Anderson, Alanga, Neto and Marlon. A couple of injuries as well. Ollie Watkins out for 3 to 4 weeks. Chris Rigg is almost back from his injury. He did come back from his injury before and then just got injured just while international duty was happening. Wasn't even with anyone, just got injured again. Tommy Conway still wants to leave after being replaced. And Lamine Kamara injured full fitness in one day. Hopefully he'll be back for the next game, but hasn't been someone we used that much. Anyway, we are on like a control possession type system. It doesn't create a lot of chances, but with some clinical strikers, Daniel Marlin's 15, Ollie Watkins got 15. Some decent finishes in the squad, but as long as you get that and we don't concede too many. And Ramsdale saved the penalty in one of the games before as well. So into this first game, hopefully we can get a decent result as well. We are kind of just playing these games just to get them over with, to be honest. Firstly, it's Tottenham, pretty standard Tottenham side. David Vroom at left back. Archie Gray is a player that we're looking at. Not sure we'll actually get him though. Decent little youngster in the mould of Chris Rigg. I think we'll be fine. Not talking to the media. Don't expect this one to be a classic, but it is under the rain, and I mean every game's under the rain and this game. Here we are on 32 minutes in. I did tell you he doesn't create many chances, but we don't really concede any. Tottenham with the ball and Pedro Porro. We did have a lot of possession. Tottenham have got back into it in the last couple of minutes, but these games are kind of just a dead rubber, but decided to show them just to end the season anyway. Room to Brennan Johnson, hits the crossbar. Fofana on the right hand side, back to Porro. Fofana does get it back a little bit. We're doing a high press as well, so I expect to win the ball back quite a few times as well. Bring it out through Pedro Neto, gives away, goes back to Todibo. Can we get a little chance going? Alanga, decent shot. Vicario lets it slip through. West Ham 1, Tottenham 0. This formation and tactic is pretty good for just creating that little one chance. And if we can take it, then it's usually a 1-0 win. At least, if it's not a win, then we've got a good chance of it being a draw. It's not a tactic that seems to lose many games, which is pretty cool. It looks like we've got up to 13th as well. And there we are then. Full time, West Ham 1, Tottenham 0. You can see the stats. Tottenham didn't even have a shot on target. Where does that leave the live table? Up to 13th. I don't know if this is actually live. As you can see, we just didn't make any tactics, but get one chance and you finish it, then you come away with the 3 points. Anyway, first game of the episode done. Second game against Ipswich. Here we are then against, or just Fulham, not Ipswich. I'm going to go through the same team. Won against Chelsea, so should have a decent chance against Fulham as well. Last game of the season is a bit of a dead rubber as well. Can we get as many points as we can and maybe try and aim for Europe next season if this formation keeps working? I've used it for about 6 months of the season now and it seems to be working ever since that last game, and hopefully we can get another 3 points in this one and just demonstrate just how good this is. As you can see, getting like 71% possession. It's just like, we're not doing a lot with it. Only problem is counter-attacks. Harry Wilson, definitely one of those, pretty good at counter-attacks. Takes on his fullback, does a decent cross in. Juve is there though. Castagna back to Wilson. Does have a very good shot on him. Not that time though, over the bar, 10 minutes in. 35 minutes in, goal kick from Leno, who's going to launch it up to Maniz. Cresswell does win it though. I'd have thought Gibbs White would have done a little bit better with that. Harry Wilson seems to be causing all the issues for us. Castagna to Sander Berger, back to Harry Wilson, forward to Emil Smith-Rowe. Did torment us quite a bit, and Ramsdale does make a decent save from that. Pretty good reaction save. Iwobi to Anthony Robinson was tackled down. Cresswell does win it though. Hopefully we can get at least a little bit of a stranglehold on this game. Is that the right word? Just before half time then, Harry Wilson and Emil Smith-Rowe haven't broken us down yet. To be honest, I don't really even mind losing this game. As much as we want to have a little bit of a winning mentality, I think a couple of the players are wanted by Saudi, and when Saudi puts up ridiculous numbers, you kind of have to play ball a little bit. Anthony Elanga could have put us 1-0 up, but he does have that little issue of not having the final ball quite to the quality that we need. Just after half time, Anthony Robinson to Lukic. Looks like Fulham seems to be the more attack potent, highlight worthy. Castagna, I mean, they did score 7 against us. Smith-Rowe was one of those players who was instrumental in that. Lukic knocks it back, has a knockback from Maniz, but his shot is just over the bar. Like, it's all Fulham, 52 minutes in. Still no real highlights either side. Pedro Neto does win it back though. This is real highlight of what we do. Not if Castagna is going to do something like that. Anderson has a second chance though. Neto is in behind on the left hand side, cross in. Alanga, not known for his head-in, being I think 5'8", but 52 minutes in, Alanga 2 goals, 2 games. The ball, Iwobi, that is a hell of a save from Ramsdale. Looks like he might have been offside anyway. Will give us a free kick. Ramsdale to Debo. Can we get a second goal? Sakila to Anderson to Marlon to Pedro Neto. Is a little bit patient. Anderson to Neto. Castagna brings him down. Surely that's going to be a yellow card at minimum. We're talking to? Sure. Free kick from this one. Ruben Neves, free kick specialist. Behind the free kick, has a shot pretty narrowly over the bar. We'll just throw the loose pass. Daniel Marlon will pick up the pieces, go around the keeper, and that little mistake has given us a little bit of breathing space just before the hour mark. Fulham 0, West Ham 2. Calvin Bassett with the free kick for Fulham. Over to Kevin on this right hand side. Juve looks like he might have fouled him. Referee doesn't agree though. Castagna to Berger to Smith-Rowe. Fulham trying to be patient. Kevin down this right hand side. Hits it to Maniz. Ramsdale can't do anything. Fulham have one back just 3 minutes after our goal. 67 minutes in, I kind of get the feeling that Fulham might be our bogey team at this point. Calvin Bassey, not really sure why he's taking it. Smith-Rowe, that is, you kind of just have to sit back and appreciate that one. Pretty good finish into the top corner. 68 minutes in, and in 12 minutes, Waleed's been cut down to a draw. Gibbs White and Sadilla on this right hand side. Alanga trying to keep himself on the side, doesn't quite get it. Alex Iwobi, crossfield ball over to Castagna. Kevin's not really making himself available though. Castagna can do it on his own. Will try and do it on his own. Crossfield ball, Iwobi. Not sure really what happened in there. Just saw Iwobi fly across the screen. And then Craig Pawson points to the penalty spot. Not really sure what was done there. Looks like brought down by Sidler. Can't really see what happened with that one. And a red card. Okay, didn't see that one coming. Alright, I think we prong Nevers onto that side, and then I guess we're just going to have to play goose or something. Siddler's definitely not happy with that one. It might be a second yellow. That makes a little bit more sense. Right then, penalty for Fulham, 77 minutes in. Looks like we're going to throw all 3 points from this one. If Ramsdale can't save this, and he can't, Assassin Lukic goes straight down the middle. Fulham, our bogey team that scored 7 against us, have now, from 2-0 up, have just completely thrown this away. Neto does lose out to Castagna. Muniz to Smith Rowe. Elliot Anderson does win it back though. Can we get an equaliser? Marlon over to Anderson again. Sonderberger is Neto over the bar. And there we are then. Season 2 of the West Ham rebuild comes to an end. And it looks like another defeat to Fulham. Going to have a little bit of a rebuild in the summer. Trying to get a decent place to try and get into the European places. Another 15 points. It's not out of our region, but I think we definitely need to beat sides like Fulham, especially when we're 2-0 up. We definitely need to not lose 3-2 in games like that. Anyway, 45 points in our second season. Hopefully we can make a couple more signings, keep morale a little bit higher, and try and aim for Europe in there. Right then, just before we get into the start of season 3, we have a planned purchase of the stadium. Our director, Ronnie Dixon, is pleased to announce that plans are afoot to buy the London Stadium. We hope to conclude the deal by July 2028. If you look at the calendar in the top corner, that is the end of next season. Anyway, before we go into anything like that, I want to show you the season preview as we are 14th. One of the favourites, pretty close to 15th. Hopefully we can get up to the middle of mid-table, as the last couple of seasons have been a bit of a struggle. Anyway, let's go into our fixtures, which we have today. Firstly against Manchester City at home, and then we have a decent run of fixtures which we should be able to win up until October, starting with Crystal Palace and then heading to Norwich, Bournemouth, Everton, Brentford and Ipswich. Right then, let's have a look at recruitment and go on trust history. Firstly, on the way out, not even going to try and pronounce his name, youngster went to Stoke. Bissouma went to Aston Villa, 16.75 million. That was pretty much done last season. Reece Nelson's gone to Al Hilal for 40 million, making a 29 million profit. Youngster striker Callum Marshall has gone to Bristol City for 4.9 million. Backup winger Leandro Trossard wasn't happy at the club, decided to sell him for 9 million. Not quite making up money back on that. Youngster Freddie Potts has gone on to Saudi Arabia as well for 13 million. Ezra Myers, another youngster, has gone to Birmingham for 1.3 million. Magassa, who we signed a couple of years ago, has gone on to Southampton for 14.5 million. Youngster on loan to Grimsby, and Tommy Conway on loan to Wrexham. He was a bit causing an issue last season. Daniel Marlon came back during the last season and said if a £50 million bid is put in, then we have to accept it. 15 million profit on him. Only really performed last season. John Tadibo kind of just wanted out as well. We're kind of just getting rid of a lot of the players that are causing issues in the dressing room. He went to Saudi as well for 33.5 million. Youngster George Earthy is on loan at Doncaster, and then Somerville, who was a bit part player on our first season, has gone on loan to Utrecht. Anyway, Ben Chilwell is in on a free from Strasbourg. Decent little player, is a little bit on the high end for other wages at 30 years old, but kind of just need someone there. Cardoso Varela, signed him a good, decent winger with high potential. Signed him for pretty cheap as well, only 9.5 million. Joe Bellingham as well, on loan from Borussia Dortmund. Hopefully we can get him firing on all cylinders. As soon as Daniel Marlon left, decided to bring in a new striker, Jean-Philippe Mateta. Ollie Watkins is a bit of a runner. Jean-Philippe Mateta is more of a target man, so hopefully we can get him firing like he is in real life last season. Kasper Ubanski is a Polish international, decent little player, 22 years old. Bought him in for pretty cheap at 6.5 million as well. Gusto, we kind of just had a bit of a problem at right back last season, so they'll be our only right back after we sold them quite a few, so he's a decent backup. Martin van der Voort, always a good goalkeeper to have on any FM, decent backup player if Ramsdale isn't performing. And then Pascal Stroke, you kind of just needed centre backs, especially with Todibo leaving. He's on loan with a £12 million obligation to buy, but for £12 million a Premier League defender, you can't really get wrong with that. Anyway, here is the matchday squad for the team that we're going into today. Anyway, here is the team that we're going in today's game against not Aston Villa, Manchester City. Fuck's sake. Anyway, here is the team that we're going to be playing at Manchester City, is trying to get that custom control possession. Might not work in this one, but worth a try in this one. Ramsdale starts in goal as well. Malo Gusto, Struijk and Ben Chilwell make up three of the back four, making debuts, with Goose making up the other one. Familiar midfield with Neves, Gibbs White and Anderson in midfield, with Varela on the right, Neto on the left, with Watkins on the bench up front. Couple of youngsters on the bench as well. Van der Voort, new signing. Juve is on the bench as well. Cressman and Kilman on the bench as well. Ubanski, Fernandez and Bellingham with the midfielder options. Louis Guilherme, who we have loan listed but hasn't got any options yet, so we're going to have him on the bench. He has quite high potential. And then Jean-Philippe Mateta up front. Chris Rigg, as I said last season, he's just injured again, which is a little bit frustrating, but anyway. Let's go into that game against Manchester City. Give Striker squad number. Probably not expecting much from this game, but if we are to finish mid-table, we are going to get some scalps, especially from a team like Manchester City. So what do we have to lose? At home, first game of the season, what do we have to lose? Right then, for it on the right hand side, can we have the perfect start? Cuts in for Gusto, gives White back to Gusto. We might actually have some width and decent performances. And Ali Anderson almost got us off to the best start imaginable. And Chilwell behind for Elliot Anderson. Ollie Watkins is in the middle if you can find him. Cross. It's quite near the keeper. Keeper doesn't get it though. Ollie Watkins, 22 minutes into our season, 1-0. Honestly, it's such a breath of fresh air having not a relegation fight, so hopefully we can keep that going. Right, I know Malmo Mush linking up for Man City. I guess though, back to Pascal Stroke. I'm just going to say his name 3 different times. Just see what happens. See if I can get his name right. Chilwell over to Neto. Goes past his fullback. Has a shot. Not really tempting the goalkeeper. Back from Man City. I mean, that's a hell of a player. Nico O'Reilly on the left-hand side of defence for Manchester City. Varela does win it back from Rafinha, though. Does have quite the bit of pace. He really has Ollie Watkins with him. Goes for a shot and goes for a corner. 29 minutes in. Looks like we have started this season on fire. We're going to pass rather than shoot on this one. Not really what I had in mind. Neves, decent long shot. Not quite on target though. Had Donnarumma scrambling, but never really going to hit the target. 4 minutes of added time. 1 minute into that. Looks like we've been kind of the better team, but when you got a team like Manchester City, they can always just switch on us. Switch to Savini on this right hand side for Man City. Chilwell is touch tight with him. He's a decent signing then, Chilwell, but honestly it's all about keeping him fit. And Chilwell, Anderson, Watkins does have the ball in the back of the net, but so does the referee's flag is up. Just before half time, we have the ball in the back of the net. Could have been 2-0, but I think it's going to be disallowed. It is going to be disallowed. Into the second half, Malagusto wins it. Tries to find stroke, but Marmouche, honestly, don't let him run through the whole team and score. Come on, lads. Ramsdale with a decent save. Honestly, that's the quality of Man City. Need to get a second goal before that's even a safe result. But honestly, wouldn't even say 2-0 is a safe result with teams like Manchester City. Hopefully, with that news with our new stadium and getting rid of a lot of the players that were causing issues last season, we should have at least a better season. Probably still aiming for mid-table, but honestly, after the relegation fight, it's not a bad idea. Ruben Neves has just got himself sent off. Jesus Christ. I'm going to go cautious. It's not exactly what you want on opening day. It doesn't really seem like a red card to me, but I guess the referee's got a better view than I do. And there is full time on opening day. A decent draw against Manchester City. Probably could have had a bit of a stranglehold, a bit of a stronger hold on the game should Ruben Neves have stayed on the pitch, but to play 40 minutes, not 40 minutes, I don't know, to play most of the second half with 10 men and still get a draw against Manchester City, I'll take that on opening day. Here we are then, Crystal Palace away from home. Hopefully we can get a decent result in this one after our decent result against Manchester City in the last game, and actually fight towards that mid-table position. Well, Watkins to Neto to Watkins again. Can he get a shot off? Doesn't. Passes to Gibbs White though, who does. 5 minutes in, it looks like we are the team of the early starts. More Gibbs White, one of those two that we brought in from Nottingham Forest a couple of years ago, puts us 1-0 up. Chill. Can he get into the box? He does. Goes down. Elliot Anderson's got a complete tap in. More Gibbs White with the assist this time. The two former Nottingham Forest players have given us 2 goals just 10 minutes into this game. To Enrique. Decent little possession by Palace. Hopefully we can keep our clean sheet. Forward to Uche. Literally just jinxed it. 82 minutes in. Crystal Palace have one back. Hopefully we don't throw this one away. Don't say I just jinxed it now. Bard to Enrique. To just a mess in the middle. Walter Goose. Shouldn't have said it. Seeming pretty comfortable and just a mess in the middle, and it looks like Goose is putting it in his own net. Anyway, that is the end of today's second game. 2 late goals from Uche and then an own goal from Goose. Where does that leave us in the table? 13th. I think we'll take it. Probably should have won that one, but honestly, this West Ham team has a little bit of a... didn't get a result we wanted, but I guess we'll be happy with that one. If we gave us 2 points from the last 2 games, we'd be pretty happy. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. I'm going to get some more games done. Hopefully we don't throw away games like that. Back to our 14th. Not a bad start to the season. Could have got some decent up to top 4, top 5, just at the European places, but we build here. We have the European places for the first time in what feels like forever. 7 games played, 14 points, 4 wins, 2 draws, 1 loss, 13 goals scored, and 9 goals conceded. If we can score a little bit more, we might get into those Champions League spaces. But just being in this position with a game in hand as well over a couple of these teams, he could go up to 3rd with a win in this one. And unfortunately, we do have Arsenal. Pretty similar record to us. 4 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss. They have 22 goals scored, so pretty consistent from them since that last episode where we had a pretty unlucky draw against Manchester City and Crystal Palace. We took on a new promoted Norwich with Liam Manning in charge. Ollie Watkins got 2 and Morgan Gibbs-White got 2 as we scored 4 at home against and defeated Norwich. Into the Carabao Cup, and we took on Reading. Joe Bellingham, Mateus Fernandes and Chris Rigg getting 2 on that one. 2-1 win away at Bournemouth. Morgan Gibbs-White and Elliot Anderson getting 2 early goals. Give us the win on that one. Pretty good performance against Liverpool, but the quality of Florian Wirtz and the rest of the Liverpool team just was too much for us. Neto and Mateta getting a goal, but a little bit too strong of a team from Liverpool. Over to the other side of Liverpool, and we're at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, where 2 goals from Elliot Anderson got us the 3 points away at Everton. Over to Brentford and our first loss, and I don't know how we lost this. We had all the chances in the world. Brentford genuinely had 2 shots. Dom Solanke got a goal, and for some reason we just couldn't. As you can see in the bottom corner, Kelleher got man of the match for them. Over to Ipswich, we had a 2-1 win. Ruben Neves penalty and Ollie Watkins goal, giving us the 2-1 win at Portman Road. And then a big international break. Today we have Arsenal and Aston Villa. Arsenal at home and then Aston Villa away. Where are they in the league? Aston Villa are 14th, so probably a win and a loss in this one. Anyway, let's have a look at this one and make it a little bit more easier to see. Why is that being weird? I don't know why that's being weird. Anyway, let's ignore that. Let's go on the combined one with Watkins up front, Varela and Neto on each swing. Gibbs-White, Anderson, Neves, Juve, Goose, Stroke and Sedilla on the back four with Ramsdale and goal. Van der Voort, Chilwell, Kilman, Gusto, Fernandes, Rigg, Bellingham, Guilherme and Mateta. If we go to our under 21s, it looks like Mads Manson literally went public over game time, and just look at him. He's our 3rd choice keeper at this point. Put him in the under 21s, and then he requested a transfer. He's gone to Middlesbrough for about 5.5 million. Honestly, it's not exactly what West Ham paid for him, but he's not really been performing for us, so kind of just got to deal with it. Anyway, let's go into this game against Arsenal and see where we actually lay, because we've been playing some pretty good teams, but nothing like out there. Matches like these might have the fans. Right, London Derby. We've been playing some pretty good teams, but not really top team. The only really top team we played against was Liverpool, which just completely outclassed us, but this will be the real test to see where we are. Here we are then. First highlight of the game, 10 minutes in. We do love an early goal. Ruben Neves on the side of for this one. Goose knocks it in for Raya. Raya saves it straight out to Gibbs-White, and we do get another early goal. 12 minutes in. Looks like our European hopes weren't just a fallacy. Still is early in the season and early in this game, but 1-0. Now, pretty good showing from us. Arsenal have had about 65% possession, but honestly, not created much with it. I'm pretty proud of what our team has done so far. If we can hold on to the 3 points, it would be nice, but Arsenal on the exactly where to lie down, let us take it. Juve straight to Gyökeres. A little bit of a mistake in the back line there. Kind of just going to happen. You make mistakes at this level, you're going to get punished. Victor Gyökeres with Arsenal's equaliser and their first real highlight of the game, first shot on target. Watkins to pick it up for us though. Varela on this left hand side, usually plays on the right but swaps in with Neto. Because Saka wins it back for Arsenal. Forward to Gyökeres. Goose wins it though. Timber to back to Saka. To Ødegaard. Gyökeres in behind, has a shot. He's in the back of the net. Arsenal literally have had 2 shots, both in the last couple of minutes, and this one, luckily for us, is disallowed. VAR checking the goal, but it won't stand. 61 minutes in, looks like we've still got the draw. Arsenal literally, there are only 2 shots on target we've literally seen. Timber knocks out for Juve. Neves to Varela. Wingers have been a little quiet in this game. Varela does a lot of tricks though. Pulls it back to Gibbs White. Gibbs White scores. Cardoso Varela has literally not even cost that much, and the youngster has got quite a few assists, I do believe. Morgan Gibbs White and Elliot Anderson. Just them pullbacks just work a treat. Martinelli does stick a foot in though. Counter attack for Arsenal. Bukayo Saka and Gyökeres on the right hand side. Gyökeres to Saka, back to Odegaard. Forward to Bruno Fernandes, of all people, in the back of the net. And this one is offside as well. Arsenal have been pretty lackluster in this game, to be honest. That's the second goal they scored on the counter attack. But this one, like the last one, offside. Massive win in this one at home against Arsenal. They did score twice, put the ball in the back of the net. Both of them were offside. They scored their only shot on target, but West Ham come away with a 2-1 win. There we are then, up to third, as you can see in the live table in the middle. David Raya, one of the top performers as well for Arsenal. Could have scored a couple more. Win against Arsenal is definitely what we need to do if we have those European ambitions. We are then into the second game of the episode against lower mid-table Aston Villa. Still a decent side, so going to be good to get the 3 points, but we're in the Champions League space at the moment. Harvey Elliott does bring it back for Aston Villa though. Pau Torres, Emi Martinez. They do have quite a good team, but just not clicking at the moment for them. Harvey Elliott to Kamara. Morgan Rogers on this left-hand side. Forward to Harvey Elliott isn't behind. Ramsdale tries his best to make himself big, but Harvey Elliott in behind. They do have a couple players that can hit us on the break, and looks like Villa have done exactly that. Konza to Cash. Villa a little bit of possession. Under the rain at Villa Park. Yuri Tielemans. Goots on this right side, taking on Juve. Got plenty of options in the box. Tielemans on the edge of the box as well. Has a shot in him, but not on that occasion. We got then Pau Torres for Aston Villa. Seems like Aston Villa are definitely having the better of the possession. Definitely a possession-based side in this game. Cash to Goots on this side. Mixture of Varela and Juve. I just completely lost my words there. Watkins in behind does win the corner though, and nothing comes to it. Struck to Goose, our first real chance of the game. Looking top left, Arsenal 3-1 up against Brentford. Varela trying to take on Cash. Cash does get a ball in. Varela works his way past Cash. Over to Neves. Crossfield ball to Neto. Can he do something on this right hand side? Crossfield ball into Anderson. Shot is blocked, but falls to Gibbs White. 35 minutes in, it looks like we're finally woken up. Aston Villa 1, West Ham 1. To Killer. Up to Neto. Takes on his man. It looks like Matson. Cuts inside. Decent save. Out to Gibbs White. Scored the first goal and scored the second goal just before half time. One of the best times in the games to score. Morgan Gibbs White, a double, has got us from behind to winning this game. For Aston Villa, Pau Torres on the left hand side to take it. Ian Matson. Back to Torres, taker of the free kick. Matson. Ezri Konza. Aston Villa a little bit shell shocked. Goots takes on Diouf, does get behind him. What do we do? Cuts back in. Neves off the bar. Decent little shot from Villa, and a little bit of pressure we've got to withstand. To Juve, Varela has two men on him. Matty Cash completely sized him down. I think that might be a red card. Matty Cash with his second yellow, getting Aston Villa down to 10. Looks like we have the advantage on this one. Hopefully we can get those 3 points over the line into added time now. 92, 93, 94. There we are then, a double win. There we are then, double win episode. 2-1 win against Aston Villa. And was it a 2-1 win against Arsenal as well? Right, let's have a proper look at the league table, as it's been a little while since this has happened. Right, still processing. But stages, we are third in the table, 20 points. Still a game in hand. We could go top with a win over Manchester United in the next game. But a little bit of a difficult fixtures coming up. Manchester United. Then we've got a couple of easy ones with Chelsea and Brighton. Just before December, Liverpool, Newcastle, our bogey team Fulham, Spurs as well. Going to be a difficult December, but get through that and European dreams might actually be revealed. Since that last episode where we won 2-1 against Arsenal and then 2-1 against Aston Villa. We had a bit of a rough patch after that game. 1-0 defeat to Manchester United. Matheus Cunha getting that goal. Ollie Watkins getting a goal at Nottingham Forest, but losing in that one as well. 3-3 draw with Sunderland, who we're facing today's episode. Brian Brobby getting a hat-trick for Sunderland. 1-1 draw against Chelsea. Wasn't the worst result in the world. Charlie Cresswell getting the goal for us in that one. Cardoso, Varela and Ollie Watkins got a double to get another draw to make it 3 draws in a row. And then we had a little bit better of a December. A 5-0 win against Wolves. Mateta, Neves, Varela, Urbanski and Fernandes getting a goal in that one. A 5-0 win at home against Wolves. Another home game against Newcastle. Lewis Hall on goal. Elliot Anderson and Ollie Watkins with the goal in that one. Over to Everton, Watkins, Varela and Anderson getting us a 3-2 win. Away at Fulham, who were our bogey team last season. Emilsis Rose scored after 1 minute. I was expecting the worst. Pascal Stroke getting an own goal. But we ended up with a 2-2 draw. At home against Liverpool, we did something pretty unexpected. Varela, Fernandes and Urbanski in 90+6. 3 defense on the bounce, started with West Ham as Manchester City. Early start with Mateta goal in this one, but Woody Goose getting sent off after 18 minutes kind of threw that game away. Bukayo Saka hat-trick, sort of West Ham beat us 4-1 in that one. Back to back 4-1 losses. More Gibbs White getting sent off in this one, and a 4-1 defeat against Bournemouth. A little bit of a return to form as we beat Palace 2-1. Neto and Stroke getting a goal in that one. 3-0 up against Norwich and then threw it away in this one, away at Carroll Road. Brentford away at 0-0, and then Chelsea, the last game we just played, Cole Palmer getting a goal in this one. Just finished the transfer window in this one, Sunderland and Brighton in this one. For the episode, let's go on to transfer history to show you what we've done. Firstly, we'll look at ends. Firstly, we've got Nathan DeCat, 40 million as a Wonderkid. 4-star defensive midfielder, fairly ambitious as well. 16 strength, 16 composure, 17 anticipation, decent tackling, marking, passing, first touch, vision, work rate, strength, stamina, just has everything. Plays 1-2, dictates tempo, just everything you wanted a defensive midfielder, being 19 years old, and a Wonderkid as well, even better. So after that, a couple of Wonderkids. Yuki Sato from Hiroshima, another deep line playmaker, decent first touch, passing, bravery, and decent corners as well. Not too bad of a pace. 6 foot, is a little bit temperamental, but as a Wonderkid for 975k from Hiroshima, not a bad one. From that, Japanese international, and then Marcelino, of course, a needed Brazilian winger. 18 years old, pretty decent pace at 15 and 15. Stamina of 16, decent little player, built under 21s, only 2-star at the moment, about 11.75 million for Marcelino. And then we have another one if we go on future transfers. Khalid Munsters, a little freebie coming to us at the end of the season, a 17-year-old midfielder. For a freebie, you can't really ignore it. Is in Dutch youth team, decent passing, pretty good mentors as well, 16 teamwork. Very determined as well. He's a little smaller at 5'5", but plenty of room to grow. And if you go on future transfers again, Danny Hesp, right fullback from Telstar, transferred to West Ham, joining us in January next year. Decent crossing technique, mentals are very good as well with the physicals. If we can get them technicals up, it'll be even better, and at 6 foot as well, not too bad. Anyway, let's look at the Premier League table. If we can do it like this, up to 7th at the moment, top 7 gets Europe, top 5 gets Champions League, 6 gets Europa League, and 7th gets Europa Conference League. So if we finish in that top 7, it will be ideal, but we need to pick up our form as we've not exactly had the best winter period. Anyway, Brighton, who are second in the episode, are just behind us in 8th, and then first game of the episode is 13th against Sunderland. Here is the lineup for today's game. Firstly, Ramsdale in goal, Sedilla, Cresswell, Stroke and Chilwell. Nathan the Cat, the new Wonderkid, coming in to play with another Wonderkid, Joe Bellingham, and Elliot Anderson. That midfield is definitely stacking up quite nicely. Neto, Varela and Ollie Watkins. Van der Vaart, Matata, Skulls, Fernandez and Neves, Gibbs White, Gusto and Max Kilman. Marcelino is in the reserves as well if we need to do. And Chris Rigg is also injured. Right then, under the snow at Stadium of Light against Sunderland. Don Mallard to Granit Xhaka to get Sunderland kicked off. Yellow ball in this one. A little bit of a good thing. Long field ball to Ollie Watkins. Doesn't quite knock it down. Diarra to Brobby. Did score a hat-trick against us in the reverse fixture. Has another shot here and finds the bottom left corner. Assisted by Fabio Bolde. 10 minutes in. Sunderland 1. West Ham 0. Only to Xhaka. Xhaka doesn't lock onto it though. Watkins trying to do all of it on his own. Brobby, as I said, just falls for Diarra and then almost the same finish. This time in the top corner, not the bottom corner. 80 minutes in and this game against Sunderland is not going to plan. We are then first highlight of the game for us. Knocked back to Anthony Patterson. We're not even going to win matches if we're not even shooting. 38 minutes in, still not had a shot on target. Patterson to Fisher. Fisher to Bolde. Bolde to Habib Diarra. These two have just absolutely tortured us this game. Another cross to Bobby. Somehow he doesn't get that. Mix of the Cat and Chilwell get away. Ronaldo to Alderete. Build up for Sunderland again. Definitely to crack into this team at half time. We have not been good enough. Over to Sedilla on the right hand side for the throw in. That was a pretty poor throw. The Cat, pretty poor pass. It is only a second appearance and you can kind of have him used to it. Kind of not get used to this one though. Balde has all of the goal to aim for and luckily for us shoots that wide and scoring would have been a lot easier. And kick us into gear. 56 minutes in. Sedilla to Gibbs White. Back to Sedilla. Gibbs White has an option on the right. Does get it. Anderson, Gibbs White. Plenty of players in the box. Does win it back though. Cross. Fernandez. I'm not even sure who shot that. Sunderland. Fisher on this right hand side to take. 69 minutes in. It was just not been good in this game at all. There's a couple games recently where we just don't turn up and I don't get why. I guess this is our first season really being towards the top of the league, but Sunderland near the bottom of the table. They should not be running over us like this. There we are then. Pretty poor performance from us. 2-0 win against 2-0 defeat against Sunderland. First 2 goals in the first 20 minutes, and we didn't really even threat that goal. 1 XG to there, almost 2, and Brobby, Bolde, Diarra just absolutely ruined us. Here we are then, a couple of changes from this game against Brighton. It is midweek as well. Wednesday night, under the lights at the MX Stadium. Ramsdale, Gusto, Cresswell, Streak, Chilwell, the Cat, Anderson, Bellingham, Gibbs White, Neto and Watkins. Changed a few roles for Bellingham as well. Hopefully we can have a little bit of a better performance in this one. Gusto comes in for Sedilla and what was his name? Varela. We had a 6.0 in the last game. Dropped. Coming down this right hand side. Seems to be a bit of an issue for us. This time Ramsdale saves 3.5 minutes in and Ramsdale is already in action. This left hand side for us, Ben Chilwell is just not having a very good time. Cross comes in and Gonzalo Ramos heads in the corner. 4 minutes in, thought we were doing better in this one, but Brighton 1, West Ham 0. Here we are then, 34 minutes in, we've still not had a shot on target in this game. It's just the last 2 games, just the first half for shots on target. just not doing well. Belieber to Ramos, the goal scorer, to Matt O'Reilly, Yukobi Minter down this round side, Dullo. Not sure really where Chilwell is. Matoma shot into the back of the net. Dullo with the assist. Brian gets the second, and it looks like it's going to be the same story as last game. Into the second half, Chilwell to Neto. Can we at least get a shot or something decent in this one? Chilwell, Bellingham, the Cat, Anderson, the Cat, Frostfield ball to Gibbs White on the right side. Cross in, Bellingham with a pretty free header and doesn't even test Carl Rushworth in the Brighton Albion goal. Malek Gusto starts us off in the second half. Matt O'Reilly wins it back though, quite high up. Matt O'Reilly, to be fair, that's a pretty decent finish. 49 minutes in and this game has gone from bad to worse. 3 minutes in, still not really anything for us. Couple changes made. Anderson with a deep free kick, doesn't really test Rushworth in the goal. Does go out for a corner though. One last time. Can he do a little bit better? Does have a little bit better. John Philip Mateta gets a little goal. 83 minutes in, can we go attacking? Maybe kind of get some goal difference back, if nothing else. Or some pro. And Chilwell, can we get a goal back for, and maybe even unlikely equaliser? Not with passes like that. Wins it back though. Varela, can he get a decent ball in or a shot? Not really sure why he's just on a spin in the box. Didn't really work that time anyway. Chilwell over to Varela, doesn't win that over Boselli. A little bit of a hospital pass, to be honest. And there is the full-time whistle. Brighton have Albion 3, West Ham United 0. Have a look at the live table. We are now 9th. European dream a little bit out of our reach at the moment. Still got 10 games left to play. Hopefully we can get our form back and aim for them European. Hello and welcome to today's video. We could end up in the Champions League, bit unlikely. We could end up in the Europa League if we win both games, and we could end up in the Conference League, and we could end up with no European competition at all. But honestly, just focus on winning these 2 games. I'll show you the league table in a minute, and it's a little bit confusing because the top 4 teams have already got Champions League, and I do believe 5th gets Champions League, but I don't know if that, and then they won the FA Cup and Carabao Cup, so I don't know if that makes another position available or whether you can just have loads of teams in it. Anyway, let's go through our fixtures and then we'll figure out the league table stuff, I guess, at the end of the episode or in a minute. First game after that pretty dismal form that we had towards the end of the last episode. Change of formation, well, change tactics more. 3-1 win against Nottingham Forest. Mateta and Ollie Watkins, nice to see our strikers on the score sheet. 1-1 draw against Tottenham, who have won the league again. Mickey van der Ven getting an own goal for us. 1-0 defeat against Liverpool, kind of just take that. 1-0 win against Wolves. Ollie Watkins getting a goal in that one. 7-0 win against our bogey team at Fulham. Ollie Watkins getting 2. Nathan the Cat getting a goal. Walter Goose getting 2. Varela getting 1. And then Anderson getting 1. 7-0 win over Fulham. 1-0 win against Newcastle. Varela getting a goal in that one. 3-0 defeat to Arsenal. Kind of just can't really do anything against Arsenal. I'm not sure really what happens in those games. Then a pretty disappointing 0-0 draw at home to Aston Villa. Anyway, in this episode we have Manchester United and Ipswich. Right, if we go on to the top 4, I mean Spurs will win the league, but I do believe one of the top 4 has already won the FA Cup and Carabao Cup. So 5th and 6th get Europa League, but I don't know if 5th gets Champions League now. I do believe they do. So does top 7 get it? Or is it just top 6? Anyway, we need to win both our games. possibly could. Apologies for the siren in the background. Liverpool could drop out, but that's very unlikely. So Chelsea and Aston Villa are the teams we've got to look at. Aston Villa's fixtures, they have Spurs and Fulham, and they're not on the greatest of form by the look of it. Lost to Man City in the FA Cup, so that'll be why. So Spurs and Fulham, so if we win both our games, Spurs will win the league, Fulham are 15. So 50 for 5, 6, 7, 8. Our goal difference is not helping us. We could actually lose this on goal difference. So Chelsea as well, Manchester City and Norwich. They're probably going to win it as Norwich, but Manchester City are 3rd, Norwich are 14th. Anyway, we have Manchester United who are 4th, and Ipswich who are 17th. They are pretty safe to go up as long as they get a point in one of those games. I don't know. Anyway, it's going to be a mess. We're going to figure it out. Anyway, we have to win both these games to have a chance and results go our way, and I don't really know. I'm going to be honest. Anyway, let's get these 2 games over and then see what happens. Ramsdale in goal for this one. Neto, Goose, Struik and Chilwell. With the Cat, Anderson, Gibbs White, Neto, Varela and Watkins. Right. We're going to just play these 2 games and then just figure out what happens afterwards, because I'm very confused. Right then, against Manchester United, probably should go positive. We need a result in this game. Benjamin Sesko is the top scorer in the league, but Manchester United, a bit like real life, have had a bit of defensive problems, so get a decent result in this one and then we're one step towards it and makes everything a bit easier. Deep header doesn't really test down Ramsdale in our goal though, pretty good, lucky for us. Sesko is the top scorer in the league, I think I mentioned that already. But I think Ollie Watkins is like 4th top, so it should be good. Neto's not had the highest rating in the last couple of games, but I kind of just want wingers in this game. I don't think having Gibbs White on the right hand side is a very good thing. Not sure when it goes to running out of play, just under pretty low pressure is anything to be proud of either. Luke Shaw to Manuel Ugarte. Cunha. Do win it back though through to Cat. Gibbs White. Doesn't have the most options. Stroke to Goose coming on this right hand side. Do have a little bit of an overlap. Malo Gusto. Can he get a ball in? Does get a ball in. Shaw away. Alec Anderson to Gibbs White to Gusto. Cross for Watkins. Looks like it's going to be a corner. 15 minutes in and started pretty well. Doesn't really mean too much. Mazraoui to Ahmad. Of course, Manchester United can just open us up at any minute. Forward to Nico Paz. New signing to Sesko. Ramsdale's decent save at the near post. Corner to Manchester United, where both teams are not very good at defending corners, so that might be the difference. Gusto to Neto to Anderson. Crossfield ball deflected. Away by Mount. Up to Sesko. Knocked down to Paz. Cunha to Sesko again. It's going to run out of defence. Gusto. In the rain at Old Trafford. Sesko to Paz, and not really sure how that's out for a corner, but we'll take it. Ball takes on Ahmad to Varela. Has 3 players around him. Does get past Marisari though. After Varela, can he get his shot off? He does get a shot off. Corner. Looks like Kubo saved that. Cunha coming down on his neck. Brings out for a throw to Gusto. Can we do anything from this? Neto to Watkins. Has a shot. Deflected, I think. Manuel Ugarte, own goal. 43 minutes in. And we might, fingers crossed, be getting half a step into the Europa League. Or some kind of Europe. Right then, half time. Where does that leave the league table? Still 7th. Overtook Chelsea, so I'm not really sure what that means for us. Mazraoui Back to Ugarte. You did score that own goal for us to get 1-0 up. Has been a little bit. Manchester United have a little bit got into the game since. Sesko to Paz to Sesko to Paz. Shot. Another own goal. Is that going to be the difference between us getting Europe or not? Honestly, it might be our goal difference. Corner from Manchester United. Drop down to 8th. That really doesn't help us out at all. Gusto away. Only 2 in Doi. Just substituted on for Manchester United. Martinez to Doi. Doing that mazy run. Dan and Doi. Oh, this game's just been tipped on its head. I think we need to do something. They've scored twice in 4 minutes. .61 minutes in, Arsenal 4-0 up against Norwich, so that makes our second game a little bit different. To Paz to Ndoye, just takes that down with ease. Mount to Ndoye, we have gone attacking though, but hasn't really gone through. Makes a Mount off the post, off of the other post, and stroke of luck in that one. 65 minutes in, Ugarte to Shaw. 5-0 up for Norwich. Mateus Fernandes does win it back though. Has Ollie Watkins and plenty of lag in this one. Not sure what that's about. Seem to only have it in this save. Mazraoui and Ahmad on the right hand side. Neto does bring him down. Free kick to Manchester United. 2 up front for the last 20 minutes. 15. See if we can get anything from this. Defeat definitely doesn't help us. Maybe a draw might keep us in it, but it's been so frustrating, and 2 goals in 4 minutes might have actually just ruined our hopes. We still have a couple of minutes left though. Nico Paz. Manchester United having the ball is not exactly a good thing. To Sesko. To Ahmad. Not really sure why we're having that lag in this game. Paz. Long shot. Ramsdale tips it round. 83 minutes in, and looks like it's all Manchester United at the moment. Right then, 2-1 defeat against West Ham. Looks like Chelsea beat Man City as well, which doesn't exactly help us out. Aston Villa did lose though, so I'm not really sure what that does to the league table. To 8th. Right. To 8th. I don't think this is going to be enough. We need Aston Villa to lose and quite a big goal swing against Fulham. We have Ipswich, who are fighting for relegation, so definitely touch and go. So then into the second game against Ipswich. Going to switch these two over possession because they're playing on the wrong side. That might have had a bit of a damning effect in the last game. Looks like those last 2 games against Aston Villa and then Manchester United might have kind of killed our European dreams, but hopefully if we win this game we might get a little bit of luck, but we kind of need a big win in this one to even stand a chance, and maybe need a couple of other teams to help us out. Here is the Ipswich team. Muric in goal. Jack Clark. Not the strongest Ipswich team, going to be honest. Let's do our part. Right. Win this game. Right, we're just going to have to go attacking from the off. Win this game, we've got a chance, but it's definitely an outside chance. Gibbs White with the goal kick. Aston Villa are 1-0 down to Fulham. Still needs us to win this game though. Varela has got plenty of time to shoot, and that is crazy. Which They have had more possession, but I guess we can try and beat them on the counter. Varela, who had that shot go wide, really had a good game. Cross deep, Muric away, Anderson edge of the box. I thought he was going to take one shot on. Gusto, shot, Muric out for a corner. Here we go then, Risco. Aston Villa do have one back though, but doesn't really mean anything while we're not winning. Ipswich just happy to play it around. They are fine for survival. Gusto to Anderson to Neto. Anderson is in behind. Can he shoot? He does shoot. Doesn't hit it on target. This is going to be painful to watch. Muric with a goal kick. Just before half time. Probably should have rested our players. We had a week break, but it'll be fine. It's the last game of the season. Anderson, Gusto. Come on, decent ball in. That's not what we really want. Corner though. Can we do anything from the corner? Gibbs White just before half time. Big header would be nice now. Grieves away to Varela. Neto, shot. Muric saves. It's going to be very touch and go. Come on. We'll just get a goal and it doesn't even matter. We need a goal. Come on. Definitely don't concede. Alright, Anderson to the cat, to Neto, Ollie Watkins, to Varela. Come on, that's so bad. Right, 55 minutes in. Can we get something from this? Ipswich, Jack Clark to Cuisance. I think might as well go attacking now. If we don't get a goal, nothing really means anything. Anderson, Gusto, forward to Ollie Watkins. Ollie Watkins is in behind. He is our top scorer. Can he get a shot off? He does get a shot off. Yeah, 1-0 up. Come on. Let's go. Right. Delight with that strike. Can we keep this up? Maybe get a second. Tactical changes. Perfect. Right. Fulham are still drawing with Aston Villa. That definitely helps us out. Keeps wide down this right hand side. Can we get a second goal to make this a little bit more comfortable on our end? Chilwell to Neto, to Neves, to Chilwell. Can he get a decent ball in? He does. Muric out for a corner. 60 minutes in. Half an hour left of the season. Can we get that unlikely European position? Gibbs White to Gusto. Man City 1-0 up against Arsenal. It doesn't really affect us. Gibbs White, not really sure why we're passing it around the back like this. Neto takes on his man, does get past his man. Did take off Rella because them two finishes were absolutely horrific. Cross, Gibbs White, shot into the bottom corner. There is the insurance goal. Maybe we go back on positive. Right. Keep winning this game and keep an eye on that Aston Villa Fulham score. Aston Villa have just gone 2-1 up. No. And it's 2-2. Yes, get in. Fulham, please, do us a favour. Ah, Jesus. 2 goals in 2 minutes, just absolutely playing with our hearts. Stroke. Out to Neto. Chilwell to Neto. Gone to a control possession. Hopefully that can help us a little bit. Neto up to Watkins. Not really the most control possession tactic I've ever seen in the world. Right, 2-0 win in this game. What does that mean for the league table? Right, doesn't say anything on there. Have we got Europe? What is the fixtures? Aston Villa did draw. Does that help us out at all? Euro Conference place goes to league. We got Conference League? No, that's past winners. Right. League table. We're still at 8th. Really? I think we needed a loss. Loss and goal difference. Does that continue a little bit? Initial budgets. Chelsea book Europa League ticket. I don't think we've got Europe. 85 million transfer budget. I'm gonna be honest. So what's happening? Does Aston Villa? I think Aston Villa got Conference League. No. Oh, to get so close. So close yet so far. 1 point. Oh, just one Fulham goal would have just messed. Ipswich have stayed up as well. Right. That is absolutely heartbreaking. Aston Villa's form as well. Just look at that form. No. How? They're drawn against us as well. We could have actually done this. Oh, one more season without Europe. God damn it. Right. Right. Another season. This West Ham Dave is taking a lot of the West Ham rebuild. We have a new season and some exciting news to get to. Firstly, let's look at the transfers in. Pascal Stroke comes in for 12 million from his loan last season. Jarrod Bowen was relegated with Everton last year. He is on a bit of a higher wage, but we kind of need some good centre backs because we are conceding a bit too much. So he comes in from Everton for 40 million. Anton Gay is a backup right back. As you'll see, Sedilla had his release clause met by a Saudi club, so brought him in as a backup right back. Shea Lacey is on loan from Manchester United, mainly because we need some depth, decent wage, and decent winger. If we can keep him fit, he should be a decent option. And then Alejandro Garnacho was transfer listed by Chelsea for 21 million. Pretty good player, does have some attitude problems in real life, but for 20 million, you can't really argue with that. On the transfer outs, Tommy Conway has had his loan made permanent to Wrexham for 13.5 million. Harvey Barnes left on a free transfer to Burnley. A couple of youngsters out on loan. Somerville has gone out to Al Hilal. 25 million for a player that we didn't really use the last couple of seasons is pretty good. As I said earlier, Sedilla had his release clause met, so he's off to Al Hilal. Louis Gahelme is on loan, and then a couple more on loan, including Ollie Scarles. Then in the past season, we have decided to buy the stadium, so purchased that. Didn't really cost us anything, from what I can tell, which is a little bit weird. And then we've decided to expand the stadium. It should take place around the end of the season, so it should be in place for next season. Upgrade the capacity. Don't know why that word was so hard to find. Upgrade the capacity for next season, so that should be pretty good. Get us some money. We have played one game in the start of the season because we do have Europa League, which is a little bit weird. Not Europa League, Europa Conference League. As I said last episode, it is very confusing. We do have AFAK Larkanas as a team from Cyprus. Probably a shit team we should be winning. Not sure what round this is. Just, it's not the group stage yet, it's still the qualifying. But we did have a game against Chelsea, but we're going to skip that one and then skip the game against Newcastle. So you'll get the two Conference League games into this one. AEK Larkanas. Anyway, here's the team that we're going to play in this one. Watkins up front with Grealish and Lacey. Fernandez, Anderson and Neves. Chilwell, Braithwaite, Stroke, Gusto and Ramsdale. I do believe Jack Grealish wasn't on that. Not really sure why. Nathan the Cat's out for a little bit injury of something he caught in pre-season. Ferreira's got a bit of a knock as well as Gibbs White, who a couple of these players are wanted by Saudi. Gusto for 41 million. And who else was it? There was another player that has a promise, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's get into this first Europa Conference League game. I haven't really played any games in Europe on FM26, so hopefully it's going to be pretty good. A lot of Cyprus-y. I don't know if that's even a word. Anyway, win these two games. Nice UEFA. Little animations. Gonna go on positive as well. Should really be a game we should win pretty easily and get into the group stage at least. We all predicted the quarterfinals in the media, so if we can get into the latter stages and maybe get one of those ambitions that we started at the start, like tasks, complete, that would be great. And Grealish to Watkins doesn't really get there. Gusto to Neves to Gusto. If we can get another goal, that'll definitely settle the nerves. Ramsdale with a goal kick just 3 minutes in. Looks like we're going to have a couple of highlights in this one. Did dominate possession in the game against Chelsea to start the season. We all predicted 12th, which is a little bit lower than last season. I think it's mainly due to just a bit of squad depth and then having the Conference League. And Ollie Watkins into the 3rd minute, just an early goal. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come and we can get a couple more goals in this game and make it a little bit more comfortable. Shea Lacey into the second half. That pass was a little bit loose. Long ball by their goalkeeper, Stroke, just completely all the time in the world for it. Gusto. Down to Elliot Anderson, to Lacey, to Watkins. Can Lacey have a shot? He does have a shot. Keeper does tip it around the bar. Corner, around the post, rather. Corner from Ben Chilwell. We are not very good at scoring set pieces, so not any surprise that that one was straight headed away. Stroke is under it. Doesn't really attack it though. Out to Gusto. Stroke. Gusto. Lacey. Gusto. Stroke. Brownthwaite. Decent possession so far. I think we're pretty content with just passing this around. Lacey. Anderson. Gusto. Are we just going to watch this whole game? I mean, it's a very decent passing spell. Gusto into Grealish, doesn't quite win it. Fernandez with a shot off the crossbar. Can we get the rebound? Not quite. Fernandez, Lacey shot, deflected, defensive away. Just looks like it's just going to be all us. Fernandez to Watkins, Anderson, Gusto. Can he get a cross in? Watkins, and there's the second goal. 9 minutes in. Looks like we've got good early lead. Right, do win it back. Just had to check it wasn't key highlights because this is the 3rd highlight we've seen in this game. I guess seeing a lot of highlights isn't a bad thing, especially when they are for us. Gusto to Anderson to Lacey. Step in defensively, but Gusto wins it back. Slight tackle. Gusto shot. Somehow it goes into the back of the net. Looks like it's an own goal on their half. 10 minutes in, 3-0 up. I didn't think it would be this easy. Into the second half, Shea Lacey, literally, as I mentioned earlier, has picked up a knock and had to come off. Neto's on for him. Jack Grealish out to Neto on this right hand side. Has got a good shot on him. Does have a shot. Keeper puts it out for a corner. Looks like we're under the storm. They're under the storm as well. 37 minutes in, 3-0 up, and we can probably just take a little bit of a step back in this one. Gusto. Clean sheet would be ideal in this one as well. I think Dortmund are in this, but I don't think if Dortmund are in this, then they probably aren't doing that great. Right. Vasilou does cut it back to Kaye Fass. The Cyprus side do have one back just before half time. Not exactly great from us. We're supposed to be all very defensively solid this season and not exactly great, but keep a clean sheet against Chelsea, but not against the team from Cyprus. Anyway, into the second half. Can we deal with it? Watkins away. Neto on the right hand side has an option to the left hand side, but Zanuck is going to keep up with him. For some reason, the defender ran away and then came back, deflected into the keeper's hands, and a little bit shaky start to the second half. Maybe a little bit of complacency kicking in. So on this right hand side, a little bit of a knock. Kaifas down this left hand side. Gusto getting back eventually. Vasilou to Struik, does win it back though. Fernandez does have quite a few players, does knock it over the top of the defence. Ollie Watkins with a shot that isn't really Ollie Watkins' type of shot. Usually he puts them away pretty easily. Second half is a little bit harder than the first half, but hopefully it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Although I'd like to put this game to bed, having a game that isn't just a dead rubber in the second half does make it a little bit more interesting. Cyprus side coming forward. Out to the right with Petru. Over the top to Ramsdale. Goes round the keeper, and that isn't exactly what I had in mind. After 10 minutes we were 3-0 up, and it looks like we might throw this away a little bit. Not exactly convincing. Corner from the team from Cyprus. Delcio to take it. Did have that deep free kick earlier. Cross in. Branthwaite under it away. Only to Christoforos. Header. Ramsdale wasn't exactly convincing at that. Still 3-2. Corner from Neto, 77 minutes in. Can we get an insurance goal? Make that second leg away in Cyprus a little bit easier. Cross headed away. Neves to Neto. Back to Neves to Chilwell. He's going to take a shot. Keeper saves it. Watkins can pick up the pieces, but it's a throw-in for us. It's pretty good advertising in this. I didn't realise how good it was. He forgot to talk. Goes past his man though. Cuts it back to Neto. Has a shot. Probably should have been hitting that on the target, just over the bar. Maybe Ireland 3-2 win against Cyprus, the team from Cyprus, AEK Larnakas. Gonna go sim, well I say sim, I'm gonna go play the Newcastle game, and then we'll be back for the second leg in Cyprus. So then after that Europa Conference League game, we did draw 1-1 with Newcastle. Pedro Neto getting a goal and Nick Waltemada getting a goal for Newcastle. A couple of changes in this one. Mateta starts up front. Garnacho, Neto, Fernandez, Rig, Neves, Chilwell, Branthwaite, Goose, Gay, and Van der Voort in goal. Rig back to Gay. It's been a little bit of a quieter start. Neto to Rig. Out to Garnacho. They are trying to just counter-attack us at the moment. Garnacho has a shot just wide out for a corner. It's been a little bit of a quiet game since that first game of the episode. 31 minutes in, goal kick from Van der Voort. Ramsdale didn't exactly have the best game at home in Europe, so maybe Van der Voort can have a bit of a better goalkeeper in this one. Neto having a decent run, shot, keeper, decent save from this one. Their keeper's been probably their best player in this. Crossfield ball to Chilwell, plenty of time to bring it down to Garnacho. Garnacho back to Neves, Neves into Fernandez, Fernandez to Rig to Mateta, Mateta to Gay, up to Neto. Shot, not really troubling the goalkeeper. Really been attacking very well in this game. As long as we have that goal advantage, we should be alright though. Rig, Neto to Gay. Can he get a cross in? Back to Rig. To Garnacho. Really should have put that in the back of the net. 50 minutes in, we have the corner. Domu. Out and behind to Vasilou. Maybe not the best defending. Never as away to Petru. Has a shot off the post. really not showing up in this game very well. Neto and Garnacho especially not doing that great. Neto just has two men. Vasilou just takes the ball off him like it's nothing. George Landis, decent possession for the team from Cyprus. If they get another goal, it makes it a little bit more hairy, but out. Garnacho does win it back though, having a little struggle for possession at this point. Cristofori, Garnacho does win it back though. Up to Fernandez, down to Chilwell. Garnacho, Chilwell. No real urgency for the team at the moment. Chilwell, not really sure what that was. Yellow card for, I don't really know what for. "59 minutes in, still 0-0 in this one. Long ball from them. Chilwell has plenty of time to bring it down. Up to Garnacho. Takes on his man. Back to Chilwell. 1-2 with Garnacho. Cuts inside. Has a shot. Looks like it's in the back of the net. Garnacho, I thought he was going to do a gritty there. 60 minutes in, we have our goal away from home, and hopefully that makes it a little bit less tense. 15 minutes left of this one. Team from Cyprus still have 2 goals to get to take it to extra time, but although it hasn't been the best performance, still been decent. Garnacho now on the right hand side, take on his man. Can he get a second goal? He does have a shot. Garnacho's second goal into the bottom corner. 74 minutes in, 5-2 on aggregate. It looks like that might be the goal that we need. With the throw in to the cat, substitute on. Chilwell to Varela. Cuts inside, has a shot into the bottom corner. And there is the third. 81 minutes in, it looks like we've finally kicked into form. Varela with a goal into the bottom corner this time at 6-2. 84 minutes in, goalkeeper catches that pretty easily. What's he going to do with it though? Drops it down to his feet, out to Petri on the right hand side. Takes on Chilwell, is past Chilwell. Has got a couple options in the box. Petru is going to take a shot on, but not really tempting the goalkeeper. 86 minutes in, Gay down the right hand side. Rig to Garnacho. Back to Goose. To Branthwaite. Can we build it down the left hand side instead? Up to Varela, where he has a goal himself. Can he get another one? Or an assist? Maybe not that time. Fernandez does win it back. Varela, another shot. Cardoso Varela just seems to be whoever we got on the left hand side. Cuts in, and there it's 4-0 on the night and 7-2 on aggregate. And then we are then a 7-2 aggregate win against the team from Cyprus, AEK Larnakus. Hopefully we don't have to pronounce them much to Europe. We played AEK Larnakus after a 3-2 win and a 4-0 win away from home. We got into the Conference League group stage. I'll show you them in a minute, but in the fixtures since losing the 4-1 to West Ham, Ollie Watkins getting a goal in that one. And then a pretty disappointing result in the Carabao Cup, which we are knocked out of. A 2-1 loss to Burnley. Back to Premier League action, and we won 2-0 against Norwich. Pascal Stroke and Jean-Philippe Mateta penalty. And then a 2-2 draw against Liverpool. Ollie Watkins getting two in that one. So today's episode we've got Slavan Bratislava and Fulham. Then later on we've got Shamrock Rovers into Tobol. Not sure where they're from. We'll have a look at the time. Then to Malmo and then KUPS. And I think that's it. Right, let's get into that first game of the episode. And Slavan Bratislava are from Slovakia. So let's have a little Slovakian dream. This is the Conference League. Some decent teams in there. Nice, Bologna, Girona, Genk. Probably a competition we should be winning, but anyway. And if we go on fixture schedule and then go on to Premier League, I'm not even sure how you do that. West Ham Premier League, we can see we are in 12th position after 5 games. 6 points, a little bit disappointing, but this is the final season that we'll be doing, so whatever we get in Europe this season is kind of just how it goes. Unfortunately, you're not really having the most progress in this, and then the stagnation is not helping me enjoy the save or not really helping the channel either. So this will be the last season, but hopefully we can sign it off with some silverware. Anyway, to that team selection in this one, and we have a couple injuries and then a couple unregistered players because we have too many players. Just a couple substitutes in this one. Van der Voort starts in goal with Guy, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, De Cat, Anderson, Rigg, Garnacho, Grealish and Mateta. We are at home in this one, so we shouldn't have the exact nerves that we have in maybe a later game, but let's get it on positive. Hopefully we can get a couple goals and set us up really well for the start of the group stage. First real highlight of the game, we've had all the shots but no real highlights. Grealish out to Chilwell on this left hand side, back to Grealish, to Rigg, to Chilwell, edge of the box to De Cat. Anderson finds Gay, cross ball in, Garnacho, back to Gay, to Garnacho again, has a shot. Not really sure where that was aimed for. Did score quite a couple of goals in the qualifying stage, and hopefully his future shots are a little bit better than that. Goal kick to the Slovakian goalkeeper. Over to their centre back. I'm not even going to try and pronounce a couple of these names. Jakubko, Ursula, crossfield ball. Not really sure what that was. Headed on to himself. Van der Voort playing a little bit risky, but does get away with it. Grealish on this left hand side cuts past, has a couple players on his back. Chilwell to Grealish. Can he get a decent ball in? Or Grealish to Mateta. Knocked back for Anderson. Deflected wide. We do get another corner. 30 minutes in. We are the better team in this one, and barring anything catastrophic, we should eventually get the goal. Branthwaite with another shot. Decent save by the keeper. Gay. Just 4 players jumping up for that. Jesus. Garnacho. Over to Chilwell. If we can get 1 goal, it should open this game up, but honestly, I can just see a 1-0 defeat. There's no reason for it, but well, Garnacho right hand side. Can we get that goal in? Does go down, but only a throw in. Throw in from Guy to Anderson, back to Garnacho, back post to Grealish, free header, and really should have done that better with that one. Just head it down, my guy. Don't know why I said that, that's a bit cringe. In Slovakian side with the ball. Haven't really had a shot yet, but don't really want to jinx that. Rigg does win it back though to Grealish on this left hand side. Can he get a ball in? Running away from the team. Does get back to Mateta, back to Rigg, and Chris Rigg breaks the deadlock. 41 minutes in. It's been a long time coming, but we do have our first goal in this game and our first goal in Europe. Jakubko up to Gringer, just running away from the ball just inexplicably. The cat does pick it up though. Can we get a second goal before half time? Make it a little bit less nervy. Garnacho gonna go on one of his runs. Has a shot over the bar. Over to Jacko. Not even sure I pronounce any of these right, to be honest. Rigg, the goal scorer, to Anderson to Grealish. Takes on his man. Cross deep for Mateta. Does win it. And there is Mateta's first goal. 50 minutes in. Mateta's been a little bit quiet. He did ask for some more game time, but hopefully in this competition he can do more of that, scoring some headed goals, because we don't really score too many of them. Chilwell with the corner. hit it away pretty inexplicably. Grealish to the cat to Goose to Gay. Does he have a final ball in him or a shot? Pretty tame shot, but not bad on target. To Grealish, cross ball in, comes back out to Garnacho. He was so influential in the first game and gets a goal in this one. 3 goals in 2 matches. And to Cat, to Garnacho, to Mateta, to Gay. Back to Garnacho again, has a shot deflected. Slovakian side will counter on us though. Only 2 men back. We do have a couple of options for them though to have a shot. I think Van der Vaart's got to do better. 5 minutes in, still no 4th goal. Chilwell with a deep corner. Branthwaite under it, but not really on target. Goal kick from the Slovakian goalkeeper. Not really in a rush of any sort. Don't win the header, but Branthwaite over to Grealish. Mateta's making a run, doesn't spot him. De Cat to Anderson to Goose. I think we're pretty content with just maybe passing that around a bit. Not sure why this is a highlight though. Garnacho to Mateta, back to Garnacho. Tried to fill in a through ball to Mateta. Does have Slovakian side on the counter attack though. Not sure really how he's got past 2 players. Van der Vaart saves his pretty team shot though. 86 minutes in, 4 minutes left. Short out to Goose. Last couple of minutes of our first game, we should have all the 3 points in the bag. That's wrong now. Anyway, Girona, Motherwell, Hajduk, top of the table so far, but after 1 game played, 26 shots, 12 on targets, 2.8 XG is pretty low from that, but as long as we get the 3 points, I'm pretty happy. To the second game against Fulham in the Premier League, a couple of changes from this one. Gibbs White replaces... I can't remember. Anyway, we'll just go through the starting 11. Van der Vaart starts in goal with Gay, Goose, Branthwaite and Chilwell. Pretty consistent back 4. De Cat, Anderson and Rigg with Gibbs White, Varela and Watkins. Gibbs White to Gay. Crossfield ball to Watkins. We do get an early goal. 18 seconds in. West Ham 1. Fulham 0. Perfect start. Fulham were a buggy team a couple of years ago. We did beat 7-0 last season, so maybe the tide has turned. Hutchinson on the right side, up to 9th in the table. Mill Smith-Rowe seems to be a bit of a problem player for us. Cross in, Goose away. Only to Anthony Robinson though. Calvin Bassey to Robinson to Kelvin in behind for Iwobi. A shot straight past Van der Vaart. 12 minutes in, 1-1. Varela's picked up a knock. You're still on the pitch though. Crossfield ball into Watkins, and that's what you really need. You don't really need all the possession, but you have to take your chances, and that's exactly what we've done. Ollie Watkins with the 2nd goal of the game and puts us 2-1 up. Just before half time, corner to Fulham, Amari Hutchinson. 15th when we draw, and that's exactly what we've done. To defending set pieces, and honestly we just need to fire a set piece coach because we're not scoring any, and that might be the 5th we've conceded this season already. Grealish does win a header straight at the Fulham goalkeeper though. Subbed him on for Varela. Seemed to have a good assist, but it doesn't really do much else, which I guess attacking players are a little bit inconsistent, but you kind of want a little bit better. Chilwell forward to Watkins. Can he get his hat-trick? He can get his hat-trick. Just after half-time, almost as quick as his first goal, Ollie Watkins gets his hat-trick. 3-2 up against Fulham. Seems to be a pretty entertaining game. Watkins already had a hat-trick. Can he be the provider this time? Anderson doesn't really jump with that one. Kevin does bring it out for Fulham, or can they get an equaliser themselves? Gibbs White does win it back though. Anderson to Gay. Forward to Gibbs White. What's he going to do with it? 3 men around him, but finds Watkins. That's literally the difference. Mateta gets the goals with his head. Ollie Watkins just crossfield ball and he taps it in. 10 rating for Ollie Watkins. Absolute perfect performance from him. Bassey crossfield ball to Anderson. They very much like to try one way, and then if they can't, just absolutely sits down Grealish. Chilwell does win it back. That is straight to Lukic. Murray Hutchinson has a lot of space on his right hand side. Put into the bottom corner. Fulham 4, West Ham 4, Fulham 3. Maybe it's time to go balanced a little bit, because Fulham can literally score at any point. 4-3 up, but Fulham have been the better team, but we've just been more clinical. Ollie Watkins has been the difference. Hopefully we don't throw this one away. 4-3 up, and not really with control. Marcus Leonardo in behind. Van der Voort comes out, tries to put him off. I mean, it wins the corner somehow. It looks like he shot himself. Amari Hutchinson. Hopefully we don't concede another corner. I've got a bit of a history of saying stuff and then it happens straight away though. Anderson to Rogerson to Anderson, up to Lukic. Amari Hutchinson, a pre-tame shot to Van der Voort. Doesn't seem to be as good on this game as a lot of people have used before, or even that I've used before. It just doesn't seem to. Maybe it's just goalkeepers on this game, but they don't seem to be very good, especially Van der Voort. For a player of his quality, you'd think he'd be a little bit more convincing. Literally only playing him because he wants games, and it is a bit of a morale manager. Grealish is put in behind though. Crossfield ball. Does win the corner somehow. Keeper preventing it from going into the net. And there is full time in this one. Firstly, we had a win at home in Europe, and then we have a win at home against one of our bogey teams. Pretty progressive West Ham rebuild. Here we have the second game in the UEFA Conference League. We are currently 5th in the league after one game played. As we be, I can't remember. Anyway, top 5, and now we have a trip to Ireland. Shamrock Rovers, let's get some shamrock and roll. Anyway, let's go towards what happened recently. In our recent fixtures, we beat Slovan Bratislava. Since that last episode, only one game. As you can see, we had an international break and a 2-1 defeat against Spurs. Malik Fofana getting 2 for Tottenham, and Ollie Watkins getting a goal for us. So, Shamrock Rovers and Crystal Palace in this one, and then we have a trip to Hajduk after Chelsea and Manchester United. So, probably not the best form going into that one. Anyway, this is a starting lineup that we'll be playing in this game. Van der Voort starts in goal. I'm going to start Gusto actually. Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, the Cat, Anderson, Rig, Garnacho, Grealish, and Mateta. We do have Neto and Shea Lacey back fit. And on the bench if we need them. Shea Lacey going to keep him out for a little bit, just because he is injury prone, and I kind of want to make sure he's fully match fit, so we don't just have him injured all over again. So, Shamrock Rovers, let's get this going. I can't actually remember if we were home or away, but we will find out in a second. Teams are warming up. We are away in Ireland. The Tallaght Stadium. Gonna be honest, don't recognise any of their players. A good thing or a bad thing. We're focused for a reason. Hopefully we can get a decent little performance away in Ireland. Good European trip to a couple miles away, but right then, not exactly the brightest of first halves. I think Shamrock have only had one shot, and they might have their second one here. Gusto does get away only to Mateta. Garnacho was in an epic form in the last episode. Can he get us a 1-0 up in this one? Does have a cross in. Looks like one of the Shamrock defenders almost put it in their own net. Keeper did a pretty good job, but only out for a corner. Right then, full time in Ireland. That was probably the least highlight worthy game I think I've ever seen in my whole life. 95 minutes of play, 5 shots on target in the whole game. 0.04 goal difference for, well, XG for Shamrock Rovers, and a 0-0. Literally, I've shown you every single highlight we had. Literally all one. So, where does that leave us in the live table? That's not the live table. Up to 11. That's a mid-table, so just West Ham all over. Hopefully the Crystal Palace game's a little bit more highlight worthy than that, because that was not great. One thing we did have is Ben Chilwell did come off injured, and now he's out for 3 months, 3 to 4 months. We'll send for a specialist because he is a decent player, but not exactly what we wanted. Is he our only left back? I think he might be our only left back. We do have January coming up, but that's not great. Right then, second game of the episode, we have Van der Voort starting goal with Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite and Struik replacing the injured Ben Chilwell. De Cat, Anderson and Gibbs White with Shea Lacey, Pedro Neto and Ollie Watkins up front. Maybe we change his role a little bit. Wide forward, inside winger, maybe. I guess we'll just test it out. 8 substitutes from possible 9. You can go. Also, Jean-Philippe Mateta just wanted games, and then just with his performance, just put in a transfer request. So if he doesn't want to be here, then we're not going to keep him here. And that's kind of been a bit of a theme of what we've done in this save, especially in the last couple seasons. Of just, if players don't want to be here, just let them go. It's not worth keeping them. Here is the Crystal Palace lineup. Ben Roberts, not sure who he is, starting up front. Luis Enrique, is he from us? Maybe. I don't think we saw him to Palace. I have no idea. Favourites in this one as well, but honestly, in the last game, we were pretty strong favourites and didn't get a whole highlight in the whole game, so hopefully this one's a little bit better. 16 minutes in, we finally have a highlight in this episode. Stroke back to Branthwaite. Neto to Stroke. Doesn't make a run. Does find him as well. Neto. Can he take on his man or find someone? Stroke. Not really sure you'd want him in higher positions. Watkins does get a set on it. Decent save by Pat Rajkovic. I don't know why I started there with a P. He puts it out for a corner, but as in this episode, we don't get to see it. Nathan the Cat to Goose. Out to Gusto. To Anderson. To Gusto. Nice little bit of play. Lacey with a shot left footed. Only out to Anderson. Build back up via the Cat. Lacey has it now. Can he get a goal back from his injury? Definitely a player that I really want to use in the next couple episodes, next couple games in the Conference League, because on his day he is a quality player. We just need to keep him fit. Corner for Palace just before half time. Daniel Munoz, not sure how to pronounce that. Branthwaite away, decent. Lewis Potter, wow, hell of a finish from their lad, but I mean, I can't even moan about that. That's just a good finish. Gives White to Anderson to the Cat to Stroke. Can we get a goal before half time? Neto to Stroke. Seems to be a little bit more attacking than Chilwell, which, if you put the two players together, you wouldn't think. Decent little bit of passage at the moment. Gives White on the ball. Runs through. Gusto. Can he get a ball in? We'll get a ball into Anderson. Has a shot deflected out. Anderson gets it back though. Hits the post. And Shea Lacey has a tap in. It couldn't have possibly missed that. Even though we did concede that hell of a goal from Lewis Potter. Shea Lacey gets his second of the game. And the second of the season. Here we are then. 72nd minute in. Seems a bit quiet in the second half. Not exactly a bad thing. We are still 2-1 up. Gusto headed back to Van der Voort. Not sure that was so convincing, but we'll absolutely take it. Palace are a decent team. I think we took their main striking with Mateta, but doesn't seem to be working for us. Ducore to Kalpani. They don't have Jeremy Pina anymore, which I guess they still have Gay, so they've still got some decent players. And there we are then, 2-1 victory against Crystal Palace. We'll take that up to 9th in the league table, which for a season that we were predicted lower than last season, that's not a bad start. Still pretty early in the season though. Shea Lacey with both the goals for us, Mark Gay with the man of the match for Crystal Palace, and Shea Lacey again our man of the match. 2.76 to the 0.24, decent possession, dominate corners, shots on target, XG corners, possession, just absolutely pretty good performance. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next episode, where we take on another team in build. Here we have Hadjuk, and then we're going to play the second game against Tupelo as well. And in the Middlesbrough game in between that, but you guys don't really want to see that. Anyway, since that last episode, we have played 2 games. Firstly, a home win against Chelsea, Jarrod Bowen 3 and Ollie Watkins getting us all 3 points at the London Stadium. Then a 3-2 win against Manchester United, Ollie Watkins getting a goal and an injury, and Kodos of Varela getting 1 goal, and then the winner in the 90+4. Ollie Watkins is out for a couple weeks. Where is he? For 2 to 9 days, which isn't the worst result in the world, but does mean we have to play out John Philip Mateta. He wants to leave up front. Firstly, we have Hadjuk, who are from Croatia, and then Tobol, who are from Kazakhstan. Anyway, let's get into the match for Hadjuk. Van der Voort in goal with Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite, Struik, De Cat, Fernandez, Gibbs White, Lacey, Neto, and Mateta. Actually, I think we're going to play Ramsdale because Van der Voort has not been good. Alright, can we choose 7 substitutes because injuries and the fact that we just haven't got a big enough squad apparently. Right, Hadjuk. Not really sure of any of their players. I guess I'm not really supposed to. Put ourselves in a position to qualify if we win this match. Let's go out there and do that exact thing. Let's go positive to start off with. 2 decent results in the last couple games, but hopefully we can carry that on into this away game against Hadjuk. First highlight of the game, and it is a highlight to Hadjuk, Jurisic to cross the ball in. Gusto does head it away. Gibbs White, who we almost played up front, forward ball towards Mateta. Hopefully he can get a little decent run of form for Ipswich, where he's joining them. Hits the post. Don't know how he's done that from there. And it goes out for the throw in. It was, but Mateta's not quick enough. Does make the defender go all the way back to their goalkeeper though. Decent little away day for this one. I guess we have to be beating teams like this if we really want to progress in this competition. They have an attack that are going, and Robertino Laura gets Hadjuk 1-0 up. I think that's our first goal we conceded in the group stage, and not exactly the greatest start. Alright, half time, still 1-0. Neto's a little bit tired or picked up a knock, I wasn't quite sure, but we subbed on Varela just to, I mean, he scored 2 goals in midweek, so hopefully he can get, or say at the weekend, but hopefully he can get us back into this game because we are not exactly showing our best side. Varela on the ball now. Motherwell 2-1 up as well. Motherwell seem to be one of the better teams in this, and we should be the best team in the competition, but if we're going to lose to teams like Hadjuk, we might actually not end up winning it. Gusto taking on his man, puts through Shea Lacey, who's in behind, has a shot, and Shea Lacey scores. 58 minutes in, West Ham have finally woken up. Shea Lacey, sensational stuff, love that. 62 minutes in, can we get the winner? Shea Lacey, down the right hand side, already scored a first, can't quite beat his man. Our press isn't at it today. Zovac strokes, wins it back. Chilwell still out injured. Gives White in behind for Mateta. Can he get there? He does get there, but not on target. Jurisic had that early chance. Didn't really do anything with it. Zovac gives White, wins it back though. Counter attack towards Mateta. Mateta going out wide. Needs some support. Doesn't look like he's going to get much support. Does have options into the box. Can shoot as well, but maybe the less said about that, the better. 73 minutes in, Fernandez tries to find Lacey, is cut out. Counter attack by Hajak. Branthwaite cuts it out to Fernandez. Gusto to Lacey. Already got a first goal. It's been a little quiet besides that, though. I guess attacking players are a little bit like that. Gusto knocks it up. Stroke wins it, though. Shoots. Pascal Stroke on the floor, literally. Probably one of our tallest players, and he's even really good with his feet. It's only 4 minutes in, and then we have a 2-1 up through one of the most unlikely of goal scorers. There we are then, full time at Hajak. Hajak 1 at West Ham at 2. Wasn't exactly the best performance, but I guess we'll take it. Anyway, go over to the next game, but we're going to play the Middlesbrough game off camera. Into the second game of the episode, we have Tobil from Kazakhstan. This is the lineup. Ramsdale, Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite, Struik, Decat, Fernandez, Gibbs White, Lacey, Grealish, and Garnacho. Starting Garnacho because Philip Mateta didn't exactly shine well, and even though we dominated the game against it, Middlesbrough doesn't leave us any good form. Anyway, just in the Premier League table, I'll just show you. We are currently third in the table after 11 games. Which is a lot better than I thought we'd be doing. And then it's just in the bottom right corner, we are 6th in this one. 2 wins and a draw. Hopefully we can get a win against Tobil from Kazakhstan and end the episode with a good result and give us progression into the next round of the UEFA Conference League. But anyway, let's get this game going. Right, let's start on positive because we actually want to do something in this game. Usually start on balance and then try and work our way around that, whether that's going attacking or defending. Really depends on game scenarios. And 23 minutes in, away in Kazakhstan. Over to Stroke. Did get a goal in the last game, but not sure that's exactly what we should do. Did have a cross in. If it was anything other than Shea Lacey under it, it might have had a little bit better effect. Gusto back to Fernandez to Garnacho. Is starting up front, has a very good record in the UEFA Conference League. 4 goals in 4 matches. West Ham 1, 2-0 nil. Not sure why he's trying to find Garnacho, but we'll take it. Back to Stroke. The cat wins it back. Over to Grealish, takes on his man, does beat his man. Cross in to Shea Lacey, picks up to Gusto. Fernandez into the box, shoots, gives White, picks up the pieces and gets his first goal in the Europa Conference League. Half an hour in, looks like this one a little bit more comfortable than the last game. Matthias Fernandez has been wanting more games, so pretty proud that he's turning that in. Corner kick to Tobil though. They do get the first and the second. Ruslan Maratov getting the goal for Tobil. They get their chance in the limelight, and hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. Throw into Stroke, where all of our chances seem to really happen. Grealish, left-footed strike, wasn't really going to tempt the keeper or threaten the keeper either way. Counter attack from Tobil. Gusto seems to be under it though. Super half time, Mustafi. Shea Lacey does win it back though. Gusto is on a yellow card, so needs to be careful. Back to Gusto. Takes on his man, beats him pretty easily. Not exactly the biggest players in the box. Grealish has a shot. Keeper after the second attempt does keep it out of the net. No, I'm going to try and pronounce his name. I'm just going to get that completely wrong. Not a bad attempt though. Keeper does tip it wide. Pretty good attempt. I think it's pretty commendable if you're hitting free kicks, especially from that distance. Get them on the target. We can try and win them from the corner. Not exactly prolific from corners. Branthwaite does win the header eventually, but pretty low power, and the keeper can set off another counter attack for Tobil. I say counter attack, but Branthwaite's just chested it down and brought it down just in his own time. Gives White to Stroke. Chihuahua's a little bit injured still. Gives White, edge of the box. Fernandez gives White to Stroke to Garnacho. Already has a goal. Stroke to Gibbs White. Left foot strike. Not really on target. Kick as CSKA Sofia go 5-0 up against Zalgiris. Should try and stop pronouncing these Conference League name because I literally have no idea. Kaliev comes off the back of his neck. Gives away as a decent shot. Not really threatening the goalkeeper though. Half an hour gone. Garnacho tries to win that. Not really a hold up type of striker really. Tobin have kept us just to the 2-1 lead. Gusto's completely lost the flight of the ball. Mustafa is in behind. Doesn't have many options. Does have a couple in the box though. Might not even need them. Pulls a good save out of Ramsdale. 64 minutes in and Tobin might be coming alive in this game. Aside. What's he going to do with it? 76 minutes in. 15 minutes left in this one. Branthwaite. Decent save from their keeper. Branthwaite, that was pretty decent. Don't know why their keeper looks really short. Maybe Branthwaite's just really tall. 6 minutes left in this one. Goose builds up to the Cat, to Fernandez, to Gibbs White, to Grealish. Crossfield ball to Garnacho, not really known for his heading. Gives White back to Gusto. Not really sure we were trying to cross it in. Can we cut it back though? We do try and cut it back. Shea Lacey gets the ball, it just falls to him. Tap in isn't going to miss from there. 85 minutes in and looks like we've got our breathing space. In Kazakhstan at 3-1 win against Tobol. They put up a decent fight, but looks like our Premier League quality play. We have another game in the UEFA Conference League at Malmo. Before that, we'll go through the recent results. A 1-0 win over Brighton. Shea Lacey getting the goal. 2-1 defeat at the Stadium like Garnacho getting a goal, but a penalty and a Jarrod Bowen own goal gives Sunderland all 3 points. At home, a 3-2 win over Bournemouth. Struik, Varela and Mateta getting an 88th minute winner. And then a 0-0 draw against Arsenal. Pretty good result against Arsenal. We seem to get beaten by them quite a lot. Anyway, we've got Malmo from Sweden. Look at their fixtures recently. Doing pretty good. That 5-1 defeat to Charleroi is a little bit of a problem for them, but anyway, this is the team that we will be playing against Malmo in today's episode. Ramsdale, Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite, Struik, Decat, Fernandez, Anderson, Lacey, Garnacho, and Watkins. Seems to be in some decent form. Hopefully we can get another win and basically secure our Conference League position. Seems to be that we're playing decently well, but not exactly dominating every single game. I guess we've been decent, but for a team that's has ambitions to win the whole thing, it's not been convincing. 17 minutes in, Mano Gusto back to Branthwaite. Gusto playing Conference League in the snow is not really something I'm used to. Shea Lacey with a shot from distance, just over the bar. Nice little speculative shot. Need a little bit better from him though. Jers, I think. I'm just going to go through another episode of butchering European names. Jaru, long ball, goes under it. Fernandez to Shea Lacey. Can he get another shot off? Goes in, gets brought down by Magnuson. I think I could pronounce that one. Shea Lacey brought down 80 minutes in. Referee's got a big decision to make. Is it a penalty? Listen to VAR, and it is a penalty. Shea Lacey does win it. Who's going to take it though? Number 10. Is that Ollie Watkins? Possibly. It is Ollie Watkins. Ollie Watkins sends the keeper the wrong way. Pretty decent penalty into the top corner. 18 minutes in, and the team from England are 1-0 up against Malmo from Sweden. Forward to pass, and Branthwaite cuts it out though. Gusto to Shea Lacey. Can we get something going? Lacey does have Watkins. I say it's an option, but not really at the moment. Does find Watkins, goes back to Lacey. Anderson in the edge of the box, shoots off the post. Decent little shot there, decent little bit of play. Hits the post there and goes out for a Malmo throw in. Pretty convincing start, but maybe need to get that second goal to be a little bit more comfortable. Stroke to the cat, back to Stroke. Anderson, cross in. Lacey's not really under it. Being, I think he's like 5'6", he's not really going to win a header, is he? Goal kick from the Malmo goalkeeper. Kind of fitting. Is little Swedish? I don't know. I'm not even gonna try. Watkins does win it though. Seems to be pretty happy to play around the back though. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on, but they seem to be just giving us 3 throw-ins. This one pretty tame out for a throw-in. Gusto will take it over to Goose. Can we get Shea Lacey on the ball again? It seems to be really in the mood for this game. Right, Brandthwaite. I think we're probably going to go left. Long ball to Watkins. Not really what I'd decide. Shea Lacey with a hell of a run here. Hits the shot. Straight at the keeper though. Out for a corner. Shea Lacey is well in the mood for this game. We'll go over to take the corner as well. Ollie Watkins lurking into the box. Cross in. Ollie Watkins will get it. Shea Lacey has a shot. There we are then. Shea Lacey with his 3rd goal in 4 matches. Just absolutely in the mood for this game. Taking Malmo and just taking this game by the scruff of the neck, and looks like he's going to be the one to give us all 3 points in this one. 36 minutes in, 2-0. Matson though, back for Malmo. Elliot Anderson does win it back though. Needs to find an option. Does find Shea Lacey. Has Gusto on his right. Does find him. Can Gusto find Shea Lacey? He does find Shea Lacey. Cuts back to Watkins. Shot. Decent save by their keeper. Another corner. Shea Lacey will go over and take it. Goes to Gusto. To Goose. Not sure, Matt. I don't know what the weather is like in Sweden. Maybe the snow's putting them off a bit, but I feel like they actually get snow. Garnacho cuts in. Can he get a goal? Hits the side netting. Garnacho's been pretty impressive. I thought the keeper saved that. Was that a corner, or I'm not really sure. Garnacho with the ball back to Ramsdale. 49 minutes in. Shea Lacey with the 2 goals to give us that 2-0 lead at the moment. Fernandez to Lacey and to Watkins. Back to Gusto. Doesn't exactly have the most options. Through ball to Ollie Watkins, hits the post. Shea Lacey on the rebound. Is that a save? That's a pretty good save from the keeper. I thought that was heading for the top corner. One minutes in, Garnacho runs in behind. Keeper will get it for Malmo. 51 minutes in, haven't really done anything too spectacular in the second half, but Malmo haven't really put us under any pressure. Final, Goose just pushes him over. A little bit aggressive from him apparently, but Parson with a deep free kick. Watkins maybe under it. Watson to Parson. I said not really showing anything, and now he's going to have a shot. Did Ramsdale save that? 54 minutes in, as Nice go 5-0 up against Astana. Shea Lacey cutting in. Can he get his hat trick? He does curl it round, just wide though. He has had a couple of opportunities to get his hat trick. Been pretty dominant in this game, and Shea Lacey has been probably our best player. Magnuson did give away the penalty in behind for Lindgren. Ramsdale does come out and get it pretty comfortably though. Right, Ramsdale to Goose. 72 minutes in, still doing pretty decent. Shea Lacey just brought down by Magnuson. Brought down once for the penalty. This one on the halfway line. Deep free kick. 75 on the clock. Gusto to Mateus Fernandez. Has a couple options in the box, not many though. Fernandez back to Watkins. Not sure why he didn't turn and shoot. Stroke. Not sure really what he's doing. Does have a shot himself though. Keeper. I think, was it keeper or wide? There we are then, full time in this one. A comfortable win over Malmo from Sweden. Shea Lacey with the 2 goals. Well, I thought he scored the 2 goals. Won the penalty for the first one. That'll be why. Anyway, 2-0 win over this one. We'll go up to second in the group. Looks like, I think it was Motherwell, who were top of the group, have lost some points. Here we are then, just one change from that game in Europe. Gusto is suspended for this one, so Gay comes in at right back. So then we are third in the Premier League. I think Brentford are around mid-table. So if we want to keep up our Champions League fight, we need to beat teams like Brentford. A lot of signings. Yarmulke to Donovan. Newerton to Dom Solanke, who is a new signing, brings a good save out of Ramsdale. 2 minutes in, and Brentford look to be the first out of the blocks. 2, stroke under it, hits the crossbar. Goose with the rebound. Decently blocked though. Lacey, right foot shot, not quite good as his 2 left ones in midweek. Although, apparently that's a corner. Just before half time then, pretty dog game. Brentford have the possession, but not really much else. Fernandez to Garnacho. Can we get a decent goal there? Decent dribbling from him. Anderson finds stroke, cross in, looked like it hit a hand. Referee didn't see it that way though. Fernandez with a shot, does have a goal in him. Wasn't far away at all. Fred looked to have started the second half a little bit better than us. Same as the first. Sharda, Lacey does win it back though. Yarmulke wins it straight back from Anderson to Donovan. Newerton overlapping on the right hand side. Can he get a decent ball in for Brentford? Or cut inside himself. Newerton looks, or sounds like a Brazilian name. Has Brentford 1-0 up. Decent little finish. Ramsdale probably should have done better with that one, but not exactly going to moan. Can be known for his target man play, but did decently well there. The Cat, Anderson to Struik on the left hand side. Ben Chilwell is still injured. Garnacho cuts inside. Shea Lacey cuts in from his right hand side and has another goal to his name. Shea Lacey, the star man in today's episode. And we will go attacking. Apparently space odds just doesn't work for that. Lacey on the right hand side. Yeah, now cuts outside that. Fernandez does win it back there. Gay crossfield ball to Branthwaite. Branthwaite left to Stroke to Garnacho. Can we have a repeat of the first goal? Or Garnacho can shoot himself. Decent save by Kelleher in the Brentford goal out for a corner. Seems to be like going attacking. Seems to be helping us quite a bit. 67 minutes in though. Brentford do come back in. Set Vanderberg. Yarmulke to Hickey. Garnacho not really with a press. The Cat does win it back though. Watkins. Quite a lot to do. Goes out wide. Garnacho back to Watkins. Cuts inside. Finds Shea Lacey. His shot a little bit scuffed into the ground. And Kelleher has time to catch that pretty easily. So, not really sure what he was doing there, but we'll let it slide. Donovan to Newerton. How Brentford got their goal. A little bit deeper this time though. Garnacho with some decent defensive work, which isn't really something you'd think about when you think of Garnacho. Hickey to Yarmulke. Over to Sepp Vanberg. Rico Henry is very narrow. Brentford pretty happy just to play around the back for now. Rico Henry out to Sharda, who is tugging the touchline. Gay slide tackle does win it, but Brentford still have the ball. Rico Henry with plenty of pace. Kevin Sharda a little bit loose for a free man. Thought Gay would bring him down, but Sharda finds Solanke. 69 minutes in, funny number. Brentford 2, West Ham 1. Branthwaite back to Stroke. Garnacho in behind the fullback, always to Watkins. Van der Berg, not really sure what Anderson was trying to do there. Coyote wins the back for Brentford. Just playing it pretty slow runner back for. There we are then, full time in this one. We did beat a 1xg, but I guess Brentford are now third, leapfrogging us in the table. So not the worst result in the world, but a team like Brentford. So then, as you can see, we are in another Europa League game. This time we're playing KUPS from Finland. Going through our last game, we haven't played any games since, so nothing to catch you up on that. But here, we have KUPS. Pretty similar lineup to what happened in the last game. Ramsdale in goal, back four of Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite and Stroke. With the Cat, Fernandez and Anderson. With Lacey, Garnacho and Ollie Watkins. These episodes now are in 4K, so hopefully that's a little bit better. Hopefully you can actually see a difference. Or some of you might not even have the internet to play 4K, but it's nice that I even tried. But anyway, it's not going to mean a lot if we can't get a win. Team from Finland, not going to be honest, I'm not exactly familiar with these guys, but we are favourites for this one. Conference League, and in the rain, looks pretty decent. KUPS do get us kicked off in the yellow kit. Does blend in a little bit to the grass. Here we are then. Starts off with KUPS 9 minutes in. The yellow kit does look a bit washed out, which is a little bit strange. Strook does win that header though. Garnacho to Watkins. Watkins taking on his man, in throw on goal, shoots. Kulmala? I'm just going to have another episode of not being able to pronounce names. Saves a shot decently, goes out for a corner, but nothing comes from that. We are then Shea Lacey, who was so instrumental in that last episode. Gusto tries to find him, slides in. Long ball from KUPS, but I'm not going to call them cups, because that just sounds stupid. Gusto, deep cross, Watkins under it, was fouled. Looks like VR are going to have a closer look at this one. And we might have a penalty 20 minutes into this one. Right. VR, as typical VR fashion, is taking a little bit of a while. So, penalty awarded, finally. Took a little bit longer than I was expecting. Ollie Watkins pretty likely to take it as well. Not sure why the game is taking this long. Do you really need an animation for that? I mean, sure. Ollie Watkins to step up for this one. Hopefully he can continue his goal scoring form. He does shoot into the bottom right, sends the keeper the wrong way. He has got his fourth goal in 4 matches in the Europa Conference League. I think we are technically already qualified, but it's nice to keep our form in this already. Deep free kick. I say deep free kick. Enter the box. 26 minutes in. Shea Lacey behind it. Shoots. And that is absolutely classic from Shea Lacey. Was absolutely instrumental in the last episode. And that free kick was something pretty special. 20 yards out. Decent into the top corner. Stroke with the ball from the throw-in. 30 minutes in. Taking a bit of control in this game. Not really sure where these guys rank compared to everyone else. I didn't really look at the league table. Garnacho on the left-hand side. Can he get it going himself? It's been a little bit quiet. Anderson shoots, but not really on target. Right, another free kick on the opposite side. Shea Lacey behind it. Can he score another one? It is off the post. Fernandez does win the header, but indirect free kick. I didn't really see a handball. Back four of KUPS has the ball. Fernandez knocks it down to Gusto, to Goose, to Stroke. I feel like I pronounce his name different every single time. Anderson to Garnacho, takes on his man. Couple options in the box. Defender puts it out for a corner. We're going to end up seeing the corner? No. 53 minutes in, KUPS really haven't had a shot of their own. Now said that, they're going to have a shot and score. Goose does cut it out though, stroke to Anderson, does have Garnacho or Fernandez on the right hand side. Not really sure where Shea Lacey is, looks like he's in the box, being like 5 foot odd. Garnacho does win the header at the back post, but not on target, not threatening the keeper. KUPS with the ball, Kirky, Eskalainen to Aberg, trying to pronounce all these Finnish names. Shea Lacey brought down Ollie Watkins, he might be injured. Elliot Anderson through on goal and really should have done better with that one. Hopefully Ollie Watkins isn't injured. Looks like he's still on the floor though. Corner from Shea Lacey on this right hand side. Ollie Watkins looks fine, but we'll really see after the game. Headed out to Garnacho. To Stroke, and Pascal Stroke gets his second. Got his first goal in the Europa Conference League, and it was a little bit strange. So the fact that he even got his second is decent, but 3-0 against KUPS with 0.05 XG should be game, set and match. Didn't seem to score many corners. The Cat does get there, but a little bit off the top of the head. Bit of a 50p head. Branthwaite to Goose to Fernandez. Ollie Watkins was a little bit slow. Looks like he's on his heels. Gusto to Fernandez to the Cat. Anderson. Fernandez to Gusto. What's he going to do? Cuts in, has a shot himself. I think the keeper, watching that back, he'll want to have a little bit of a better chance at that. Has a decent game to be fair, their keeper. 8.0 rating, but probably wants that one back. 4-0 to us. And there we are then, a 4-0 win over Finnish side of KUPS, puts us second in the live table. Alejandro Garnacho got our man of the match, which was a little bit strange because we didn't really seem to do much. Here we are then, back to Premier League action against Ipswich. I think we'll look at the league table quickly. I do believe we were in 5th, but now in 6th. Ipswich are in the bottom 3. So, should be a win from this one, but we are a little bit inconsistent at the moment. A win could take us to 4th, but we do have Manchester United as well, so winning this one, get 5th, it's not too bad a result. Anyway, I'll show you the team, just the one change from the last one. Neto starts on the left instead of Garnacho. Right then, we get us kicked off at home as well against the team towards the bottom end of the Premier League. Should be 3 points. 6% possession, 15 minutes in, up to 16. Watkins knocks it down for Fernandez. To Decat, Anderson, out to Gusto, has got a goal himself. Did do pretty much the same thing, but this time his left foot shot is over Mirich's goal. 22 minutes in, Fernandez cuts inside, goes down. No real shots of a penalty. Philogene goes past Gusto. Gusto is trying his best to get back though, does get back. Cuisance for Ipswich. Not sure real what that term was. Worked out for him though. As a shot, Ramsdale was a little bit scared of that one, but past his post. Branthwaite back to Ramsdale. Goose to Gusto to Fernandez. Shea Lacey to Fernandez again. Some decent build-up play. Anderson to Fernandez. Perone sticks a foot in. We do get it back though. Neto up to Watkins. Shot. Decent save by Mirich. Out for a corner. Neto over to take. Neto. The Cat. Nathan the Cat. 26 minutes in. I think that might be his first goal for the club. It's probably one of the first set-piece goals we've actually seen. 1-0. Right then, can we get a second goal? Maybe a second goal from a set-piece. Neto on the other side this time. The Cat is under it, and the Cat gets his second goal. 28 minutes in, Nathan the Cat might be the difference in this game. A set pieces scored twice in the space of 3 minutes. Neto. Up to Watkins, back to Stroke, to Anderson, Neto, Watkins, to the Cat. Playing some decent football in this one. Gusto. Can he take on his man? Or puts through Shea Lacey. A couple of options in the box. Or can go alone. Defender tried his best, but Shea Lacey gets his goal. Defender tried his best on the line, but ended up just deflecting it into his own goal. Shea Lacey with another free kick. Can he do what he did in Europe and put this one into the back of the net? 36 minutes in, could go 4-0 up. So, what's he going to do? Taking his time. Shea Lacey, and it's in the back of the net. Shea Lacey, free kick masterclass. I've just lost words for this guy. Just keep him fit. He was even on the Manchester United bench today, as I'm recording. Just wow. Goose knocks down for Anderson. Shea Lacey already scored 2 free kicks in this episode. Crossfield ball in, away to Neto. Already got 2 assists. Crossfield ball into Watkins. Doesn't really jump on it though. Gusto. What's he going to do? Back to Lacey. Already has 1 goal. Has another shot over the bar. Anderson for Stroke. Playing it around decently in our own area. Maybe don't give it away like that though. Back towards Ipswich. They're going to bring it back towards the other side. Julian Philogene take on Gusto. Gusto doesn't look like he's got him. Cuts in, and I think that was closer than it looked. Decent shot by Ipswich, but still not on target for them. Brentwaite to back to Ramsdale to Goose. We just have lots of little triangles, and they just work awesomely well. Especially when you got players on the right hand side like Lacey. He gets past his man with ease. God, what's he going to do this time? It's got options at the box. Or can shoot. Muric, decent save out for a corner. Can we score a 3rd goal? Nathan the Cat? Maybe not. Little bit of possession for Ipswich. Peroni to Greaves. Greaves to Nico Williams. A little bit strange why he's so central. Jaden Philogene might be Ipswich's best player. Takes on Gusto. Cuts in a little bit. As a shot, does deflect past Ramsdale. It does get his goal. Has been taken on Gusto. I kind of just apparently no keeper in the world would have saved that. That's a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but he kind of deserves that, to be fair. Don't mind conceding to a player who's been that good today. Cuisance with a deep free kick for Ipswich. 85 minutes in. We have been a little bit off the pace. Philogene in the second half. Cuisance takes on his man. Stroke. I mean, he's gone down. Philogene just absolutely ghosting around our defenders. Michael Cuisance gets the second for Ipswich, but not really. A little bit too late for Ipswich, hopefully. I mean, it is West Ham. We have seen some strange results. And there is the full-time whistle on this one. West Ham 4, Ipswich 2. It does take us up to 4th in the Premier League. And then we now have a Conference League knockout. We are done with the league stage, so let's get West Ham rebuild. In today's episode, we have a double header in the UEFA Conference League. Apparently I can't say UEFA. Against Bologna. But anyway, since that last episode against KUPS, in the last episode of the group stage, we have played quite a few games. Ipswich, a 4-2 win. Nathan the Cat getting 2. And did we play that one? I think we played that one actually. 1-1 draw with Aston Villa away from home, with this one Ruben Neves on the score sheet for us in that one. 2-0 win against Leicester at home. Ollie Watkins getting 2 in that one. Shea Lacey getting 2 away from home against Burnley to get a 2-1 win in that one. At home in the Premier League, we had a 3-1 win against Manchester City. Shea Lacey on the score sheet against his Manchester rival, and then Ollie Watkins getting 2. Over to the FA Cup, wasn't quite as easy as a 3-2 win after extra time with Marcelinho. Who is he? A youth player. completely forgot who he was. Right, I've just lost where I was now. Norwich, 1-1 draw. Jarrod Bowen getting the goal in that one. Malagusto and Ollie Watkins getting a goal. Castro getting a goal for Newcastle and then 90+4. Over to Liverpool in the Premier League and 2-1 defeat away from home. Shea Lacey getting a goal for us in that one. Fulham and 1-1 draw in that one. Ollie Watkins getting a goal in that one. At home in the FA Cup, and we beat 2-1 against Birmingham. A little bit easier in this one, even though we did have to score 2 late goals. First one from Villa and second one in the 90+1 for Nathan De Cat. Evan Nelson getting sent off against Bournemouth, and then Ollie Watkins getting a 72nd minute winner for us away from home. Pedro Neto getting a 1 goal for us to get 3 points at home against Arsenal, and then the same result but Ollie Watkins on this one. Anyway, last 16 we have Bologna starting away from home. We do have Liverpool in the FA Cup in the middle of it, but I'm not sure you guys care about the FA Cup as much. Anyway, this is the team that we will be taking. Malagusto and Ben Chilwell are back. So Ramsdale in goal with Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, De Cat, Fernandez, Anderson, Shea Lacey, the man in form, Neto, and Watkins. Just look at this. Shea Lacey's got 15 goals, 5 assists. Ollie Watkins, 22 goals, 2 assists. Hopefully they can score some more in this one and get us through to the next round of the Europa Conference League. If we go on stages, I'm not sure what that means to anyone. Shamrock Rovers beating Genk 4-3. AK. A couple games yet to be played. Charleroi and Motherwell. Right, we'll have a look at the Premier League table as well, because I know I haven't shown that in a little while. Over to Premier League, and we are 3rd in the league. 28 games played, probably get a Champions League position, but this is the last season, unfortunately, so let's hope we get something good in the Europa Conference League. Anyway, this first game against Bologna, Manchua is lacking a little bit of mark sharpness, but I think he'll be fine. So then, away in Italy against Bologna, they are probably one of the best teams left in the UEFA Conference League, but it should be realistically a team that will still be in. Half an hour in, no highlights so far. Goose to Branthwaite to Goose. In our white kit this time. The Cat back to Fernandez. Hopefully Shea Lacey can continue with good form. It's on the ball right now. On the right side, cuts in. Can he take a shot? He does take a shot. Keeper. Not even going to try and pronounce that one. Just going to be a complete mess up. Decent save by the keeper. 0-0. Ravaglia. Sure. Goal kick from him to Lukumi. To Bonfatti. Don't know why I went all Calabria on this round side. Crossfield ball. I mean, I can't tell if that was a cross or a shot, but anyway, he goes out for a goal kick. Just before half time, Watkins on the ball, feeds Gusto on the right hand side. There's a couple players in the box, but does go down. Referee doesn't give the free kick. Vlasic, who I believe is a former West Ham player, can't be sure. Shot, not really tempting the goalkeeper. 48 minutes in, still 0-0 in this one. I think if we can get a draw on this one, maybe even snatch a goal, would be a decent result. Take them to our place, and we should be decent at home. Nikola Vlasic, Karlstrom, forward to Fabian. Shot from distance. Ramsdale tips around the post. 49 minutes in. Bologna seems to be the better side, at least in the second half. Vlasic. Watkins, of all people, coming back. Lacey's long ball doesn't really reach anyone. Neto does win it back though. Another player not really known for his tracking back. Lacey on the right hand side. Forward to Watkins. Is he even onside? Does put the goal in the back of the net, but as I suspected, he's offside. Bertola to Lukumi for Bologna. 57 minutes in, still nil in this one in Italy. Kellstrom to Broderich. We do have wing backs in this one, which is a formation that I continually struggle on. In this, Vlasic, decent little shot. Not really tested Ramsdale though. 57 minutes in, and looks like Bologna having a little bit of the better of the play. Decent little ball out to Chilwell, to Neto, up to Watkins. The onside this time. Watkins, decent little shot. I think he was onside, but shoots straight at the keeper, out for a corner. 73 minutes in, still 0-0. Not really anyone's taking control of this game so far. Ollie Watkins did have the ball in the back of the net, but it was offside. Branthwaite knocks it down to Fernandez. Fernandez over to Shea Lacey. Shea Lacey takes on his man, absolutely just dances through the midfield and or defence on the other hand. But his shot is straight into the crowd. Forward to Broderich. Gusto does get it back though. Goose, who has been wanting a new contract. Maybe he can sign that new contract, especially because we're not going to be here next season. Gusto does lose out to Orsolini. Decent shot. Ramsdale tips around the post. Orsolini is a pretty good player, if I remember right. Into extra time on this one. 92 minutes in. Looks like it might be a 0-0, taking back to the London Stadium. Gusto to Fernandez to Goose to Gusto. Can we get a late goal? If anyone's going to do it, Shea Lacey will. Shea Lacey into the box. Decent save from Watkins. Neto, ball cut out. Gusto, can he win that? He can't. Ball straight to Goose though. There we are then. 0-0 in this one. Ramsdale getting our best player, which kind of says a lot. We did beat him on XG away from home, which is decent, but it all goes back to the London Stadium. So then, after that 3-1 loss against Liverpool in midweek, which I decided to just gloss over a little bit, Ramsdale starts in goal for this home tie against Bologna in the UEFA Conference League round of 16. 0-0 after the first leg. Gusto, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, Decat, Fernandez, Anderson, Lacey, Neto and Watkins. So here we are then at home in the UEFA Conference League. 0-0 after the first leg. Probably the better team in the first leg, but they are playing that 3-5-3-4-3, and it's definitely a formation that we definitely struggle against. Bertola for Bologna in a pretty nice blue kit. Delinga in behind to Ferguson, to Bertola, to Pogba, not Paul Pogba. Broderich shot, Ramsdale saves it, isn't it, post. 5 minutes in, Bologna, the away team, seem to have started better in this one. Shea Lacey with the ball over to Fernandez. Gusto, 11 minutes in, we have our first highlight. To us, Gusto over to Fernandez, back to Lacey. Can he get some decent delivery in? Gusto to Lacey, to Gusto, to Anderson, hits the post. Absolute open goal. That could have been the difference. Gusto on this right hand side, 28 minutes in. Lacey with the ball, cuts into Watkins. Watkins does go down. Not really sure why he went down. Neto's to Chilwell, Decat, Anderson, Lacey. Does win it back through a little bit of a lucky deflection though. Shot straight to keeper, out for a corner. Neto, can Decat from last episode get his head on this one? Neto doesn't win it. Out to Neto, to Lacey. Tries to find Neto again. Ferguson will go away. Well, get the ball away at least. Chilwell to Decat. To Chilwell. Has Neto somewhere, not really sure. Chilwell doesn't really have the pace to go past Vlasic, or Vlasic's doing pretty good. Straight out for throw-in though. Up to Watkins. Flicked on for Neto. Tries to get in through his man Bonfatti away. They do win the header, but Branthwaite picks up the pieces to Cat. Over to Neto. Decent little ball. Crossfield ball in to Fernandez on the volley. Hits that. Oh my god. Mateus Fernandez. Just honestly, do the arrow celebration all you want. That is absolutely outstanding. Is that? That's like a fake Erdegaard. We've got a fake Pogba and a fake Erdegaard. Watkins to Anderson. Mateus Fernandez. I'm still speechless after that goal. Watkins has Shea Lacey in the box. Goes to Gusto. Gets it back. Shea Lacey on his right foot. Defended well. BTEC Odegaard on his left hand side. He's just going to score against me now, isn't he? Just before half time. Corner from Neto. No one under really. The Cat to Lacey. Does have quite a few men to take on. Does try. Gusto to Fernandez. Knocks it on towards Watkins. Gusto picks up the pieces though. Crossing for Watkins. And Watkins makes it 2. Just before half time is a very good way to score. And especially if it puts you 2-0 up. Gusto down the right side just as first half kicks off. Watkins doesn't really jump on it. Varela half-time substitution. Neto was picking up an injury and just don't really want to make him injured. Decent cross-field ball and Ollie Watkins makes it 3. With Ollie Watkins' goal just before half-time and just after half-time, it's 3-0. That is exactly what we need to go into the next round of the Conference League. But I knew I've got it all to do in this second half. And if we're on this form, it's going to be a hell of a task for them. Playing around the back a little bit. Looks like they're 3-4-3, 5 what? Just whatever. Sure. Doesn't really work at this point. Bradderich into Erdegaard. De Cat into that pretty easily. Goose to Branthwaite. Over to Chilwell. To Varela. I'm sure he's was convinced he was just going to attack his man, but pretty convincing just to pass it around and waste a bit of time. De Cat to Chilwell. To Varela. Back to Chilwell. To Varela. Maybe he'll take on his man this time. Does take on his man. Cuts in. Forward ball to Ollie Watkins. And Ollie Watkins has this hat trick. West Ham 4. Bologna 0. We're making this game look a little bit easier than it probably should be. Bologna, to be fair, one of the better teams in this competition. So knocking them out will do us a big favour. And even after VAR, that goal is awarded. Varela on this left hand side, 69 minutes in. Watkins already has a hat trick. Vlasic, header only to Branthwaite, to Gusto on this right hand side. Can we get a fifth maybe? Gusto, crossfield ball. Varela's not really going to win that. Anderson picks up the pieces though. Takes on his man. As a crossfield ball and Shea Lacey. Wouldn't be a decent performance from West Ham this season without Shea Lacey. 5th goal in 7 matches in the UEFA Conference League, and this game just got a little bit out of hand. "75 minutes in, Varela, crossfield ball. Fernandez does pick it up there. 1-2, the Cat to Anderson. Midfield just complements itself so well. Varela down the line. Chilwell gets it back though. Anderson to Fernandez to Ollie Watkins, and Ollie Watkins has the ball in the back of the net for a second time in this episode, but this time it is offside. Or maybe it was last episode, I can't remember. VR checking that goal, and it's going to be disallowed. Ramsdale with a goal kick. Gusto on this right side. 5-star performance from West Ham in this second leg. Lacey to Watkins. Is he onside? Can he finish it? He can't finish it. Hits the side net in after a decent save on their keeper. We'll get a corner though. Anderson to Chilwell. Crossfield ball. Lacey isn't going to really win that. Does huck it back to Gusto though. Back to Lacey. To Gusto again. Back to Goose. Pretty happy just to pass it around for now. Anderson to the Cat. To Watkins. To Lacey. Just look at this football. That finish is a little bit unfortunate because that was hell of a good play. Out for the corner though, Chilwell to whip it in. Can we get a set piece goal just to wrap it all up? Not yet. Varela to Chilwell. Up to Watkins. Watkins does win it, and we do get just speechless. West Ham at 6, Bologna 0. Just this performance, second half performance has just been wow. And there we are then, full time in this one, and then full time onto the next round of the UEFA Conference League, which will be in the next episode. I do believe it's the quarter-final next. Just look at that, 26 shots, 16 on target, almost a 4xG, 16 corners. Didn't win on possession, but won on everything else. Like Watkins beating Bologna in the last episode. We have Charleroi, who beat Motherwell on penalties after 2 1-1 draws. So, before we get into that, we have played a couple games since that last game against Bologna. 3-1 win against Burnley. Shea Lacey with 2 goals and Varela with 2 goals. 3-1 defeat away at Brighton. Shea Lacey on the score sheet for us. And then a 4-1 defeat against Ipswich, which was not great for John Philip Mateta, our football player, scored 2, which made it even worse. So anyway, Charleroi in the next stage. And then if we get in the semi-final, we get the winner of Girona and NEC, which I assume that'll be a Girona. Shamrock Rovers still in the team as well, along with Hajduk, Cracovia, AEK. So, up to the final. Let's get that. Current holders Fiorentina, Monaco, and Fiorentina. Not too shabby. So into this game, Malagusto has picked up a knock, so he's not fit to start in this one. Ramsdale starts in goal with Gay, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, the Cat, Fernandez, Anderson, Lacey, Neto, and Watkins. So then away at Charleroi, should really be beating a team like this. Getting Girona in the next round, hopefully. Neto, dancing feet. Decent little dribble from that. The Cat to Lacey. Lacey just outstrength is one of his little troubles, as he is pretty small though. Does have the dribbling ability to do exactly that. Cuts in, has a shot, and let's just say it wasn't one of his best. Fernandez to Goose. To Gay on the right side. Not quite as attacking as Gusto. Does feed it towards Lacey's feet though. Tries to feed Watkins. Schneider will try and win that. And Cabba through on goal for Charleroi. Taking it a little bit wide, and that shot definitely a little bit wild. Hubbard. Neto does win it back though. Has plenty of space to run into. Watkins. A little bit isolated. A lot of Charleroi players back. Can do a lot himself though. Maybe not that though. Chilwell to Fernandez to Ali Anderson. Cross comes shot and just over the bar. Half-time latest scores: Cracovia beating Hajduk 1-0. NEC beating Girona 1-0 as well. That's a good result for us. Shamrock Rovers and AK still 0-0. Same with our game. Ramsdale to Gay to Goose. Just after half time. Branthwaite to Chilwell on the left hand side to Neto. They're just having so many players back, it's hard to break them down. Playing decent, but just haven't got their goal yet. Neto gets past his man to Anderson, edge of the box, hits the post. Shea Lacey. The amount of shots Elliot Anderson has that just hit the post is so unfortunate. Gay wins that back though pretty easily to Goose. The Cat. Up to Lacey, a little bit narrow. Cuts out to Gay on the right hand side. Crossfield ball to Watkins, a little bit under it. Neto 1-2 with Anderson to Chilwell. Crossfield ball, not really anyone under it. Can Lacey get there? Demi Chuck. Lacey does win the ball back though. Over to Goose. Back to Fernandez on his right hand side to the cat. We like to just pass it around a little bit like this and then switch the ball a little bit like this. Anderson. Just a full 180. Chilwell, Neto to Chilwell. Neto again. Can you get a little bit better of a ball in? Watkins not really under that very well. Demi-Chuck. Gay wins that back pretty easily. Lacey inside to the cat. Gay might not even get that, and he doesn't. Chilwell heads out only towards Hilgesman though. Can he do with it? Into the corner. Chilwell away. And as far as Watkins with... Honestly, it's a 2v6 at this point. If we get anything from this, that'd be great. Watkins with a shot hits the post. Lacey gets the ball back though, and he passes it to the cat, builds it up. Anderson, the cat, out to Gay, probably been our best player in this game. Hubert with a throw in for Charleroi. Honestly, we beat Bologna 6-0, was it, in the last episode, just at home, so keeping this one 0-0 should be a pretty convincing crossfield ball to Minas. Ramsdale didn't exactly look convincing. That does hit at the top of the net though. 79 minutes in, 10 minutes left, still 0-0. Lacey back to Fernandez to Gay, to Fernandez. Anderson, not really alive to that situation. And Branthwaite to the cat, to Chilwell. Neto can take on his man. Does take on his man. Forward to Ollie Watkins. Ollie Watkins does happen. His 9th goal in 7 games in the Europa Conference League. And we do get that away goal. Away goals isn't a thing in Europe anymore, but definitely good, especially because we're at home in the second leg. Decent little possession from Charleroi. Honestly, for a team like them to get this far in the competition, not exactly a bad result, but they're not going to want to take it down lightly. Mias shot, Ramsdale catches that one pretty easily. 8 minutes left. Keep the clean sheet in this one and take the second leg back to the London Stadium. There we go then, a 1-0 win for us in this one. 2 XG, probably should have scored a couple more. Let's look at the latest scores in the rest of them. Cracovia and Hajduk 2-2. NEC won against Girona 1-0 and Shamrock Rovers and AEK 1-1 draw. Premier League game in midweek, but we'll skip that one and get over to the second leg. So then in the break, 1-0 win of Aston Villa. A little bit of fringe player at this point, Morgan Gibbs-White, getting on man of the match and getting a goal in the 7th minute to get all 3 points over to this one. Into the starting lineup, playing exactly the same team in this one. Gusto had to come off injured in the last game, and honestly, Gay was pretty good in the last game, so I think we'll take him into the second leg. We are 1-0 up against Charleroi, so hopefully we can get the job done, especially because we are at home. Right then, 1-1 up. Can we get into this one? At home against Charleroi. The winner of NEC and Girona into the next round for the semi-final at stake, and hopefully we can get a decent result from this one. Fernandez back to Gay. They are matching us up with a formation for this one, which might help us a little bit, just so they're not just a bank of 5. Fernandez to Gay, forward to Shea Lacey. Lacey in and goal. Did you even think anything else was going to happen? 4.5 minutes in, Shea Lacey with the 6th goal in the UEFA Conference League, and he has just been insane. Branthwaite over to Gay, to Fernandez, to Lacey, the goal scorer. Crossfield ball to Neto. Can we get a goal from this side? Watkins underneath it. Lacey picks up the pieces though. Just look at his dribbling. Back to Watkins, and there is the second. 8 minutes in, looks like we're going to have a little bit of a go route in this one as well. West Ham 2, Charleroi 0, 3-0 on aggregate. Surely that's our space in the semi-final, all booked. Shea Lacey, deep free kick. Gay shot off the post. Almost the third. 22 minutes in, Creole for Charleroi on the far side. The first real attack. Crossfield ball. And Aurelien Scheidler. 22 minutes in and Charleroi have one back. Still quite a lot for them to get back in the game, so as long as we keep our heads, should not be a bad thing. Gay on the corner for the far side. Over to Lacey, has another shot into the bottom corner. When Shea Lacey is just on form, there's just nothing teams can do about it. West Ham 3, 4-1 on aggregate, and this game has slowly becoming out of sight. Gay to Fernandez, back to Gay, Fernandez to Cat, back to Goose to Anderson to Decat, crossfield ball. Chilwell has a decent amount of space. Can he get a ball in though? Does get a ball in. Neto on the volley. That is just absolutely class. Pedro Neto with his first goal in the UEFA Conference League. Isn't a massive goal scorer, but is a definite threat. And if he can pop up with goals like that, we'll definitely take it. Ben Chilwell. Can we get a fifth before half time? Maybe that's a little bit greedy, but we can always ask. Goose. Over to Fernandez to Gay. Forward to Shea Lacey. Fernandez. Shot that just cannons off the crossbar. What the hell? We are just... Why can't we do this away from home? Decat to Chilwell to Anderson. To Decat to Anderson to Chilwell. Forward to Neto. Did score a goal himself. Can he get a second? Shot off the keeper. Watkins hits off the defender. Anderson to Neto. Shot again off the defender. Corner. Just absolute pressure from us just before half time. We got then half time scores. 1-1 aggregate between Shamrock and AK. 1-0 up for NEC against Girona still. Hajduk 2-2. 2-1 up, but 2-2 on aggregate. And us 4-1. 49 minutes in, goal kick from Charleroi. Gay under it, back to Decat. Anderson, forward to Watkins. It's been a little quiet today. I mean, everyone else has been changed, so he doesn't really need to. Neto, past his man to Watkins, to Fernandez, into the back of the net. Scored an absolute screamer in a leg not too long ago, but a little tap in into the bottom corner. 5-1 in this. 6-1. Mias for Charleroi, 53 minutes in. Creel up to Cabba, doesn't win it though. Decat to Anderson, to Watkins, out to Neto on his left hand side. Can he get a little ball in? He does get a ball in. Watkins under it. Watkins scores 11 goals in 8 matches. And there is the 6th. 7-1 aggregate. And just these teams at home, we're just absolutely tearing apart. Chilwell with a throw in. Back to Branthwaite. To Goose. To Cat. Fernandez. Up to Shea Lacey. Cuts in. Shea Lacey. Shot. Decent save. A little bit of... Probably should have gone the other side, but with the 4 minutes been in, I'm not going to tell Shea Lacey what to do. 56 minutes in. Pedro Neto with a goal of corner kick. Not really another winner. Neto. Anderson. Decat. Chilwell. Decat. To Gay. Gay. Cross. Deflected. Keeper puts it out for a corner. Not sure why I didn't know what a corner was there a couple seconds ago. Gave the deep free kick. 26 minutes in. Can we get another? Out to Chilwell. Shot from Chilwell. Decent save on the keeper. Out for a corner on this near side. So then last couple seconds of this one. Raf Hubert Can they get another consolation goal? Branthwaite away, Watkins. Or can we get another goal? Just counter-attack, airplane in formation, Neto. Couple of them just a little bit leggy. Anderson with a shot from distance. Not on target, but doesn't really mean much from this one. There is full time in this one. A 6-1 win at home. 7-1 win on aggregate. And let's look at some final scores. 2-1 win for AK. I think that sends them through. NEC with that away goal. With that goal at home, enough to take them through against Girona. Decent game between Hajduk and Cracovia. 6-3, so Hajduk go in this one. So we play NEC in the next game. Team from Netherlands. Tommy Setford, Sil Swinkles. He's new former Exeter. I'm not sure even how to look at that. Do we go on to build where we are in the semi-final of the UEFA Conference League? Since the last episode, we have a 2-1 win over Leicester. Ruben Neves and Pedro Neto, 85th and 86th minute goals to give us a win in that one. NEC away from home in the first leg. Chances are we'll draw in this one, and then absolute thrashing in the second leg. So into the starting lineup, it's the same team from the last leg. Ramsdale in goal, Gay, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, the Cat, Fernandez, Anderson. Shea Lacey's got 21 goals, Neto, and Watkins has got 30. So then we get this semi-final against NEC. They did beat Girona from Spain in the last round. This team up from the Netherlands do play that 5 at the back formation that we hate. Neto on the ball though. Hopefully we can get a decent result in this one. If not, we'll take it back to the London Stadium. Cross the ball towards Watkins. Anderson up to Lacey. Not really sure he's going to win that. Lacey to Fernandez. Tommy Setford, former Arsenal goalkeeper, maybe. In goal for NEC. Forward from the goal kick. Trying to knock it down. Branthwaite to Goose. Goose to Gay. Up to Shea Lacey. A little bit deeper than we really want him. Can do all kind of magic. Does win it back though after losing it. Shea Lacey to Goose. To Branthwaite. Can we try the left hand side instead? Chilwell to Neto. Does have Anderson on the inside. Won't use him though. Neto. Forward to Watkins. Has his shot off the defender. Anderson tries to recoup it though. And their clearance goes up for throw in. Neto with the ball to Branthwaite. To Fernandez. Lacey. Little bit of space into the box. And he finds Anderson though. Back to Branthwaite. Can we trade this left hand side again? Chilwell to Neto. Anderson. To Fernandez into the box. Left footed shot. Left footed goal. Tommy Setford, a little bit off his line, and Fernandez found that exact spot. 29 minutes in, the semi-final has just lit up. 57 minutes in, still 1-0 in this one. EK did knock out Shamrock Rovers, also 1-0 up in the opposite leg. Hansen to the Hack. Takes it on Lacey. Hack with the ball now, shot from distance. Decent little shot, but not really tempting a Ramsdale into a save. And still a bit of a quiet first leg. Neto with the ball in, away. Chilwell picks up the pieces though. Cross back in. Still Swinkles out to Neto. Neto, Watkins underneath it. The Cat. Chilwell on the right hand side. Chilwell. Neto. Right foot shot. Decent save by Setford. Looks like he's picked up an injury as well. Or maybe not. 86 minutes in, still 1-0 in both games. Neto back to Ramsdale. Branthwaite to Goose. Can we get a second, make it a little bit more comfortable? Lacey. It's been a little bit quiet in this game. Lacey. Up to Watkins, and Watkins really should do better from that one. Puntman with the last punt up front. Branthwaite cuts it out though, over to Chilwell. Can we get the counter attack going? Couple of seconds left of this one. Watkins, decent ball out to Shea Lacey. Brings it down, plenty of men to take on. Shea Lacey will though, to Watkins and absolutely slices that wide. And there is full time in this one and full time in the other one. EK and Hadrick 2-1. We have a Premier League game in the middle. I can't remember who it is, but we'll play them and then we'll have NEC at home. So then 2-2 draw away at Crystal Palace in this one. Mateus Fernandes and Alec Watkins getting a goal to get us a draw at Crystal Palace. Here into the team news, we have to change one player as Jarrod Bowen is out with a training injury. We'll bring in Struik and then remove him from the division. He is out for I think it's 4 to 10 days, so if we do make the final, he should be perfectly fine. So NEC at home, that was the only change. Stroke in for Branthwaite. So let's get into this game. NEC, we were already 1-0 up, so if it's anything like the last couple of legs, we'll absolutely demolish these and make our place in the final a little bit easier than it probably should be. So let's get this game kicked off. In the rain at the London Stadium, NEC do get us kicked off to Hansen. Tommy Setford, who did pick up a knock, isn't starting this game for NEC. Gay with a corner. Not exactly our strong point, but Anderson does pick it up though. Crossfield ball does deflect off and we do get a corner. Maybe the cat can get another one of his headers in. Neto out to take it. Crossfield ball. Anderson knocks it down. I think the keeper might get there. Swinkles away. Fernandes knocks the ball into Neto. Decent first touch to Ali Anderson. Decent save by Bloyson. Out for the corner on the opposite side. Gay to take on that responsibility. Cross it in. Out to Lacey. Chilwell knocks it in. Decent save by their keeper as well. And we'll have another corner. Right then, Gay to take it again. 25 minutes in. Decent little chance. A little bit more of a riskier game from this one, but that header from over the bar. Goal kick from NEC though. In the rain at the London Stadium. Chilwell to bring it down. Anderson to Chilwell. Neto. Anderson, Neto. Not really sure what he's trying to run into danger for. Decent possession by them. Do win it back high up though. Anderson to Watkins. Does lose out though. Boost passing a little bit of possession by NEC. Swinkles up to Stroke. Pretty easy on that one. Stroke for Branthwaite isn't the worst. Did play pretty well. Anderson does win it back. Neto to Chilwell. Stroke is pretty much an ideal replacement, especially with the height. Crossfield ball, Lacey is not going to win that. Gay over to Lacey. And Lacey has been such an inspiration over this UEFA Conference League run and gets his goal in the second leg. West Ham 2, NEC 0. 36 minutes in, another corner on that far side. Gay to take again. Cross into it, Stroke under it. The cat somehow... What? Flag? Something happened in there. Hack with the ball for NEC to Swinkles. Back with a long goal kick. A couple minutes until half time. Seem to be decently in control of this one. Could put it out of sight though now. Neto, maybe not with that one. Into the second half. NEC yet to muster a shot on target. He's going to need at least 3 or at least 2 to take this to extra time. Might start now. Davis. Maybe starting from their own defence is a little bit optimistic. Van Assen to Hansen. Up to Roters to Baseween. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing half of these right. Into our box. Has a shot. Ramsdale looks like he's tipped that out for a corner. Neto to Anderson, 57 minutes in. Still 1-0, 2-0 on aggregate. Goose on a yellow card. The cat, Goose to stroke. Crossfield ball to Neto, brings it down pretty decently. Chilwell into Watkins, header. I think that might have came off the defender. Was on target though, and Ollie Watkins gives us a little bit of breathing space. 57 minutes in. Ollie Watkins on the score sheet, 12th goal. Will get checked by VR and goal awarded. 63 on the clock. Chilwell to stroke. To Chilwell. Anderson. To Cat. To Fernandez. To Lacey. To Lacey. To Watkins. Ollie Watkins get his goal. Lacey with the assist. 13 goals in the UEFA Conference League. He has been instrumental in our run. 4-0 on aggregate. 66. Hack is running towards his own goal. Swinkles. Just decent pressure from us, but they seem to be trying to play out of it. Do up to Reuters. Busen cuts out before Chilwell does. Busen up to Reuters, and NEC get one back. 4-1. They still need another 3 to take the extra time. With a deep free kick. It's only 5 minutes in. Has had plenty of corners. The cat under it. Swinkles away only to Lacey though. Lacey goes on his one of his lazy. I don't know why I said lazy. One of his mazy runs, but his shot is over the bar. Hack with a throw in. Maybe if they get one now, it might be a little bit hairy. Hansen into the box. Shot into the bottom corner. Emil Hansen gets another one for NEC. Another 2 goals in the last couple of minutes, and this could get hairy. Into the box, Lacey to Decat. Last couple of seconds of this one. Gay to Neto. Neto with a shot into the top corner. Just didn't expect that to go into that top corner. Pedro Neto with only 2 goals gets his second, and that puts any NEC hopes of getting to the final in complete disarray. So AEK from Greece in the final, Europa Conference League final. Didn't think I'd be saying that after the first season, but anyway, that is the so then Europa Conference League final. In this save, when we are rebuilding this West Ham team, we had 3 challenges. Firstly, to keep West Ham in the Premier League, and we definitely did that, even with some financial troubles. The second was to build this squad for Europe. We definitely did that, especially in the Premier League, and especially in this tournament. And the third one was to win a trophy, and that comes down to today. AEK at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the Europa Conference League final for a chance to get West Ham's second trophy. They did win one last time. Jarrod Bowen scoring the winner, but this time there's no Jarrod Bowen, no Declan Rice, but we do have some of our special own players. In to start the final then, Ramsdale starts in goal with Gay, Goose, Branthwaite, Chilwell, Decat, Fernandez, Anderson, Shea Lacey, the Wonderkid, Neto, and Watkins. Unfortunately for Ruben Neves, he has picked up an injury. Out between 7 days and 2 weeks. We will catch you up with the league fixtures after this episode and the next episode, but today is all about the Conference League final. Let's get to this match. Up to a neutral venue. We are technically in a home venue, being at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but hopefully we can get a result in this one. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Here is the AK team. Luka Jovic up front, Marko Grujic, Tomas Strakosha. Some decent players that I recognise, except for those 3. Nicholas Eliasson, a former Bristol City player as well. So, AEK from Greece. So here is that West Ham team into the UEFA Conference League. Let's get this game kicked off. Gay up to Lacey. on this round side. So then Neto starts us off with the first highlight of the game. Does go down Rota up to Eliasson. Is more known for being on the left hand side for what I know. Diamantras, this is going to be a hard day to pronounce some names, some of these Greek names. Kuita is in behind, goes past Aaron Ramsdale, and AEK take an early lead. 16 minutes in, and we are 1-0 down. Chilwell with a deep free kick. It's the first goal we really conceded. Can we get our team back into this? Out to Fernandez. Gay on the right hand side. Goes past his man. Gay with a shot. Strakosha. Decent keeper. At least he was a couple years ago. 22 minutes in, we have a corner. The cat over to Branthwaite is fit enough for this game. Chilwell on the left hand side. Up to Neto. Neto does go down again. Gurich. Eliasson forward to Branthwaite. Does cut this one out though. Shea Lacey. Fernandez up to Lacey. Lacey with a shot. Not really testing the keeper. Decent respective shot. 26 minutes in. Still 1-0 to AEK. Crossfield ball. Goose away and as far as Marion. A little bit of a melee in the box. Kuita brings it out for AEK. Koulis. Watkins does win it back though. Can we get a counter attack going to Anderson? Neto on the left hand side. Doesn't really have a lot of options. So takes a shot. Decent save by Strakosha. Don't know why that's so hard to say. Out for a corner. Gay with the corner on the far side. Not known for set pieces, so it's a be a great time to score some. To Lacey. A little bit of melee. Chilwell with a shot from distance. Strakosha. I feel like he might be the thorn on our side in this game. So, half-time in the Conference League final, we have been the exact better team. Better possession, 10 corners, 0.83 XG to their 0.35. 14 shots and 6 on target to their 4 and 3. But it's that Koita goal past that Ramsdale that makes all the difference at half-time. Hopefully, we can get towards this. Right. What do we even say? We have the second half to improve. We definitely need to improve on that. I don't really know what we can do more. I think when it's not our day, it's not our day. Eliasson past Chilwell, that was a little bit worrying. Branthwaite with the free kick on the halfway line. To Anderson, to Goose. Can we get something going down this right hand side? Gay to Shea Lacey. If anyone's going to do it, he is. Lacey. Up to Gay. To Anderson. Shot. Not quite what we need. 10 minutes left in this Conference League final. Still 1-0 to AK. Just been a completely dead game in the second half. And this might be at them running down the clock. Couple minutes left. Can we get something going? Strakosha. Can this be our route to the extra time at least? Strakosha, through ball. Jovic underneath it to Lacey. Lacey to Anderson to Watkins. Forward to Garnacho. Garnacho off the post. Lacey, come on. Lacey crossed to Garnacho. Doesn't win that. Chilwell. Could that have been a chance? I think it might be 91. 92 minutes. If we're going to get an equaliser and get anything from this game, it's got to be now. Gibbs White to Goose. Goose, Anderson, Gibbs White, Lacey. Lacey towards Garnacho. Garnacho brings it down. Garnacho in the box. Garnacho shot from Strakosha. It's gone out for a corner. We need something to happen in this last couple of minutes. And there we go. There is the Conference League trophy, but it's not going to be us on the end of it. AEK, who knocked out Shamrock Rovers, will be the winners of the UEFA Conference League. Fortunately, this rebuild with West Ham has gone so far, but the winners of the UEFA Conference League are not West Ham United. Right. It's definitely a tough one to take, but I think just over the 90 minutes, they just deserved it better. I just think Thomas Tricosha literally said it's going to be the game. That Coita goal went around Ramsdale, and unfortunately this West Ham team does not win a second Europa Conference League. So then, the last episode of the West Ham rebuild. Unfortunately, if you did miss the last episode, we did just miss out on the Europa Conference League final. Unfortunately, we just had, as soon as we hit that 4-2 win over NEC in the semi-final, just a 1-0 defeat to Manchester United, 1-0 defeat to Middlesbrough, 2-1 defeat to Spurs. Just completely bottled it in the last couple sides. Alright, into the Premier League table, we did finish 6th as well, so we did get Europa League. Could have finished higher in the league, but honestly, the last 3 games of the season just completely bottled it, and so that's a tough one to take. Middlesbrough got relegated. We lost to Middlesbrough. 34 points. Minus 30 goal difference. Who conceded 72. And we couldn't score against them. Right then, let's go through the team. Into the squad. Highest appearances was Jarrod Bowen with 55, getting 3 goals and 1 assist, 7 average rating. Also Goose, he's a partner who I didn't think would be good enough at the start of the save, but 54 appearances from him, decently. Watkins was 3rd, 47 appearances, 5 off the bench, 33 goals, 6 assists. Signing him was definitely the difference in the last couple of seasons. Wonderkid, Nathan DeCat, 3 goals, 3 assists from him, decent. Ramsdale, 6.87. Just maybe we needed a little bit better from him in the final. Elliot Anderson, no goals in the whole season. In 45 starts and 8 off the bench is just not good enough. Fernandez, 4 goals, 8 assists. And it's Shea Lacey, who was just absolutely iconic. 42 games, 1 off the bench, 22 goals, 8 assists. A couple of other players, Pascal Stroke getting 4 goals. Pedro Neto, 6 goals, 10 assists. Ben Chilwell getting 8 assists. Ruben Neves, who was mainly a squad player at this point, 2 goals, 2 assists. Cardoso Varela, a little bit of a squad player as well, 8 goals, 6 assists. Garnacho scored big goals, but not very many goals. 5 goals, 4 assists. Morgan Gibbs White, definitely a squad player this season. 5 assists, 2 goals. Gay, 6 assists on this one. Jack Grealish just didn't have the quality of the player that I thought he would. Van der Voort was just absolutely just a problem in the dressing room the whole time of having him. Kind of glad we'll get rid of him. And Charlie Cresswell, who somehow didn't play a game all season, so no wonder he's devastated about his playing time. But anyway, we did have a couple players in the youth setup. We do have a decent setup as well. If we go to our under 21s and go to reports, we have a couple. If I go to this as well, we have a couple high potentials. Bright Ibrahim, 18 years old at this point, probably a little probably a little bit far away from the team at the moment. A couple of 18 and 19 year olds, so not exactly going to expect too much from them. A couple of decent ones in the under 18s as well. I did cut down this a lot. Deji Okore, who I liked a lot, Nigerian international. I say international, he's not made an appearance yet. Another Aaron Asofu Badu, 16-year-old, could have been decent, but unfortunately that is the end of today's episode and the end of the West Ham rebuild. Thank you guys for sticking with this West Ham rebuild. Unfortunately we couldn't complete all 3 of our targets, but unfortunately when you've taken a team as far as you can go, that's just the way things go, unfortunately. Just the whole team is falling apart as well. Just Ramsdale's already 31. The Cat's always wanted by Italy, Fulham. I mean, Gusto wanted to leave the whole season. Watkins is now 33. I mean, Shea Lacey going back to Manchester United as well. That is tough to take. Gay, Cresswell. I mean, not surprised if Cresswell wants to leave when he's not played a game all season. So then, thank you guys for watching up to this point. Hopefully you enjoyed that West Ham rebuild. If you'd like even more of this content, I have started a new Schalke rebuild. The first 2 seasons are already up on the channel, and the season 3 back in the Bundesliga will start on the 2nd of January. So thank you guys for watching, and see you guys next time.